Section 1 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. The Hounds of Tindalos. "I'm glad you came," said Chalmers. He was sitting by the window, and his face was very pale. Two tall candles guttered at his elbow and cast a sickly amber light over his long nose and slightly receding chin. Chalmers would have nothing modern about his apartment. He had the soul of a medieval ascetic, and he preferred illuminated manuscripts to automobiles and leering stone gargoyles to radios and adding machines. As I crossed the room to the settee he had cleared for me, I glanced at his desk and was surprised to discover that he had been studying the mathematical formulae of a celebrated contemporary physicist, and that he had covered many sheets of thin yellow paper with curious geometric designs. "Einstein and John Dee are strange bedfellows," I said as my gaze wandered from his mathematical charts to the 60 or 70 quaint books that comprised his strange little library. Plotinus and Emmanuel Moscopulus, St. Thomas Aquinas, and Frenico de Bessy stood elbow to elbow in the somber ebony bookcase and chairs. Table and desk were littered with pamphlets about medieval sorcery and witchcraft and black magic, and all of the valiant, glamorous things that the modern world has repudiated. Chalmers smiled engagingly and passed me a Russian cigarette on a curiously carved tray. "We are just discovering now," he said, "that the old alchemists and sorcerers were 2/3 right, and that your modern biologist and materialist is 9/10 wrong." "You have always scoffed at modern science," I said a little impatiently. "Only its scientific dogmatism," he replied. "I have always been a rebel, a champion of originality and lost causes. That is why I have chosen to repudiate the conclusions of contemporary biologists." "And Einstein?" I asked. "A priest of transcendental mathematics," he murmured reverently. "A profound mystic and explorer of the great suspected." "Then you do not entirely despise science?" "Of course not," he affirmed. "I merely distrust the scientific positivism of the past 50 years, the positivism of Haeckel and Darwin, and of course Mr. Bertrand Russell. I believe biology has failed pitifully to explain the mystery of man's origin and destiny." "Give them time," I retorted. Chalmers' eyes glowed. "My friend," he murmured, "your pun is sublime. Give them time. That is precisely what I would do. But your modern biologist scoffs at time. He has the key, but he refuses to use it. What do we know of time, really? Einstein believes that it is relative, that it can be interpreted in terms of space, of curved space. But must we stop there? When mathematics fails us, can we not advance by insight?" "You're treading on dangerous ground," I replied. "That is a pitfall that your true investigator avoids. That is why modern science has advanced so slowly. It accepts nothing that it cannot demonstrate. But you—" "I would take hashish, opium, all manner of drugs. I would emulate the sages of the East, and then perhaps I would apprehend—" "What?" "The fourth dimension." "Theosophical rubbish." "Perhaps, but I believe that drugs expand human consciousness. William James agreed with me, and I have discovered a new one." "A new drug?" "It was used centuries ago by Chinese alchemists, but it is virtually unknown in the West. Its occult properties are amazing. With its aid and the aid of my mathematical knowledge, I believe that I can go back through time." "I do not understand." "Time is merely our imperfect perception of a new dimension of space. Time and motion are both illusions. Everything that has existed from the beginning of the world exists now. Events that occurred centuries ago on this planet continue to exist in another dimension of space. Events that will occur centuries from now exist already. We cannot perceive their existence because we cannot enter the dimension of space that contains them. Human beings, as we know them, are merely fractions, infinitesimally small fractions of one enormous whole. Every human being is linked with all the life that has ever preceded him on this planet. All of his ancestors are parts of him. Only time separates him from his forebears, and time is an illusion and does not exist. "I think I understand," I murmured. "It will be sufficient for my purpose if you can form a vague idea of what I wish to achieve. I wish to strip from my eyes the veils of illusion that time has thrown over them, and see the beginning and the end." "And you think this new drug will help you?" "I am sure that it will, and I want you to help me. I intend to take the drug immediately. I cannot wait. I must see." His eyes glittered strangely. "I am going back through time." He rose and strode to the mantel. When he faced me again, he was holding a small square box in the palm of his hand. "I have here 5 pellets of the drug Liao. It was used by the Chinese philosopher Lao Tse, and while under its influence he visioned Tao. Tao is the most mysterious force in the world. It surrounds and pervades all things. It contains the visible universe and everything that we call reality. He who apprehends the mysteries of Tao sees clearly all that was and will be." "Rubbish," I retorted. "Tao resembles a great animal, recumbent, motionless, containing in its enormous body all the worlds of our universe, the past, the present, and the future. We see portions of this great monster through a slit, which we call time. With the aid of this drug I shall enlarge the slit. I shall behold the great figure of life, the great recumbent beast in its entirety." "And what do you wish me to do?" "Watch, my friend. Watch and take notes. And if I go back too far, you must recall me to reality. You can recall me by shaking me violently. If I appear to be suffering acute physical pain, you must recall me at once." "Chalmers," I said, "I wish you wouldn't make this experiment. You are taking dreadful risks. I don't believe that there is any 4th dimension, and I emphatically do not believe in Tao, and I don't approve of your experimenting with unknown drugs." "I know the properties of this drug," he replied. "I know precisely how it affects the human animal, and I know its dangers. The risk does not reside in the drug itself. My only fear is that I may become lost in time. You see, I shall assist the drug. Before I swallow this pellet, I shall give my undivided attention to the geometric and algebraic symbols that I have traced on this paper." He raised the mathematical chart that rested on his knee. "I shall prepare my mind for an excursion into time. I shall approach the 4th dimension with my conscious mind before I take the drug, which will enable me to exercise occult powers of perception. Before I enter the dream world of the Eastern mystics, I shall acquire all of the mathematical help that modern science can offer. This mathematical knowledge, this conscious approach to an actual comprehension of the 4th dimension, of time, will supplement the work of the drug. The drug will open up stupendous new vistas. The mathematical preparation will enable me to grasp them intellectually. I have often grasped the 4th dimension in dreams emotionally, intuitively, but I have never been able to recall in waking life the occult splendors that were momentarily revealed to me. But with your aid I believe that I can recall them. You will take down everything that I say while I am under the influence of the drug. No matter how strange or incoherent my speech may become, you will omit nothing. When I awake, I may be able to supply the key to whatever is mysterious or incredible. I am not sure that I shall succeed, but if I do succeed—" His eyes were strangely luminous. "Time will exist for me no longer." He sat down abruptly. "I shall make the experiment at once. Please stand over there by the window and watch. Have you a fountain pen?" I nodded gloomily and removed a pale green Waterman from my upper vest pocket. "And a pad, Frank?" I groaned and produced a memorandum book. "I emphatically disapprove of this experiment," I muttered. "You're taking a frightful risk." "Don't be an asinine old woman," he admonished. "Nothing that you can say will induce me to stop now. I entreat you to remain silent while I study these charts." He raised the charts and studied them intently. I watched the clock on the mantel as it ticked out the seconds, and a curious dread clutched at my heart so that I choked. Suddenly the clock stopped ticking, and exactly at that moment Chalmers swallowed the drug. I arose quickly and moved toward him, but his eyes implored me not to interfere. "The clock has stopped," he murmured. "The forces that control it approve of my experiment. Time stopped, and I swallowed the drug. I pray God that I shall not lose my way." He closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. All of the blood had left his face, and he was breathing heavily. It was clear that the drug was acting with extraordinary rapidity. "It is beginning to get dark," he murmured. "Write that. It is beginning to get dark, and the familiar objects in the room are fading out. I can discern them vaguely through my eyelids, but they are fading swiftly." I shook my pen to make the ink come and wrote rapidly in shorthand as he continued to dictate. "I am leaving the room. The walls are vanishing, and I can no longer see any of the familiar objects. Your face, though, is still visible to me. I hope that you are writing. I think that I am about to make a great leap. A leap through space. Or perhaps it is through time that I shall make the leap. I cannot tell. Everything is dark, indistinct." He sat for a while silent, with his head sunk upon his breast. Then suddenly he stiffened, and his eyelids flittered open. "God in heaven!" he cried. "I see!" He was straining forward in his chair, staring at the opposite wall, but I knew that he was looking beyond the wall and that the objects in the room no longer existed for him. "Chalmers!" I cried. "Chalmers, shall I wake you?" "Do not!" he shrieked. "I see everything. All of the billions of lives that preceded me on this planet are before me at this moment. I see men of all ages, all races, all colors. They are fighting, killing, building, dancing, singing. They are sitting about rude fires on lonely gray deserts and flying through the air in monoplanes. They are riding the seas in bark canoes and enormous steamships. They are painting bison and mammoths on the walls of dismal caves and covering huge canvases with queer futuristic designs. I watch the migrations from Atlantis. I watch the migrations from Lemuria. I see the elder races, a strange horde of black dwarfs overwhelming Asia and the Neanderthalers with lowered heads and bent knees ranging obscenely across Europe. I watch the Achaeans streaming into the Greek Isles and the crude beginnings of Hellenic culture. I am in Athens and Pericles is young. I am standing on the soil of Italy. I assist in the rape of the Sabines. I march with the imperial legions. I tremble with awe and wonder as the enormous standards go by, and the ground shakes with the tread of the victorious Hastati. 1,000 naked slaves grovel before me as I pass in a litter of gold and ivory drawn by the night-black oxen from Thebes, and the flower girls scream, "Ave Caesar!" as I nod and smile. I am myself a slave on a Moorish galley. I watch the erection of a great cathedral. Stone by stone it rises, and through months and years I stand and watch each stone as it falls into place. I am burned on a cross, head downward in the time-scented gardens of Nero, and I watch with amusement and scorn the torturers at work in the chambers of the Inquisition. I walk in the holiest sanctuaries. I enter the temples of Venus. I kneel in adoration before the Magna Mater, and I throw coins on the bare knees of the sacred courtesans who sit with veiled faces in the groves of Babylon. I creep into an Elizabethan theater, and with the stinking rabble about me, I applaud the Merchant of Venice. I walk with Dante through the narrow streets of Florence. I meet the young Beatrice, and the hem of her garment brushes my sandals as I stare enraptured. I am a priest of Isis, and my magic astounds the nations. Simon Magus kneels before me, imploring my assistance, and Pharaoh trembles when I approach. In India, I talk with the masters and run screaming from their presence, for their revelations are as salt on wounds that bleed. I perceive everything simultaneously. I perceive everything from all sides. I am a part of all the teeming billions about me. I exist in all men, and all men exist in me. I perceive the whole of human history in a single instant, the past and the present. By simple straining, I can see farther and farther back. Now I am going back through strange curves and angles. Angles and curves multiply about me. I perceive great segments of time through curves. There is curved time and angular time. The beings that exist in angular time cannot enter curved time. It is very strange. I am going back and back. Man has disappeared from the earth. Gigantic reptiles crouch beneath enormous palms and swim through the loathly black waters of dismal lakes. Now the reptiles have disappeared. No animals remain upon the land, but beneath the waters, plainly visible to me, dark forms move slowly over the rotting vegetation. The forms are becoming simpler and simpler. Now they are single cells. All about me there are angles, strange angles that have no counterparts on the earth. I am desperately afraid. There is an abyss of being which man has never fathomed. I stared. Chalmers had risen to his feet, and he was gesticulating helplessly with his arms. I am passing through unearthly angles. I am approaching... Oh, the burning horror of it! Chalmers, I cried, do you wish me to interfere? He brought his right hand quickly before his face, as though to shut out a vision unspeakable. Not yet, he cried. I will go on. I will see what lies beyond. A cold sweat streamed from his forehead, and his shoulders jerked spasmodically. Beyond life there are... His face grew ashen with terror. Things that I cannot distinguish. They move slowly through angles. They have no bodies, and they move slowly through outrageous angles. It was then that I became aware of the odor in the room. It was a pungent, indescribable odor, so nauseous that I could scarcely endure it. I stepped quickly to the window and threw it open. When I returned to Chalmers and looked into his eyes, I nearly fainted. I think they have scented me, he shrieked. They are slowly turning toward me. He was trembling horribly. For a moment he clawed at the air with his hands. Then his legs gave way beneath him, and he fell forward on his face, slobbering and moaning. I watched him in silence as he dragged himself across the floor. He was no longer a man. His teeth were bared, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Chalmers, I cried. Chalmers, stop it! Stop it, do you hear? As if in reply to my appeal, he commenced to utter hoarse, convulsive sounds, which resembled nothing so much as the barking of a dog, and began a sort of hideous writhing in a circle about the room. I bent and seized him by the shoulders. Violently, desperately, I shook him. He turned his head and snapped at my wrist. I was sick with horror, but I dared not release him for fear that he would destroy himself in a paroxysm of rage. Chalmers, I muttered, you must stop that. There is nothing in this room that can harm you. Do you understand? I continued to shake and admonish him, and gradually the madness died out of his face. Shivering convulsively, he crumpled into a grotesque heap on the Chinese rug. I carried him to the sofa and deposited him upon it. His features were twisted in pain, and I knew that he was still struggling dumbly to escape from abominable memories. Whiskey, he muttered. You'll find a flask in the cabinet by the window, upper left-hand drawer. When I handed him the flask, his fingers tightened about it until the knuckles showed blue. They nearly got me, he gasped. He drained the stimulant in immoderate gulps, and gradually the color crept back into his face. "That drug was the very devil," I murmured. "It wasn't the drug," he moaned. His eyes no longer glared insanely, but he still wore the look of a lost soul. "They scented me in time," he moaned. "I went too far." "What were they like?" I said, to humor him. He leaned forward and gripped my arm. He was shivering horribly. "No word in our language can describe them." He spoke in a hoarse whisper. "They are symbolized vaguely in the myth of the fall, and in an obscene form which is occasionally found engraven on ancient tablets. The Greeks had a name for them, which veiled their essential foulness. The tree, the snake, and the apple. These are the vague symbols of a most awful mystery." His voice had risen to a scream. "Frank! Frank! A terrible and unspeakable deed was done in the beginning. Before time, the deed, and from the deed." He had risen and was hysterically pacing the room. "The seeds of the deed move through angles in dim recesses of time. They are hungry and athirst." "Chalmers," I pleaded to quiet him, "we are living in the 3rd decade of the 20th century. "They are lean and athirst," he shrieked. "The Hounds of Tindalos!" "Chalmers, shall I phone for a physician?" "A physician cannot help me now. They are horrors of the soul, and yet—" He hid his face in his hands and groaned. "They are real, Frank. I saw them for a ghastly moment. For a moment I stood on the other side. I stood on the pale gray shores beyond time and space, in an awful light that was not light, in a silence that shrieked. I saw them. All the evil in the universe was concentrated in their lean, hungry bodies. Or had they bodies? I saw them only for a moment. I cannot be certain, but I heard them breathe. Indescribably for a moment I felt their breath upon my face. They turned toward me, and I fled screaming. In a single moment I fled screaming through time. I fled down quintillions of years. But they scented me. Men awakened them cosmic hungers. We have escaped momentarily from the foulness that rings them round. They thirst for that in us which is clean, which emerged from the deed without stain. There is a part of us which did not partake in the deed, and that they hate. But do not imagine that they are literally prosaically evil. They are beyond good and evil as we know it. They are that which in the beginning fell away from cleanliness. Through the deed they became bodies of death, receptacles of all foulness. But they are not evil in our sense, because in the spheres through which they move there is no thought, no morals, no right or wrong as we understand it. There is merely the pure and the foul. The foul expresses itself through angles, the pure through curves. Man, the pure part of him is descended from a curve. Do not laugh, I mean that literally. I rose and searched for my hat. "I am dreadfully sorry for you, Chalmers," I said as I walked toward the door. "But I don't intend to stay and listen to such gibberish. I'll send my physician to see you. He's an elderly, kindly chap, and he won't be offended if you tell him to go to the devil. But I hope you'll respect his advice. A week's rest in a good sanitarium should benefit you immeasurably." I heard him laughing as I descended the stairs, but his laughter was so utterly mirthless that it moved me to tears. When Chalmers phoned the following morning, my first impulse was to hang up the receiver immediately. His request was so unusual, and his voice was so wildly hysterical that I feared any further association with him would result in the impairment of my own sanity. But I could not doubt the genuineness of his misery, and when he broke down completely and I heard him sobbing over the wire, I decided to comply with his request. "Very well," I said. "I will come over immediately and bring the plaster." En route to Chalmers' home, I stopped at a hardware store and purchased 20 pounds of plaster of Paris. When I entered my friend's room, he was crouching by the window, watching the opposite wall out of eyes that were feverish with fright. When he saw me, he rose and seized the parcel containing the plaster with an avidity that amazed and horrified me. He had extruded all the furniture, and the room presented a desolate appearance. "It is just conceivable that we can thwart them," he exclaimed, "but we must work rapidly. Frank, there is a step-ladder in the hall. Bring it here immediately, and then fetch a pail of water." "What for?" I murmured. He turned sharply, and there was a flush on his face. "To mix the plaster, you fool!" he cried. "To mix the plaster that will save our bodies and souls from a contamination unmentionable. To mix the plaster that will save the world from... Frank, they must be kept out." "Who?" I murmured. "The Hounds of Tindalos," he muttered. "They can only reach us through angles. We must eliminate all angles from this room. I shall plaster up all the corners, all the crevices. We must make this room resemble the interior of a sphere." I knew that it would have been useless to argue with him. I fetched the step-ladder. Chalmers mixed the plaster, and for 3 hours we labored. We filled in the 4 corners of the wall and the intersections of the floor and wall, and the wall and the ceiling, and we rounded the sharp angles of the window seat. "I shall remain in this room until they return in time," he affirmed when our task was completed. "When they discover that the scent leads through curves, they will return. They will return ravenous and snarling and unsatisfied to the foulness that was in the beginning, before time, beyond space." He nodded graciously and lit a cigarette. "It was good of you to help," he said. "Will you not see a physician, Chalmers?" I pleaded. "Perhaps tomorrow," he murmured. "But now I must watch and wait." "Wait for what?" I urged. Chalmers smiled wanly. "I know that you think me insane," he said. "You have a shrewd but prosaic mind, and you cannot conceive of an entity that does not depend for its existence on force and matter. Did it ever occur to you, my friend, that force and matter are merely the barriers to perception imposed by time and space? When one knows, as I do, that time and space are identical, and that they are both deceptive because they are merely imperfect manifestations of a higher reality, one no longer seeks in the visible world for an explanation of the mystery and terror of being." I rose and walked toward the door. "Forgive me," he cried. "I did not mean to offend you. You have a superlative intellect, but I have a superhuman one. It is only natural that I should be aware of your limitations." "Phone if you need me," I said, and descended the stairs 2 steps at a time. "I'll send my physician over at once," I muttered to myself. "He's a hopeless maniac, and heaven knows what will happen if someone doesn't take charge of him immediately." The following is a condensation of 2 announcements which appeared in the Partridgeville Gazette for July 3, 1928. Earthquake shakes financial district. At 2 o'clock this morning, an earth tremor of unusual severity broke several plate glass windows in Central Square and completely disorganized the electric and street railway systems. The tremor was felt in the outlying districts, and the steeple of the First Baptist Church on Angel Hill, designed by Christopher Wren in 1717, was entirely demolished. Firemen are now attempting to put out a blaze which threatens to destroy the Partridgeville glue works. An investigation is promised by the mayor, and an immediate attempt will be made to fix responsibly for this disastrous occurrence. Occult writer murdered by unknown guest. Horrible crime in Central Square. Mystery surrounds death of Halpin Chalmers. At 9 a.m. today, the body of Halpin Chalmers, author and journalist, was found in an empty room above the jewelry store of Smithwick and Isaacs, 24 Central Square. The coroner's investigation revealed that the room had been rented furnished to Mr. Chalmers on May 1st, and that he himself disposed of the furniture a fortnight ago. Chalmers was the author of several recondite books on occult themes and a member of the Bibliographic Guild. He formerly resided in Brooklyn, New York. At 7 a.m., Mr. L.E. Hancock, who occupies the apartment opposite Chalmers' room in the Smithwick and Isaacs establishment, smelt a peculiar odor when he opened his door to take in his cat and the morning edition of the Partridgeville Gazette. The odor he described as extremely acrid and nauseous, and he affirms that it was so strong in the vicinity of Chalmers' room that he was obliged to hold his nose when he approached that section of the hall. He was about to return to his own apartment when it occurred to him that Chalmers might have accidentally forgotten to turn off the gas in his kitchenette. Becoming considerably alarmed at the thought, he decided to investigate, and when repeated tappings on Chalmers' door brought no response, he notified the superintendent. The latter opened the door by means of a passkey, and the two men quickly made their way into the Chalmers room. The room was utterly destitute of furniture, and Hancock asserts that when he first glanced at the floor his heart went cold within him, and that the superintendent, without saying a word, walked to the open window and stared at the building opposite for fully 5 minutes. Chalmers lay stretched upon his back in the center of the room. He was starkly nude, and his chest and arms were covered with a peculiar bluish pus or ichor. His head lay grotesquely upon his chest. It had been completely severed from his body, and the features were twisted and torn and horribly mangled. Nowhere was there a trace of blood. The room presented a most astonishing appearance. The intersections of the walls, ceiling, and floor had been thickly smeared with plaster of Paris, but at intervals fragments had cracked and fallen off, and someone had grouped these upon the floor about the murdered man so as to form a perfect triangle. Beside the body were several sheets of charred yellow paper. These bore fantastic geometric designs and symbols and several hastily scrawled sentences. The sentences were almost illegible, and so absurd in context that they furnished no possible clue to the perpetrator of the crime. "I am waiting and watching," Chalmers wrote. "I sit by the window and watch walls and ceiling. I do not believe they can reach me, but I must be aware of the doles. Perhaps they can help them break through. The satyrs will help, and they can advance through the scarlet circles. The Greeks knew a way of preventing that. It is a great pity that we have forgotten so much." On another sheet of paper, the most badly charred of the 7 or 8 fragments found by Detective Sergeant Douglas, of the Partridgeville Reserve, was scrawled the following: "Good God, the plaster is falling. A terrific shock has loosened the plaster, and it is falling. An earthquake, perhaps. I never could have anticipated this. It is growing dark in the room. I must phone Frank, but can he get here in time? I will try. I will recite the Einstein formula. I will... God, they are breaking through. They are breaking through. Smoke is pouring from the corners of the wall. Their tongues... Ah!" In the opinion of Detective Sergeant Douglas, Chalmers was poisoned by some obscure chemical. He has sent specimens of the strange blue slime found on Chalmers' body to the Partridgeville Chemical Laboratories, and he expects the report will shed new light on one of the most mysterious crimes of recent years. That Chalmers entertained a guest on the evening preceding the earthquake is certain, for his neighbor distinctly heard a low murmur of conversation in the former's room as he passed it on his way to the stairs. Suspicion points strongly to this unknown visitor, and the police are diligently endeavoring to discover his identity. Report of James Morton, chemist and bacteriologist. "My dear Mr. Douglas, the fluid sent to me for analysis is the most peculiar that I have ever examined. It resembles living protoplasm, but it lacks the peculiar substances known as enzymes. Enzymes catalyze the chemical reactions occurring in living cells, and when the cell dies, they cause it to disintegrate by hydrolyzation. Without enzymes, protoplasm should possess enduring vitality, or i.e., immortality. Enzymes are the negative components, so to speak, of unicellular organism, which is the basis of all life. That living matter can exist without enzymes biologists emphatically deny. And yet the substance that you have sent me is alive, and it lacks these indispensable bodies. Good God, sir, do you realize what astounding new vistas this opens up?" Excerpt from The Secret Watchers by the late Halpin Chalmers. "What if, parallel to the life we know, there is another life that does not die, which lacks the elements that destroy our life? Perhaps in another dimension there is a different force from that which generates our life. Perhaps this force emits energy or something similar to energy, which passes from the unknown dimension where it is, and creates a new form of cell life in our dimension. No one knows that such new cell life does exist in our dimension. Ah, but I have seen its manifestations. I have talked with them. In my room at night, I have talked with the doles, and in dreams I have seen their maker. I have stood on the dim shore beyond time and matter and seen it. It moves through strange curves and outrageous angles. Some day I shall travel in time and meet it face to face. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Were-Snake.
"What a perfectly adorable ruin," said Miss Beardsley. "I love deepest gloom, and this place is as mournful as Erebus. The perversity of nature has entered into the rocks. They seem alive."
These people worshipped a curious pantheon, I explained. Ishtar was represented here. Hellish rites were performed on the altar before you. The modern mind cannot conceive them, and to describe them would require the invention of a new language. These piles are older than Stonehenge or Egypt. They antedate the pyramids by thousands of years, and probably go back to the Neolithic age.
"Who was Ishtar?"
asked Miss Beardsley. The great mother goddess, the magna mater of the Babylonians, the Assyrians, and darker, more sinister peoples whose civilizations were legends in the age of Homer. The worship of Ishtar, variously called Inanna, Nina, Astarte, extended over the whole of Asia, and her altars are to be found in Persia, India, China, Arabia, and Siberia. Ishtar's earthly counterpart was a woman of devastating beauty, who possessed the cruel and vicious nature of the Roman empress Messalina. In Nineveh, in Tyre, in Erech, her terrestrial manifestations lured camel drivers in from the desert and destroyed them with kisses. It has been estimated that her victims in a single year outnumbered armies of locusts. Miss Beardsley scowled and poked with her parasol among gray, antiquated stones.
"It isn't that I don't trust you, but they told me in the village that native girls walk here at night and pretend to be reincarnations of that goddess."
"The native girls are very ugly," I assured her. "They have flat noses and square ears, and they wear rings through their lips. No white man could love them."
"I never liked them," murmured Miss Beardsley.
I took Miss Beardsley's hand and smiled into her nervous blue eyes. I found her anger more delightful than the impecunious glory of archaeology, but like most stubborn men, I invariably sought excuses. "There is no truth in those silly old tales," I said, "but it is something to sleep here. The place is haunted, and it will give me prestige."
"But what has superstition to do with archaeology?" demanded Miss Beardsley.
"We must investigate all superstitions," I responded. "They often furnish us with invaluable data. Lord Clayton Maddox ignores haunted ruins, and the Royal Society ignores Clayton Maddox."
"What of it?"
pouted Miss Beardsley. I felt that her frivolity did not become her. "I fear," I said, "that you underestimate the satisfaction of achievement and the value of rewards." Miss Beardsley made a gesture indicating contempt.
"But they are both quite worthless," she snapped. "In 50 years you will no longer desire them."
She stooped and picked up a handful of grayish sand.
"You will be less than that," she said.
My guide's eyes sparkled, and he smiled at Miss Beardsley. "It is encouraging," he said, "to hear a woman talk like that. We of the East place less value upon externals. We educate the soul, and we do not value rewards. With us it is a distinction to remain humble and unknown. We rather despise those who are rich in the world's goods." "And what is the purpose of such a ridiculous attitude?" I asked. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice when he answered me. "You Saxons are primitive and uncivilized. You amuse yourselves with absurd toys. You are proud of your bridges and your automobiles, your telephones and fireless cookers, and your vile, vicious factories. But we seek true culture and understanding. Your culture decayed before the invention of printing. Your Middle Ages were glorious. You had then great cathedrals, the sacred and profane mysteries, magic and holy symbols. You had one great seer who surpassed the ancient East in wisdom. John Dee knew the secrets and terrors that lurked in lonely souls, and had you followed Dee instead of such children as Newton and Watt, you might now be in direct communication with the unknown. The true culture of Greece vanished when the philosophers entered Athens. Your civilization took the wrong path and perished with the Italian Renaissance. You ask me why we educate the soul. We educate the soul to make it strong. When the soul is strong, it is able to conquer. But there are things which I cannot name. Fiddlesticks, I retorted. But tell me, do any nameless things haunt these ruins? My guide looked at me evasively and avoided a direct reply. You will need a knife, Heavenborn, he informed me. And a gun? I queried. It does no good to shoot when you see the eyes. They are invulnerable, but a knife you might find useful. A gun should be sufficient, I insisted, and I do not think that I shall take a knife. You must take a knife, too, said Miss Beardsley. And if the native girls... Her eyes hardened, and I saw that there were possibilities and depths in her which I had not suspected. That night I camped in the gray and ominously deserted temple of Ishtar. It wasn't pleasant. The wind swept in from the desert and whistled eerily about lonely altars and dark, amorphous piles. Locusts alighted upon my nose and ears, and they made molasses upon my beard and refused to disembark. Nothing is more repulsive to me than insects, and yet it was no good being angry with them. I sat and dozed or stared drowsily into the darkness, and thought of the charnel worms which the mad Arab Alhazred bred in the bellies of slain camels. I wondered if I should have the moral courage to face the apparition when it came. It would be necessary to challenge and expose it. What impressed me above all things was the survival of the Ishtar legend among the natives. I recalled the horrible rites connected with her worship, and curiously enough, I could not rid my mind of a vague longing to sit enraptured at the spectacle of a living sacrifice to the Assyrian pantheon on the dark, ageless altar before me. Like an idiot, I imagined one. The sacrifice took the most loathsome form. The victim was fastened to the gray stone altar by 6 hooded priests of Ishtar, and hacked to pieces with little knives. And while the horrid priests wrought their unhallowed butchery, Ishtar smiled, and standing at the base of the altar, comforted the victim by stroking his hair. And yet, in spite of Ishtar's cruelty, the Babylonians and Assyrians had worshipped her with a curious devotion. Ishtar, I had been told, was so beautiful that no man could look upon her unveiled face and retain the sight of his eyes. Her hair was bronzed, like the sand of the desert near an oasis, and her lips placed the beholder in immediate danger. Men forgot their wives, and sometimes even their merchandise and camels, and fell down and worshipped. All day over the smooth sands, processions of men crawled toward her on their hands and knees. Imperial edicts had been levied against her, but men risked death and exile and crawled toward her on their hands and knees. She was more beautiful than the dawn when it comes up all white and purple and fragrant with the odors of paradise. There was something in her movements, in the way in which she held her head, in the curve of her elbow, or in the glimmer of light on her tapering ankles that sent a bright, impossible joy into the hearts of her devotees. And no man who had once beheld Ishtar could be satisfied for long with an ordinary woman. I awoke from a dream of Ishtar and incredible antique dawns, and stared into a darkness that shamed the stars. Only in the desert does the darkness thicken like whipped cream, and stream past with an audible whisper. The darkness was like a great black beetle covering the world with its wings. No shadows moved in it, and no one breathed in it, but the dark itself was alive, and it whispered. The night was like an old woman that had given birth to the darkness. Up beyond the darkness sat the mother of the darkness, with her changeling upon her knees. And then in that desolate wilderness of smothering black I saw 2 luminous green eyes that stared and did not blink. I got nervously to my feet and told the eyes that I didn't care. The sound of my own voice reassured me. "You are not really the eyes of Ishtar," I said. "This is some trick, some ridiculous, shameful trick. You take advantage of Americans. But I shall inform the consul. We are not to be trifled with. Our consul has red hair, and he beats his wife, and he judges men by the color of their skin. He will not even complain to our government. He will take a delightfully unconventional view of the affair. He has a nervous dislike for impostors. He will fasten you to a post and pull out your teeth and tickle you upon the soles of your feet until you scream and gibber and a nameless horror fastens upon your brain. The eyes did not even blink. The eyes were green coals in a whispering void. They stared lidlessly in the dark, and I thought, these are surely the eyes of Ishtar. An extraordinary numbness passed over me. It seemed to me then that nothing mattered, and my excitement gradually gave way to a stoical indifference. And yet in the back of my mind there lurked godless horror, and my heart beat with tragic unsteadiness. The eyes were a seal of the unspeakable horror of the night. They confirmed my hatred of the dark, made the dark more mephitic, more vividly malevolent. The eyes emitted 2 greenish rays, which traversed the dark but did not illume it. I walked forward toward the eyes, holding out my arms to preserve my balance. Twice I nearly stumbled, and a sharp stone pricked through the thin soles of my moccasins. The ground was littered with incredibly ancient rocks, and the sand was soft and wet, and it gave beneath me. For a moment I imagined that from somewhere beyond the narrow gray confines of the temple there came a current of sickly, evil-smelling air blowing noiselessly in the dark. I felt the unwholesome warmth upon my cheeks and throat, but worst of all was a sense of evil that enveloped me like a putrid shroud. I resolved to anticipate the embrace of Ishtar, and I deliberately stared into the eyes before me. They blazed with unconcealed fury. My body sought to rebel, and the palms of my hands grew damp with the fear of Ishtar. But my will kept me from the brink of the pit. I thought, it is very queer that Ishtar does not challenge me. It is very strange that she does nothing but stare with her large, soulless eyes. Then I became dumb. I saw that the eyes before me were divided into tiny sections, and the idea came to me that Ishtar's eyes were complex, like the eyes of a fly, and consisted of a million blazing orbs. The eyes before me were not human. I retreated until my back was against a high jutting wall. I ran my hands rapidly back and forth across the stone to assure myself that the wall was high and firm. The wall was a protection against the evil changeling of the night. It was a buttress of the visibly strong and real against the shadowy and amorphous. I quietly drew my revolver from its holster and leveled it at the glaring, unblinking green eyes. My revolver could wreck the darkness, cleave it in two, tear it to shreds. My revolver was a symbol of power brought to bear upon evil that sulked, that stabbed in the back. I sought to orient myself to the unaccustomed weapon. The thought of the sudden brutal bark of a revolver in that shrouded place seemed a desecration, and my fingers trembled upon the breech. A queer paralysis held me. For a moment I felt like a corpse standing in a shroud. I was tortured by the fear of noise and action, of anything that would unsettle the darkness and make the situation drastic. For a moment I wavered, and turned over in my mind the advisability of going on my knees to Ishtar and asking her pardon. And then suddenly courage swelled within me like a wave. I dared to press upon the trigger, and the loathsome blackness disappeared in a plethoric glare which swallowed the earth. Nothing existed but an evanescent and transcendent whiteness, and the darkness quivered like jelly and fell away and writhed on the knees of the night. And then from the matrix of the glare came a thunderous report, and sound took the place of light, and the darkness came rushing back. I shut my eyes and cried out. My knees threatened to give way beneath me, but I thought, one shot is not enough. I must take care to see that Ishtar does not escape. I discovered that I had no desire to see Ishtar. With my back against the wall and my revolver throttling the darkness, I rejoiced that I could not see I know not what, but I discerned in the momentary glare low crumbling walls and leaning altars and black satyr-like faces carved in black basalt, and I was filled with horror and awe inexpressible. And I thought that Miss Beardsley had concealed strange realization beneath her flippancy. She had tried to warn me. This place is as mournful as Erebus. The perversity of nature has entered into the rocks. They seem alive. The whole business looked ugly, and it especially explained the villagers' fear of the temple of Ishtar. There was a dead silence for 5 minutes or more, and then I threw aside the thing of flame that had failed to justify its boast of strength. I heard a metallic ring as it went clattering over the stones. The eyes of Ishtar had moved nearer, and I felt that I had sounded the depths of anguish, and that I now dangled above an unreverberate abyss. Far above me, through a fissure, I saw the stars, but they glittered so weakly that they seemed to exude darkness and not light. What if I should go on my knees to Ishtar and entreat her to love me? Perhaps her eyes would grow soft. Perhaps I should see her and find her beautiful. The camel drivers had found her beautiful. They had come in from the desert, and she had comforted them with kisses and killed them with love. "I could love you," I said to the eyes, and I loathed the sound of my own voice. I knew what I had done, but I should never have spoken to Ishtar had not some force superior to my will persuaded me that utter destruction is more desirable than suspense. At once the eyes grew immense and soft and tender in the night. They lost their snake-like glitter. They advanced toward me, and I heard a low swishing sound as if something smooth and soft were crawling on its hands and knees over a rough, uneven surface. A curiously indescribable odor, acrid and necrophilic, came to me on the tiny breath of air blowing noiselessly in the dark. And then from beyond the narrow gray borders of the temple I heard a sudden, sharp exclamation of fear and pain. It was a voice of pity and terror in the night, shaming the eyes of Ishtar. It arose from the dark spaces, tender and full of infinite compassion and infinite fear, and it softened the hard edges of the darkness. "Stay back," I shouted. "I shall take care of this." The voice rose to a higher pitch. It swelled in the darkness and formed phrases and sentences and pleaded and reproached. "Oh, Arthur, I warned you. I told you that nothing good would come of sleeping here. Arthur, where are you?" "Miss Beardsley," I cried, "you must go back. It is nothing. No hurt will come to you." "It is something, Arthur, and I would face it with you. I have no fear, Arthur. There is nothing in the darkness that can hurt us. Only our fears hurt us, and make monsters of the darkness. You must banish fear, Arthur, and I will help you." I knew that Miss Beardsley had rounded the gray walls, and that she walked within the temple, directly beneath the lowering, menacing eyes of Ishtar. I saw the eyes narrow and their softness disappear, and a cold fury flame in their pupil-less depths. "Arthur!" called Miss Beardsley, and I knew that she stood not 3 yards from me. I could have stepped forward and touched her in the darkness. "Arthur!" The voice was reproachful and despairing. I moved forward to intercept her, and I saw the eyes drop and swerve to one side. They struck against something soft, and I heard a sudden frightened scream, and I knew that Miss Beardsley had been attacked and thrown forcefully upon the ground. I left the protection of the wall and went down on my hands and knees, groping among gray cutting stones. Surely, I thought, there must be some way of breaking through, of tearing the darkness apart and rescuing Miss Beardsley. I shivered and moaned and struggled with the darkness, and the most awful terror filled my mind. I pulled myself forward over the sharp stones until my body became one great sore, and my clothes hung in rags and my eyes filled with tears, for it was all dark and indistinct ahead, and I could not reach Miss Beardsley. Low choking gasps came from Miss Beardsley, followed by sobs and gurgles, and I heard a thrashing and a retching. This is lethal horror, I thought. One solitary tremendous purpose acted like a tonic upon my will. Ishtar was the horror in the night, and I must save Miss Beardsley from her dark, loathsome paws. I recognized the menace of Ishtar with a new acuteness. The unearthly evil of Ishtar would imperil the soul of Miss Beardsley, for the goddess would not be satisfied with a mere body, an empty husk. I was fighting, then, to save both the body and soul of Miss Beardsley. I struggled forward, trying to murder the dark with my 2 hands. I suffered pain. In the darkness, in the night, I knew a great hurt, and Miss Beardsley was crying and moaning 3 yards from me. It seemed frightful to me, my inability to reach Miss Beardsley. I'd climbed and climbed over rough gray stones, and my hands and knees were covered with blood, but I could not reach Miss Beardsley. She retreated from me. Something was carrying her off, dragging her ruthlessly over the stones. Suddenly my hands and knees went wet. My thoughts became confused, but I knew that I knelt in something wet. It seemed as if I had passed from agony into dumb, unreasoning delirium. I raised one hand slowly out of the wet. I did not confess my fears to myself. I did not openly acknowledge them. Things remained blurred and indefinite in my brain. But in the back of my brain, the fear lurked like a panther about to spring. I raised the hand slowly. I understood dimly that I could not live if the wet confirmed my fear. But it was not blood. It wasn't. Blood was less thick, less cold. I knew that I knelt in dark slime of the earth. A godless slug that had never seen the sun and moon and stars might leave such slime. I shut my eyes without precisely knowing why, and my brain became quite quiet. I would go on and find Miss Beardsley. I crawled forward on my hands and knees over the dark earth. It seemed as if I was going on forever, and yet I knew intuitively that I should eventually find light, and Miss Beardsley. Something that left dark, evil-smelling slime in its wake, and that had eyes like the eyes of Ishtar was carrying Miss Beardsley away over the dark, and I would discover its retreat and destroy it utterly. My heart beat wildly, and a buzzing commenced in my brain, but I ground my teeth together and went on and on. I followed a trail of foul-smelling slime, and my whole body ached. Formless shapes branched and grew in my mind. I thought aloud, will there be no end? Is there no dawn? Will dawn never come up over the desert, all white and clean and radiant? Is there nothing but formless dark that conceals a blasphemous slug that is not human, that leaves slime in its path? For the first time I had found voice. I decided to try again, and I pierced the dark with the sharp insistence of my voice. I sought an answer. I sought assurance. There was a sort of malicious cruelty in the silence, and I sought to lessen the torture, to ease the tension as I crawled forward on my hands and knees. Miss Beardsley, you must have faith. I am coming for you on my hands and knees. The way is long, and there will be much pain, but you must fight Ishtar through your will. Arthur, it is squeezing me. It is soft, and I cannot grip it. It flips away from me. You must hurry, but I shall not fear, Arthur. Fear is deadly and will destroy us both. Long and white and smooth was the passage that opened out before me and ran down into the earth. Into my mind came fragments of horrid superstition and malicious memory, and a phrase from Joseph Glanville which Poe had once quoted. The vastness, profundity, and unsearchableness of his works, which have a depth in them greater than the well of Democritus. The passage before me was a tunnel of nightmare, and with my brain I doubted. But I saw the tunnel clearly and the light streaming out of it. And the thing that had carried Miss Beardsley over the rough ground, the thing of slime and night, had crept into the tunnel, and it did not expect me to follow. Or did it expect me to follow? Through interminable windings and turnings I clambered on my hands and knees. The tunnel narrowed and threatened to embrace me, and then it widened until I could not glimpse in the wavering light its high, sloping top. Forward I pressed through the shadows, and shouted and wept in the darkness, and far ahead I heard an audible swishing as the thing crawled through the damp cold, leaving a trail of slime and unspeakable odor in its wake. The impressions left me by that horrible descent were profoundly grave and unforgettable. But some destiny over which I had no control had arranged that I should suffer, and as I crawled downward on my hands and knees I knew that no bestial god could survive that destiny. Suffering and terror would be mine, but out of the night would come a marvelous dawn, and the confused discords about me would somehow harmonize one with the other, and I should listen with exaltation and ecstasy to a gorgeous and stupendous symphony. I would return from the brink of the pit, and Miss Beardsley and I would face the new dawn together. Why is a cold, ill-lighted tunnel that twists and turns superior to the darkness? Why did I feel a resurgence of confidence as I moved forward over the cold ground? For eternities I crawled forward on my hands and knees, and then, quite unexpectedly, upon turning a bend, I saw it. Stupendous and awful. And to think that one might anywhere unexpectedly come upon such an abomination. What is the use of going on? I thought. This thing cannot be. If it exists, there is no longer any reason for living. If it exists, we are all helpless, wretched creatures living in an hallucination, living on the edge of an abyss, living in a dream from which it is death to awake. We live surrounded by a Walpurgis night of obscene shapes, flapping harpies that would tear out our brains and glut upon our bodies in sleep, ghoulish, black-lipped incubi, serpents of nightmare from Archeron, Calibans from Tartarus. We live surrounded by famine and pestilence and death, if such as this can exist under the stars. I gnawed at the ends of my fingers to keep from shrieking. Miss Beardsley lay in a pool of ooze, the muscles of her face relaxed, and an awful, indescribable agony shone in her eyes. Her arms hung limp at her sides, but the fingers of her right hand opened and closed convulsively. Above her in the dim light, its face in profile against a dark, ageless boulder, crouched the thing that I had followed through the darkness, the shadowy, lethal thing of unutterable evil that had left a dark, noisome trail of slime behind it. Its dog-like head was covered with scales, and a long reptilian tongue protruded from between its black bulbous lips. Its eye in profile seemed large and gray, but the tunnel light had glazed it, and it no longer glittered. It was quite hopeless from a sane or human point of view, and when I raised my arm in a gesture of despair and fury, it hissed and spat at me. I knew that I should shiver and grow frigid at its touch. For a moment I did not think that I could ever move again, and I wondered if Miss Beardsley suffered pain. I longed to soothe and console her, to assure her that I understood. "I shall attend to this," I said, but I had no intention of attending to anything. My mind ran in one narrow channel to the exclusion of everything that should have concerned me. If it does not move, I am safe, I thought. I stood very still, fearing that if I moved an inch I should bring it down upon me. In fancy I felt its cold nostril nuzzling my face. I knew that it would nuzzle me until I perished of horror and loathing. I was more upset than I cared to acknowledge. I suppose I thought of Miss Beardsley, but one thing comes back now and shames me: my vile, shocking cowardice. But something destroyed my shivering inhibition of muscle and will and sent me forward like a released spring. I saw its body. The head had held me back and tied my muscles into knots and filled me with shameless fright. But the body called for quick, decisive action. I went forward instantly and did what I had to do. But before I joined with it in that foggy earth crypt, I bent with amazing agility and picked from the ground a thin, sharp stone. I remember severing with one stroke the great dog-like head, and I remember how the black arterial blood ran out of the neck and spattered over my arms and legs. I know that the body twisted and writhed in the cavern gloom, and tied itself into knots and monstrous fleshy folds. I can see it now, writhing and twisting in the shadows, and I see the severed head lying beside Miss Beardsley on the ground. The jaws open and close, and the eyes are amazed, almost indignant, like the eyes of a child who had been punished for what it does not consider a wrong. When I had finished and the folds lay still, I got up and walked over to where Miss Beardsley lay upon the cold, hard ground. I realized that sympathy and pity would never do. Miss Beardsley needed more drastic medicine. "Get up!" I shouted at her. "I don't intend to stand here and wait for you. Get up!" Miss Beardsley moaned, and her lips quivered, but a pink tinge crept back into her cheeks. "Get up at once!" I shouted. A moment more, and she was on her feet, her blue eyes flashing with anger and a red blush covering her throat and cheeks. I knew then that she was saved, and I drew her quickly toward me and away from the headless thing on the ground. "We'll be in time for breakfast," I told her. "I have ordered ostrich eggs and pomegranates. We shall sit on the terrace and watch the dawn come up over the desert." "Oh, but my aunt never rises so early," said Miss Beardsley. "For once," I responded, "we shall do without a chaperone." I led her out into the cool night. For a moment we stood under the gray wall of the Temple of Ishtar, and then we walked arm in arm toward the hotel. "You are worth a dozen Ishtars," I told her. "That is not very complimentary," she said, "to tell me that I am only worth In a moment my arms were about her, and I knew the sweet magic of her yielding body. At noon my guide came to me. "You will never guess what we found in the ruin," he said. "A snake?" I asked. His face became horribly solemn. "Yes and no. We found a headless woman, but that is not all. The grey sacrificial stone was covered with blood, and upon it lay the head of a snake, a hooded cobra." Miss Beardsley shivered and plucked at my sleeve. "In the village they tell queer tales. They say that you killed Ishtar." My guide's small eyes narrowed. "Yes," he said, "and we are grateful. Your courage has delivered us from Ishtar, the were-snake." Below the balcony our camels eyed us with tolerant, disillusioned eyes. End of section 2. Section 3 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Whitlock's Price. "If it is successful," observed Whitlock, "we have made our name immortal." The mellow light of an old-fashioned reading lamp threw into sight the faces of two men, the eyes of both glaring feverishly down at something which lay upon a large table. The object moved, which satisfied the speaker. "We have won," he said, in an even, unaffected tone. "Life has preserved." And he turned on the electricity. The room became instantly flooded with light and revealed the two men standing opposite each other, an excited expression on the face of one, while his companion bore a look of absolute calm. Their hands were daubed with blood, which trickled off in little streams to the handsome blue velvet rug which covered the floor. The room was large and comfortable. Rows of books lined the walls, and the aspect of the scene suggested the library of a successful man of affairs. Nothing could have been more out of place here than the large unpainted wooden table which stood in the middle of the room, and which seemed to serve as a base for some sanguinary operation. Both men were about 40, but in appearance their differences were radical and startling. One was a physical giant, with full and massive shoulders. It was he who had spoken, and who had remained calm throughout the operation. The other was a small, nervous man with a bristling mustache and rather long hair. He was irreproachably dressed, yet his white shirt front was liberally bespattered with the crimson fluid just mentioned. The object on the table suddenly became audible. It was an indescribable guttural sound, or half-cry, which proceeded from the pulsing throat. The small man turned to the large one. "Andrew," he murmured, "for God's sake, put an end to this thing. Our experiment is successful, far beyond our fondest hopes, but I can't bear to see that thing wriggle. It is hideous." "Bah, man," returned Whitlock. "Your nerves are unstrung, that's all. What have we here? Just an ugly mass of protoplasm which I have managed to keep alive. 1,000 such creatures sacrificed would be nothing. Brace up, Stephen. Think of our glory, of the benefit to the race." The creature, a large dog of mixed breed, was now groaning horribly. The poor thing was almost cut in two, and several of its most important organs had been removed. Its liver, still palpitating, lay alongside Whitlock's right hand. Suddenly its whole frame vibrated, and it died. For the first time the large man let an exclamation of real feeling escape him. He uttered a slight groan. Then he turned to Stephen Gilbert. "Doctor," he said, "the dog has died too soon. Our operation is not a success, but a failure. I must have another dog." The one addressed turned and tried to argue. "But, Andrew," he protested, "you have had 8 dogs already. I got this one only on condition that it would be the last, and now you ask for another." "You will get me one and have it here by tomorrow," declared Whitlock, in a tone so decided that it was impossible to combat further. Dr. Gilbert left the table without another word, disappeared for a few moments into another room, and returned with his hands washed and shirt changed. He then selected a cigar from the assortment on the table, took his cane, and left. When the door had closed, Andrew Whitlock threw himself into a chair and remained buried half the night in deep meditation. When he had graduated from college, he had possessed an independent income. It was small, but it enabled him to live without working, a state of affairs generally very bad but occasionally very good for a young man. In Whitlock's case, it was advantageous. It had enabled him to build up his body instead of wearing it down by a high desk under a green lamp, so that at 30 he was a giant. Then he had resolved to embark upon something serious, so had undertaken the study of medicine. At college he had met Stephen Gilbert, whose pupil he had become. Always brilliant, he had learned so rapidly that in the course of a few years he was clearly Gilbert's master. It was then that he had conceived what he believed to be a revolution in surgery. The idea grew upon him and possessed him. He thought of it night and day. Then he confided his idea to Gilbert. At first the doctor laughed. Next he became serious. Then he agreed to assist. How short is the time between the conception of an idea and its application. We imagine something, and lo, we are doing it. We do not wait for the so-called psychological moment, but rashly make the plunge at once, whether for better or for worse. Whitlock could not wait for anything. Wildly impatient to begin, he had a table erected in his library, and 2 nights after he had decided to make an experiment, the experiment was underway. Within a week he had killed 6 dogs, or perhaps 8, since 2 more had perished from air pressure in the box where it was necessary to keep them for 2 days before the operation. Yet, in spite of the remonstrances of his friend, he had continued. Now, on the threshold of success, he had failed at the last moment. But the passion had seized him. When would he stop? The next day Gilbert brought Andrew Whitlock another dog, which was cordially welcomed. Whitlock was really enthusiastic. He was certain of success this time. The dog would not die, and they would be famous. Gilbert, however, was more skeptical. He was humane and objected to the extremes of vivisection. In spite of the obstinacy of Whitlock, he tried to reason with him in every conceivable way, but he might better have argued with a rock. Whitlock approached from the table and beckoned for Gilbert to bring the small black and tan dog. Then, without the slightest show of mercy or relenting, he clutched the dog by the neck and fastened him down to the board. When everything was ready, he turned to Dr. Gilbert. "Now," he said in an even tone, "I am about to make one more attempt to regenerate dead cells. Are you ready?" Gilbert nodded. Whitlock's knife slowly descended. For one horrible moment there could be heard the sound of steel piercing flesh. Then all was over. The 10th dog was dead. He turned to Gilbert. "You see," he said, "the dog was already sick. It died at the first thrust of the knife. I trust you will see that I get another." Stephen Gilbert was exasperated beyond words. He talked, pleaded, remonstrated, and prayed Whitlock would give it up. The neighbors would hear the cries issuing from his house. He had no license. He would face a prison sentence. But the friend only folded his arms and gave a cold, cynical laugh. It froze the bones and chilled the marrow. It forced a terrible thought to form itself in Gilbert's mind. After all, was not Whitlock guilty of a horrible crime? Even a series of crimes? What right had a man, for his own personal ambition, to torture dumb creatures? He resolved to take a stand in the matter. "Andrew," he declared, "if you must continue with your experiments, we part company. I will no longer assist you." At first Whitlock seemed angered that his old friend should offer such a threat. Then he controlled himself and spoke. "Stephen, for 8 years we have studied together. We have never differed in essential ideas. We have worked in harmony. Together we started out on this task. Are you going to fail me now?" Dr. Gilbert was weak and unable to maintain a stand even after he had taken it. The appeal of his friend moved him. After all, what was one more dog? So he gave his promise. But one more sacrifice did not end the matter. On and on it went. Each time Gilbert would protest, but each time Andrew Whitlock would argue and win. The winter passed and summer came. 20 dumb creatures had paid the toll. It now became difficult for Whitlock to get rid of the bodies. The first 3 had been smuggled out of the house by Gilbert and thrown into the river with a stone tied to the bundle. But the river front was now carefully guarded, which made further disposition by this method impossible. Whitlock thought of burning them, but As this would force the erection of a cremation furnace, the idea was abandoned for the time being. Gilbert then resorted to the plan of carrying the dead things out into the country and throwing them into a lake. Whitlock had become so absorbed in his pursuit that he neglected even his clothes. He seldom left the house, and when he did, it was only to secure some new surgical instrument. One day he was exceedingly hilarious. He greeted Gilbert enthusiastically. He had discovered a new conglutinative agent. By applying this substance to open wounds, he could instantly stop all flow of blood without coagulation. Not only would his experiment be successful, but he would be able to make another one of even greater magnitude. Gilbert was in despair. He was thoroughly tired of experimenting, but by this time he had learned the uselessness of combating his friend's decisions. 10 more canines perished, and Whitlock was still unsuccessful. Then the sluggish will of Stephen Gilbert asserted itself at last, and after a stormy scene he took the step he should have taken long before. Sadly, he parted company with his friend forever, and Whitlock was forced to continue the work alone. The summer passed, and winter was again approaching, yet still there was no advancement. What Whitlock was doing had now leaked out. Certain officials called upon him and demanded an explanation. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals sent a keen representative. But, by the same force of character which had enabled him to win over Gilbert for such a length of time, he succeeded in convincing his accusers that there was nothing wrong. On the 10th of November, Stephen Gilbert happened to pick up a certain medical paper. There, in clear black type, was the heading, "Unknown Experimenter Succeeds Where Others Failed," beneath which followed a brief account of how a certain Andrew Whitlock had created a new force in surgery by the regeneration of dead tissues. By the 20th, every paper in the country was conspicuously printing the discovery. Whitlock was famous. If Gilbert remained at his post 6 months longer, he would have shared the fame. But the doctor felt no remorse. Fame to him was a material thing, a disgrace to true merit. He was content to struggle along unknown if he could serve humanity. Success went to Whitlock's head. Originally a cold man, obstinate and cruel, yet with a certain desire to help suffering humanity, he now became a libertine. He threw principle to the devil and spent his time in orgies. Excited beyond measure by his sudden reputation and striving to forget the tortures he had inflicted upon nearly 100 dumb creatures, he ran the gamut of debauchery. 3 months after the announcement of his pupil's success, Gilbert noticed another item in the press, an item whose perusal caused him to turn pale. "I wonder what prompted Whitlock to take his own life," he mused. End of section 3. Section 4. Of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ocean Leech. I heard Bauca beating with his bare fists upon the cabin door and the wind whistling under the cracks. I objected to both, and I opened the door wide. Bauca came in then with a fierce rush of wind. He was a curious little man, with the sea and sky in his eyes, and he spoke in pantomime. He pointed toward the door and ran his fingers savagely through his red hair, and I knew that something had nearly finished him. I mean, finished him spiritually, damaged his soul, his outlook. I didn't know whether to be pleased or horrified. Bauca seemed more human with his queer, vivid gestures and flaming eyes, but I couldn't imagine what he had seen up on deck. Of course, I found out soon enough. The men were sitting about in idiotic groups of 2s and 3s, and no one saluted me when I stepped out from the shadows of twisted cordage into a luminous strip of moonlight. "Where's the bosun?" I asked. Several of the men heard my question, and they turned and stared at me, and deliberately tittered. "It took the bosun," said Oscar. Oscar seldom spoke to anyone. He was tall and lean, and his jaundiced scalp was fringed by yellow hair. I distinctly recall his dark, hungry eyes and his fringe of hair glistening in the moonlight. But the rest of Oscar I can no longer visualize. He has faded into an indefinite ghost of memory. It is curious, though, how clearly I remember every other shape and incident of that amazing night. Oscar was standing by my elbow, and I turned suddenly and gripped his arm. It reassured me to grip his strong, muscular arm, but I knew that I had hurt him, for his shoulder jerked and he looked at me reproachfully. I presume Oscar wanted me to stand upon my own feet, but he made a sweeping motion with his arm to assure me that it didn't matter. The wind whistled about our ears and the tattered sails flapped and wheezed. Sails can speak, you know. I've heard sails protest in chorus, each sail with a slight different accent. You get to understand their conversation in time. On still mornings it is wonderful to come up on deck and hear the sails whispering among themselves. They make gestures, too, and when they are tired they sway pathetically against the sky. I took a turn about the deck and bawled out the men, and told them to go to the devil. Then I got my pipe out, and blew grotesque yellow effigies into the cold air. They danced in the moonlight and made the situation irredeemable. I came back to Oscar eventually and asked him point-blank what he meant by it, but Oscar didn't answer me. He simply turned and pointed. Something white and gelatinous oozed over the rail and ran or slid for several feet along the deck. Then a larger bulk seethed out of the darkness and stood poised above the black stern post. A second object descended upon the deck, coming down with a thud and running at a tangent with the first over the smooth, polished boards. I saw two of the men get quickly to their feet with wildish, jerky motions, and I heard Oscar shout out a curt command. The thing upon the deck spread out and became broader at its base. It reared into the air, a livid appendage encircled with monstrous pink suckers. We could see the suckers loathsomely at work in the moonlight, opening and closing and opening again. We were affected by a queer aromatic stench, and we felt an overpowering sense of physical nausea. I saw one of the men reel backward and collapse upon the boards. Then a second idiot keeled over, and a third. A third actually advanced toward the loathsome object on his hands and knees, as if fascinated. At that moment the moon seemed to draw nearer, to actually careen down the sky and hang above the cordage. Then suddenly the amorphous tentacles shot forward, like released hawsers, and struck against the nearest mast, and I heard a splintering and a noise like thunder. The arms quivered and seemed to fly in all directions. Then they flopped back over the side. I fastened my eyes upon our black topsail mastheads, and questioned Oscar in a very low voice. "Did that take the bosun?" Oscar nodded and shuffled his feet. The men on the deck whispered among themselves, and I knew intuitively that a spirit of rebellion was rife among them. And yet even Oscar exonerated me. "Where would we have been if you hadn't brought us in here? Adrifting, probably, rudderless and sailless. Our sails may look like the skin on a waterlogged corpse, but we can use 'em when we can get the masts into shape. The lagoon looked innocent enough, and most of us were for coming here. But now they whine like yellow puppies, and blame it on you. The idiots, if you just say the word." I stopped him, for I didn't want the men to take his proposal seriously, and he spoke loud enough for them to hear. The men, I felt, were scarcely to blame, under the circumstances. "How many times has the thing crawled over the sides?" I asked. 8 times, said Oscar. "It took the bosun on the 3rd trip. He shrieked and threw up his arms and turned yellow. It twined itself about his leg and set its great pink suckers to work on him, and the rest of us could do nothing. Nothing. We tried to get him away, but you cannot imagine the sheer pull of that white arm. It oozed slime all over him and all over the deck. Then it flopped back into the water and carried him with it. After that we were more careful. I told the men to go below, but they only glowered at me. The thing fascinates them. They sit there and deliberately wait for it to return. You saw what happened just now. The thing can strike like a cobra, and it sticks closer than a lamprey. But the idiots won't be warned. And when I think of those quivering pink suckers, I feel sorry for them, and for myself. He didn't utter a sound, you understand, but he turned livid under the gills, and his tongue stuck out horribly. And just before he disappeared over the side, I noticed that his lips were all black and swollen. But as I told you, he was immersed in yellowish slime, in ooze, and the life must have gone out of him almost at once. I'm sure that he didn't really suffer. With God's help, it's we who have to suffer." "Oscar," I said, "I want you to be quite frank, and if necessary, even brutal. Do you think that you can explain that thing? I don't want any wretched theories, Oscar. I want you to fashion a prop for me, Oscar. Something for me to lean upon. I'm so very tired, and I haven't much authority here. Oh yes, I'm supposed to be in command, but when there is nothing to go upon, Oscar, what can I say to them? How can I get them down into the cabin? I pity them so. What do you think it is, my friend?" "The thing is obviously a cephalopod," said Oscar quite simply, but there was a look of shame and horror in his eyes which I didn't like. "An octopus, Oscar?" "Perhaps. Or a monstrous squid. Or some hideous, unclassified species." A fabric of greenish cloud covered the face of the moon, and I saw one of the men crawling on his hands and knees along the deck. Then he gave a sudden defiant scream, ran to the rail, and held out his arms. A white exudation ran the entire length of the rail. It rose up and quivered amidst illimitable shadows, and then it poured in an abominable stream over the scuppers and enveloped the hectic form of the wretch, and it made no sound. The poor fool tried to get away. He screamed, made shocking grimaces, fell down upon the deck, and tried to draw himself along by his hands. He pawed at the smooth, slippery surface, but the thing had wound its tenebrous tentacles about his leg, and it pulled him. It pulled him slowly and hideously. His head struck against the scuppers, and a crimson stream no wider than a hawser rope ran down the deck and formed a miniature pool at Oscar's feet. A sucker fastened upon his right temple, and another got in under his shirt and set to work upon his bare chest. I tried to get to him, but Oscar held fast to my arm and would not tell me why. The body became white, slimy, changed before our eyes, and not one man stepped forward to prevent it. Suddenly, while we watched, the dead man, whose eyes had already glazed, was jerked forcefully toward the scuppers again and again. But he wouldn't go through. His head was soon pounded into an unimaginable resemblance of something we didn't care to think about, and we became deadly sick. But we watched, strangely fascinated, even perhaps more than a little resentful. We were watching something brutal and incredibly alive, and we beheld it in an unrestrained exercise of all its faculties. There, under a shrouded moon, in the phosphorescent wilderness of exotic waters, we saw the law of man outraged by something mute, misshapen, blasphemous, and we saw industrious, retching matter, brainless and self-sufficient, obeying a law older than man, older than morality, older than sin. Here was life absorbing another life, and doing it forcefully and without conscience, and becoming stronger and more exultant through the doing of it. But it couldn't get the body through the scuppers. It pulled and finally let go. The wind had gone down, and oddly enough, as it let go and fell back into the dead calm of water, we heard an ominous splash. We rushed forward and surrounded the body. It seemed to swim in a river of white jelly. Oscar called for something which had become necessary, and we wrapped it up decently and threw it overboard. But Oscar repeated a few words mechanically out of the little black prayer book, which he imagined were appropriate. I stood and stared at the dark opening in the forecastle. I don't know to this day how I got the men through that dark opening, but I did it with Oscar's aid. I can see Oscar standing with his glistening head against a voiceless wilderness of stars. I can see him shaking his fists at the slinking cowards on the deck and shrieking out commands. Or were they insults? I know that I stepped forward and helped him, and I think I must have used my fists, for later on I discovered that my knuckles were bruised and discolored, and Oscar had to bandage them. It is queer how Oscar has faded in my memory, for I thought a great deal of him, in spite of his queer ways, and his large hungry eyes and his fringe of yellow hair. He helped me get the men into the forecastle, and so did Bauca. Bauca, with perfectly horrified face and with lips quivering and struggling with a vicious inarticulateness. We drove them in like sheep, but sheep often rebel and are troublesome. But we got them in, and then we turned and looked back at the gaunt masts, swaying soullessly against the lifeless, somber regularity of calm sea and sky, at the hanging ropes and frizzled sails, and at the long moon-washed rails, and the encrimsoned scuppers. We heard Bauca inside, blubbering idiotically to the men. Then something made a dreadful guggling sound in the water, and we heard a loud splash. "It's risen again," said Oscar, in a tone of despair. I sat in my cabin reading a book. Oscar had bandaged up my hands and left, and he had promised not to disturb me. I endeavored to follow the little printed signs on the white page before me, but they called up no images, stimulated me to no response. The words did not take shape in my mind, and I did not know whether the stupid phrases that I sought to understand formed part of an essay or a short story. The title of the book itself I cannot now recall, although I think it had something to do with ships in the sea and derelicts and the pitfalls of over-imaginative skippers. I fancied that I could hear the water lapping against the side of the ship, and now and then a great splash. But I knew that a portion of my brain hotly repudiated both the lapping and the splash, and I assured myself that the nervous excitement under which I labored was but physical and momentary, and in no sense psychic or due to outside causes. My senses had been appalled, and I now suffered a natural reaction from the shock, but no new danger threatened me. Something pounded upon the door. I got quickly to my feet, and it did not occur to me at that moment that Oscar had promised that no one should disturb me. "What is it you want?" I asked. There was no direct or satisfactory answer, but a queer, guggling noise came to me through the door, and I fancied that I could hear a quick intake of breath. A horrible, intense fear took grim possession of me. I looked at the door in white horror. It shook like broadyards in a gale. It bent inward under a terrific impact. Thud followed thud, as if some monstrous body had hurled itself forward only to withdraw and to come back with additional momentum. I quelled an impulse to cry out, and I opened my mouth and shut it and opened it again. I ran forward to assure myself that I had really bolted the door. I fingered the bolt caressingly, and then I retreated until my back was against an opposite beam. The door bulged inward hideously, and immediately afterwards there followed a great crash, and a splintering and a sundering of wood, and a retching of hinges. The door gave, fell inward, and was lifted up on the back of something white and unspeakable. Then the panel was hurled violently against the wall, and the thing under it rolled forward with terrible and increasing velocity. It was a long gelatinous arm, an amorphous tentacle with pink suckers that slid or oozed towards me across the smooth floor. I stood with my back pressed against the beam, with only my harsh, stertorous breath to keep it at bay. I could see that it did not fear me, that arm, and I could do nothing. It was long and white, and it slid towards me. Can I make you understand? And Oscar had bandaged my hands, and they were but feeble, fumbling instruments, and that thing was utterly intent upon its purpose, and it did not need eyes to guide it across the floor. An ungodly aromatic odor had entered the cabin with the thing, and it overpowered me almost before the tentacles seized upon me. I endeavored to slew off the great loathsome folds with my bandaged hands, but my crippled fingers sank into the jelly-like tissue as in soft mud. It was palpitating, living tissue, but it seemed to lack substantial body, and it gave horribly. It gave. My hands went right through it, and yet when it gripped me it was elastic, and it could tighten its grip. It strangled me. I felt that I could not breathe. I bent and twisted, but it had wound itself about me, and it held me, and I could do nothing. I remember that I called for Oscar. I shouted myself hoarse, and then I think I was dragged ruthlessly across the floor, through the smashed-in door, and up the stairs. I remember now how my head pounded upon the stairs as we ascended, I and the thing, and I think that my scalp bled, and I know that I lost 3 teeth. I received dreadful blows, cuffs from the corners of stairs, from the edges of doors, and from the smooth hard boards of the deck itself. The thing dragged me out across the deck, and I remember that I saw the moon through folds upon folds of obscenely bloating jelly. I was buried deep down within fatty, obscene folds that shivered and shook and palpitated in the moonlight. I no longer felt any desire to protest or to cry out, and the thought of Oscar and a possible rescue did not fill me with elation. I began to experience sensations of pleasure. How am I to describe them? A peculiar warmth pulsed through me. My limbs quivered with a weird expectancy. I saw through the folds of animate jelly a great reddish sucker, or disc, lined with silver teeth. I saw it descend rapidly through the folds. It fastened upon my chest, and a momentary revulsion made me claw ludicrously at the nauseous tissue surrounding me. There was a kind of cruelty in the refusal of the flimsy stuff to offer any resistance. One could go on that way forever, clawing and tearing at the fatty folds and feeling them give, and yet knowing that nothing could possibly come of it. For one thing, it was utterly impossible to get a hold on the stuff, to get it between your hands and squeeze it. It simply flipped away from you, and then it rushed back and solidified. It could condense and dilate at will. My feeling of horror and antipathy disappeared, and a new tide of exaltation, of warmth, of vigor surged over me. I could have wept or screamed with pleasure and genuine ecstasy. I knew that the monster was actually drawing up my blood through its fumbling, convulsive suckers. I knew that in a moment I should be drained as dry as a grilled carbonado, but I actually welcomed my inevitable dissolution. I made no effort to conceal my glee. I was frankly hilarious, although it seemed unjust to me that Oscar should have to explain to the men. Poor Oscar. He tied up the loosened ends of things, smoothed over vulgar and disagreeable realities, made the raw, ungarnished facts almost acceptable, almost romantic. He was a precious stoic, and gloriously self-reliant. That I knew, and I pitied him. I distinctly recalled my last conversation with him. He was slouching along the docks, with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette between his teeth. "Oscar," I said, "I didn't really suffer when that thing fastened upon me. I didn't really. I enjoyed it." He scowled and watched his ridiculous fringe of hair. "Then I saved you from yourself," he cried. His eyes blazed, and I saw that he wanted to knock me down. That was the last I saw of Oscar. He faded into the shadows after that, but had I kept him with me, I might have been wiser. The jelly about me seemed to increase in volume. It must have been 3 feet thick about my head, and I am sure that I saw the moon and the swaying mastheads through a prism of varying colors. Waves of blue and scarlet and purple would pass before my eyes, and a taste of salt came into my mouth. For a moment I thought, not without a certain resentment and hurt pride, that the thing had really absorbed me, that I was a portion and parcel of that quivering gelatinous mass. And then I saw Oscar. I saw him looming above my obscene prison house, with a lighted torch in his hand. The torch, viewed through the magnifying folds of jelly, was a thing of flawless beauty. The flame shot out and appeared to cover the entire deck, and to go flying up against the darkness. The cordage and the luminous rails seemed afire, and a red and ravening serpent lengthened parallel with the scuppers. I saw Oscar clearly, and I saw the great spiral of smoke that streamed from the tails of flame, and I saw the swaying encrimsoned masts, and the black sinister opening in the forecastle. The darkness seemed to part to let Oscar through with his torch and his stoicism. He swayed in the darkness above me, that silent, quixotic man, and I knew that Oscar could be trusted to put an end to things. I had no clear idea of what Oscar would do, but I knew that he would make some sort of brilliant and satisfying end. I was not disappointed, and when I saw Oscar bend and touch the folds of jelly with his great flaming torch, I wanted to sing or shout. The folds quivered and changed color. A maddening kaleidoscope of color passed before my eyes, flaming scarlet and yellow and silver and green and gold. The sucker released its hold upon my chest and shot upward through the voluminous folds. A terrific stench assailed my nostrils. The odor was unbearable. I threw out my arms and fought savagely to break through to reach the air and light an Oscar. Then I felt the heat of Oscar's torch upon my cheek, and I knew that the tissue about me was falling away and burning to shreds. I saw that it was dissolving also, turning into oil, into grease, and I felt it hotly trickling down my knees and arms and thighs. I closed my lips tight to keep from swallowing large quantities of the nauseous fluid, and I turned my face to the deck, to protect my eyes from the falling fragments of sizzling tissue. The creature was literally being burned alive, and in my heart of hearts I pitied it. When Oscar at length helped me to my feet, I saw the last of the thing disappear over the side. Its arms were horribly charred, and the suckers were gone, and I caught a momentary glimpse of dangling frayed ends and reddish knobs and bulging protuberances. Then we heard a splash and a queer guggling sound. We looked at the deck and saw that it was covered with greenish oil, and here and there great solid chunks of burnt tissue swam in the hideous porridge. Oscar bent and picked up one of the fragments. He turned it right side up in his hand so that the moonlight fell upon it. It contained in its 5-inch expanse a 4-inch sucker, and the sucker opened and closed while Oscar held the thing in his hand. It fell from Oscar's hand like a leaden weight and bounded into the air. Oscar kicked it overboard and looked at me. I looked away towards the black topsail masthead. End of section 4. Section 5 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You Can't Kill a Ghost. Perhaps you've seen Talbot's picture in the New York papers. A lean, leisurely young man with wilted collar and bow tie and a grin reaching from ear to ear. His Haitian revelations put him on a journalistic pinnacle where he almost rubbed shoulders with artists. His prose was exceedingly jerky and nervous, but before he had written 3 articles, the yellow journals were roaring for his stuff, and the other papers were making timid bids. But he gave me his best yarn gratis. You remember, or maybe you don't, that he kept absurdly quiet about his imprisonment. He wasn't ashamed of it, but he knew that I would use it in a story, and he didn't want to spill the beans for me. You see, I'd given him 2 or 3 good cigars and promised him a week's lodging, and for some reason he had taken a fancy to me. He didn't have a friend when he arrived in New York, and he was going back to Haiti. I argued him out of it, and now there are 70,000 words more of good journalism in the public libraries. We sat smoking panatellas in the men's compartment at the rear end of the Overland Express train, and Talbot told his story in a whimsically sonorous voice. I urged him to start at the beginning, but he smiled and shrugged eloquently. "The story has no beginning," he said. "I was drunk on the night they arrested me. I can't recall the details, but it seems I borrowed a revolutionist uniform and paraded about the streets in it. In Haiti, revolutions start in the mountains and wind up in the Cap Haitian or Port-au-Prince, where the rebels cool off. 9/10 of them never get into the press dispatches. On every national holiday, the president witnesses the amusing spectacle of 2 or 3 dozen ruffians in yellow sashes shouting each other down and shooting into store windows. The president usually ties their hands by denying them official recognition. But the president refuses to ignore me. I didn't hurt a soul, but I may have made more noise than the others, or I may have walked under a ladder or broken a mirror. Anyhow, the president took advantage of my idiocy, and I was arrested and put where I couldn't make a fool of myself." It gave Talbot exquisite pleasure to contemplate his degradation. A mischievous smile played about his lips, and his eager eyes sparkled. "The jail was a ramshackle and disgusting affair, and I shared my cell with 2 revolutionary generals. A revolutionary general in the Black Republic has absolutely nothing to commend him. He is a low creature, and his philosophy of life is terrible. He is a fatalist, and he wouldn't cross the street to avoid being shot at. And he is unthinkably dirty. My companions never washed. Their beards were 6 inches long, and there was no difference in their appearance. They were so ridiculously alike that I frequently got them mixed up. At first I naturally despised them and thought only of getting out. I pounded on the bars, stamped my feet, and shouted until I was red in the face. Never in my life have I been so angry. When the jailer came, I glared at him, and I could see that he knew I had something on my mind, and that something meant trouble. "How long do you think you can keep an American citizen in jail?" I asked. The jailer was a small, round-shouldered man between 40 and 50, with puckered, evil eyes and white eyebrows that met above the arch of his nose. His thick lips writhed back from his dirty yellow teeth in a cynical smile. "You are such a brown American," he sneered. "Who would believe that you are merely sunburned? You are essentially one of our enemies. The color of your face and uniform combine to make you a rebel." I forgot that bars separated us. I reached for his throat, but he jumped back and grinned. In my disappointment, I nearly bit my tongue through without feeling it. "You're too vile to kill," I raved, "but if I could get my hands on your superiors—" The jailer assured me that my wish could not be granted. "My superiors are very busy men," he said, "but I do not blame you for getting angry. It isn't pleasant to be shot at, but we are obliged to obey orders, and the president hates rebels." He departed grotesquely sneering. I sat on the edge of my cot and rolled a cigarette with white, nervous fingers. I was horribly upset. One of the generals grunted and swore that the jailer was a pig. He expressed no other emotion, but he added a few words of advice in a curiously colorless voice. "Look in the soles of your shoes," he suggested. "I wouldn't want to see you crying and begging for mercy. It would make the president too indecently happy." I looked up, and for an instant he smiled into my astonished eyes. Then he moved slowly to the other side of the wall. "Sometimes you don't find the medal," his companion volunteered. "But if you are wearing a regulation army shoe, you are in luck." I wanted very much to believe them. I looked down at my shoes. They were not army shoes, but I didn't let that discourage me. I wanted to pay the jailer out for his insults. I laughed when I thought how angry and disappointed he would be to find the bars sawed through and the bird flown. The American bird! I was thinking, now he'll laugh on the other side of his face. Did he really think that he could keep an American in his filthy old jail? The generals watched me with tolerant and cynical eyes. They winked at each other and ran their fingers through their brittle black beards, but I knew that there was no use bothering about them. I held the key up to my own salvation, and it was up to me to make good. A sense of something like exultation stole over me. I unlaced my shoes and examined them. There were unquestionably pieces of metal in the soles. I was ready to shout. I worked at the stiff leather, tearing it apart with my fingers and teeth until the blood pounded in my ears, and I very nearly keeled over. "It's better than being shot," one of the generals said, but I scarcely heard him. When I got the metal out, I did a voodoo dance on the cell floor. One of the generals scowled. It was perfectly apparent that he didn't like my enthusiasm. He stood there endeavoring to be civil, but there was an expression in his small blue eyes that told me clearer than words how he despised that sort of thing. I brought myself up with a jerk. "I didn't intend to go on so," I explained, "but this thing means a lot to me. I'm only 22, and it isn't pleasant to be taken out and shot. Leastwise, it's not pleasant to be shot by mistake. I wouldn't mind ordinarily." I saw that I had taken the wrong tack. The general's scowl grew in volume. "You shouldn't anticipate, my friend," he said. "You are first to saw through the bars, and there's a guard stationed outside." I saw then what I had let myself in for. My spirits dropped. It would take at least 2 days to saw the bars through, and I didn't see how I could conceal my progress from the jailer. I was in a tight place, and said so. I'll never forget the decent way in which the general met my objection. "You mustn't eat your bread," he said. "Rub it on the floor when the pig isn't looking, and use it on the bars." But after that he got pretty silent, and I couldn't persuade him to escape with me. "It is very easy to die when 10 men shoot at you at the same time," he said, and his companion added that life was a very stupid affair. Naturally, their logic repelled me, but what could I do? I didn't like the idea of leaving them there to shoulder the blame, but it was no good arguing with them. When a Haitian's mind is made up, it is made up. I told them to think of their wives, but when they swore at me, I gave up. The jailer seemed to suspect something when he brought the bread, but I didn't give him half a chance to talk to the generals. I hung on to the bars and insulted him until I was blue in the face. He put the bread on the floor and looked inquiringly at the generals. I think that he was amused and a little frightened. As soon as he left, I seized my portion of bread and rubbed it on the floor until it was blacker than the president's beard. Then I kneaded it between my fingers. The generals watched me indifferently, and I knew that they grimly appreciated the silent comedy of an American endeavoring to escape from a Haitian pigsty. I made a violent effort to control myself and went to work on the bars without so much as a groan to let them know what I was suffering. My heart kept coming up in my throat and flopping over. I couldn't forget the risk I was running, and I began to fear I'd funk the job for sure. There were 5 bars, and the window was 2 feet broad and 18 inches high. It would be necessary to work against time, but I figured it would take me more than 2 days to get out. I'd forgotten that a man has to eat and sleep. Sawing through bars is the hardest kind of work, and no man can stand it more than 8 hours on a stretch. I worked steadily for 6 hours, and all the time the generals were snickering and comparing notes behind my back. However, I tried to keep thinking of what I would say to the consul when I got out. I didn't even stop to drink. My right arm got so devilishly stiff that it almost killed me to move it. But I wasn't going to weaken before those generals. At the end of 9 hours, I got dizzy and weak. I had a small pocket mirror, and when I looked at myself, I found I was yellow under the gills. The water was running in streams down my face, and I had sense enough left to quit, after smearing the bars with the sooty bread to conceal what I'd done. I had filed completely through one of the bars, but before I had had time to congratulate myself, I found myself on the floor in a heap, and my brain getting cloudy. 12 hours later, one of the generals kicked me awake and told me that I'd nearly spoiled my chances. The jailer hadn't been able to discover anything, but my exhaustion had puzzled him. He had poked into corners and questioned the generals, and he had come near to trying the bars. I had a queer, dizzy feeling in my head, but I had no intention of taking a day off. I set to work on the bars again, and by the end of the second day I had sawed through the second one. My fingers were bleeding and my brain reeled, and the generals didn't say anything to encourage me. But I felt that my luck wasn't bad under the circumstances, and maybe I wasn't happy when I thought of how I would fool the jailer. By sundown the next day I'd completed the job. The generals stared and shrugged their shoulders and urged me to escape immediately. I rolled a cigarette and puffed it until I had made a halo of blue-gray smoke about my head. I felt like a hero standing there before those indifferent fools. "I'll get out when it's dark," I said, "and not before. I'm not taking unnecessary chances." A couple of hours later I crawled to the bars and waited for the moon to get behind a cloud. The generals started laughing, and I thought sure they'd give the game away. I was hopelessly upset, but it was no good being angry with them. The bars came out easier than children's first teeth. I simply stood up and pulled, and there was an opening large enough to admit 2 men. In a moment I was halfway through the opening and wishing that I'd been more civil to the generals. But I might have known there would be a hitch somewhere. My coat got caught on a nail, and I stuck. I wriggled and wriggled, but I couldn't get my legs over. I lay wedged between the bars, and things began to look pretty black. At any moment I might be discovered by the jailer, and the generals wouldn't be any help to me. And then I did a foolish thing. I struggled until something snapped and a sudden pain gripped my right leg. I groaned aloud, and to make matters worse, the moon came out and flooded the clearing with light. And then I saw him. He was standing against the wall, swaying absurdly back and forth and drinking out of a necklace bottle. At first he didn't notice me, but when his eyes finally rested on my agonized face, he removed his great hat and bowed. "Another newspaperman, I presume," he said. "Our little revolution certainly makes copy, but personally I don't think we're worth it. This is strictly between you and me, you understand." "Do I look like a newspaperman?" I snapped. I was in no humor to discuss trivialities with him. I could see that he was absurdly drunk, but it did not occur to me that I might find him useful. "Permit me to introduce myself," he continued. "I am the president's right-hand man. Some call me his shadow. He couldn't get along without me. We have too much in common, and yet I am but a pale reflection of his greatness. I am called Enrique, but to you who are an American it shall be Henry. I should not even object to Henry. It seems that we are endeavoring to escape from prison. I can sympathize with the gesture. All human beings desire liberty. I myself have longed for liberty. They would not even permit me to drink the rich red wine. It was necessary that I set the army a good example, but I fooled them. Today I am as free as the air, and I have no responsibilities. I have escaped from my prison. Shall I help you to escape from yours?" "Why should you?" I roared. "Why don't you call the guards and have them put me back again?" He smiled good-humoredly. "That would be such a waste of time," he said.
And besides, the guard might shoot you. I shouldn't care to see you shot. Is it not strange how I differ from the President? The President hates rebels, and yet I am his shadow. But you seem to be having some trouble with those bars."
He suddenly became serious, and stepping quickly forward, he looked me straight in the eyes.
"Do you really wish to escape?"
he said. I nodded and groaned. "With every drop of blood in my body," I said, "I wish to escape. They've promised to shoot me. I am only 22, and at my age it is not pleasant to be shot." He nodded sympathetically.
"I think I can help you," he said. "I do not wish to make any promises, but I think I can help."
He stepped forward and seized one of the remaining bars in his hairy hand. I saw the muscles of his enormous arms contract and a hard, set expression come into his face. Merely to loosen the bar took a tremendous effort, and for a moment I did not think that he could possibly succeed. But slowly the bar gave way, and then he literally tore it from its fastenings. A sudden sense of unspeakable joy possessed me. I hurled myself forward and nearly succeeded in wriggling free. But I could not quite pass my hips through. Enrique was not discouraged. He beamed encouragement, and set himself the task of loosening the last bar. He succeeded in tearing the coat from my back, but the bar stuck. He backed away, still smiling. He seemed bracing himself for a titanic effort. He advanced again and took the last bar firmly between his two hands. He pulled and pulled. The bar gave way and bent outward, then it came away with a loud retching sound that I feared would bring the jailer on a run. I struggled through the window and collapsed in Enrique's arms. I could not stand. I was bleeding from a dozen wounds, and I had evidently sprained my hips, for when I moved it gave me exquisite pain. "I can't walk, Henry," I said. "What shall I do?"
"Have no fear, my lad," responded Enrique. "I've carried heavier than you. There is an American ship in the bay, and if we hurry, I can put you on board before dawn. What do you say?"
I nodded a silent approval. Enrique laughed and lifted me on his huge shoulders. He made as if he would pick up the discarded bottle, but then he wavered and kicked it aside with the toe of his boot.
"The President would have been very angry," he chuckled.
With rapid steps he left the courtyard and proceeded cautiously along a white road. No doubt he found me heavy, for he stopped from time to mop his brow with his coat sleeve.
"The President," he kept muttering, "would never have understood." "Stop there!"
A blue-coated sentry stood on a muddy embankment and challenged Enrique with a leveled gun. Enrique stood very still in the center of the road and whistled.
"Don't you know me?" he vociferated. "I'm on official business. Let me pass."
The sentry scowled.
"What have you got on your back?" he asked.
I heard Enrique curse under his breath.
"Mind your own business, my friend," he said, "and let me pass. It is evident that you do not know who I am." "You are a traitor to the President," said the sentry. "You carry upon your back the rebel traitor who calls himself an American."
Enrique suddenly crouched in the road. I felt his body grow taut beneath me. The muscles of his great arms tightened. He hissed through his teeth. Cautiously he advanced a few paces toward the embankment.
"Stop!"
ordered the sentry. But Enrique did not stop. He dropped me like a leaden weight and sprang forward. I rolled into a muddy ditch and lay still. My whole body was one great wound. My teeth were knocking together like billiard balls. I heard a brief gasp, and then a torrent of frightened words issued from beneath the embankment.
"I thought you were a man! For heaven's sake, pity me! I didn't know, I didn't! So help me God! Please don't! I beg you on my knees to pity me!"
There followed the sounds of a scuffle, terminating in a prolonged scream.
"Ah!"
Another moment, and Enrique was picking me up.
"It's all right now, lad," he said. "I'm sorry I had to drop you, but it was the only way."
We passed through gray, deserted orchards and along horribly muddy roads. Once a shot rang out behind us. A tremor passed over my friend's huge form, and he whistled through his teeth.
"Another guard," he muttered. "The President was unduly cautious, but I cannot blame him. He suspects all rebels, and there are so many attacks upon his life."
Enrique was breathing so heavily that I urged him to rest, but he only grunted and plunged doggedly forward. I can assure you that we were welcome on board the American ship. We were toasted and treated like kings, but it took some time to discover that Enrique had been shot through the chest. He was a sly dog, was Enrique, and his Wound didn't bleed. Even the captain did not suspect, but he collapsed in the arms of the mate when he attempted to leave the ship.
He died? I asked.
Talbot threw away his cigar and laughed. Nothing could kill Enrique, not even a bullet. But I never saw him again. He slipped overboard that night and swam ashore.
Did the president forgive him? I asked.
Talbot grunted. Enrique was the president, he replied. I stared. But that isn't all of my story, he continued. I said nothing could kill him. You can't kill a ghost. Enrique was assassinated before I escaped from prison. You may have read about him in the papers.
And you mean to say, I stammered.
A rather unusual story, isn't it? Grinned Talbot. Of course, none of the conventional magazines would take it. They detest the unusual and amazing in fiction. But you can mention my name, and perhaps some civilized editor will run it. You know, it's beastly exhilarating to be carried on the back of a ghost.
End of section 5. Section 6 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the Home of Poe. A poem in prose to H.P. Lovecraft. The home of Poe. It is like a fairy dwelling, a gnomic place built of the ether of dreams. It is tiny and delicate and lovely, and replete with memories of sere leaves in November and of lilies in April. It is a castle of vanished hopes, of dimly remembered dreams, of sad memories older than the deluge. The dead years circle slowly and solemnly around its low white walls, and clothe it in a mystic veil of unseen tears. And many marvelous stories could this quaint little old house tell. Many weird and cryptic stories of him of the raven hair, and high pallid brow, and sad sweet face, and melancholy mien, and of the beloved Virginia, that sweet child of 1,000 magic visions, child of the lonesome pale gray latter years, child of the soft and happy South. And how the dreamer of the spheres must have loved this strange little house. Every night the hollow boards of its porch must have echoed to his footfall, and every morn the great rising sun must have sent its rays through the little window, and bathed the lovely tresses of the dream child in mystical yellow. And perhaps there was laughter within the walls of that house, laughter and merriment and singing. But we know that the evil one came at last, the grim, humorless spectre who loves not beauty, and is not of this world. And we know that the house of youth and of love became a house of death, and that memories bitter as the tears of a beautiful woman assailed the dreamer within. And at last he himself left that house of mourning, and sought solace among the stars. But the house remains a vision out of a magical book, a thing seen darkly as in a looking-glass, but lovely beyond the dreams of mortals, and ineffably sad. End of section 6. Section 7 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Devil God. But a man's head is such a little thing. Mpatanazi smiled and stroked his brittle yellow beard. His daughter sat in the corner and scowled. She was silent through sheer indignation. Musinui, I did not ask for philosophy. A man's head is his own, and who am I to rob a man of his property? Still, were I certain... But I assure you that the wretch abuses his head frightfully. He has little use for it. And when you consider that it is a king's head that he abuses, Mpatanazi, who is just a man, may well consider. Mpatanazi blew circles of yellow smoke into the thin air, screwed up his lips, and studied the disintegrating rafters above him.
A squalid procession of bluish bat ticks wound in and out over a balcony of lianas. Mpatanazi was a tall, lean man, with a malachite sky in his eyes and the sun in his hair. His lips were monstrous, and they seemed to overlap his face, and his ears were distended by wooden plugs. He was naked to the waist, but he wore a straw hat and a flaming red four-in hand which did not become him. He sat by the open door and puffed on a ridiculous pipe and blinked at Musa Nui. "I shouldn't feel justified in asking for a king's head," he said, and made a grimace. His daughter beat a horrified and irrelevant tattoo upon the soles of her burnished feet. Musa Nui was reprehensible and gloriously drunk. He fell into a reverie and later upon the floor. The frown on his face grew in volume. It would never do, of course, to deliberately antagonize Mpatanazi. Mpatanazi entertained men with magnificent jests and well-turned figures of speech, and sent them away with their heads under their arms. Was not Mpatanazi emissary of the forest god, and did he not hold in his shriveled black hands the key to a dozen enigmas? Even the king feared Mpatanazi, and it was because of a king's fear that Musa Nui had dared to suggest— oh, the days and nights that poor, tired Musa Nui had schemed under the shadow of blasphemy, with his soul knee-deep in sin, and with his eyes turned nervously toward the forest. For Mpatanazi was master of the forest, and as Musa Nui was a man of taste, he did not care to face what the forest concealed. But Musa Nui, because of the greatness of his love, comforted himself with a truism. "It is better," he reflected, "to kiss the full, indescribable lips of Mpatanazi's daughter than to face the forest devil. It is more comfortable, but if necessary, I shall face the god. A woman is worth many monsters." It is difficult to forgive Musa Nui for reasoning so platitudinously, but Mpatanazi's daughter had addled his wits. Mpatanazi took the pipe out of his mouth and knocked out a thimbleful of bluish ashes. "I should hardly feel justified in demanding a king's head, but are you sure that he abuses his head?" Musa Nui was sure of it. "Only this morning," drawled Musa Nui with an amazing note of triumph in his voice, "only this morning he made little poems out of his head, and sang them to the women. The poems were treasonous." Mpatanazi sat up very stiff and straight, and asked Musa Nui what sort of poems were not treasonous. "Do you think," he said, "that any man in his right mind would make silly little rhymes on pieces of blank paper? I do not care who or what the man is. If he sits about and reads, his days and nights will be filled with woe. The torture of the 67 stripes would be a most excellent remedy. I wonder." "But Mpatanazi would not torture a king." "That is true. Mpatanazi has not fallen so low. There is but one way to bring him to reason. We must have his head." "Mpatanazi has said it." "Not yet, but call in the chanters and I shall pronounce a doom." Musa Nui smiled broadly, backed to the door and disappeared. The daughter of Mpatanazi concealed her face with her hands, and no one saw the hideous breath of her grin. Mpatanazi walked out into the cool of the morning, and stretched his long, scraggy arms toward the summer sky. His face twitched convulsively, and his knees trembled. He did not want to pronounce a doom. He was a man of peace, and he loved quiet and the soothing sounds of the forest. The tireless drone of millions of jade-green insects, the swish, swish, swish of the great aloe palms as they swayed in the wind against the white, agitated dawn, and the shrill screams of naked children baking and blistering in the sun. The turmoil of the forest was a sweet music to him, and he loved to watch the multicolored parakeets and the rich red lips of orchids that seemed alive. He disliked the pronouncing of dooms, and he disliked his chorus of old women that put the seal of the forest devil upon all dooms and made them irrevocable. But he knew that he could not escape, for his words were necessary and would accompany men's souls on their last long, tedious journey, and he was but the instrument of the forest devil, and the slave of his own words. The words that he pronounced were lethal words, and they carried weight, and woe to the man or woman who put them lightly aside. As Umpatanazi stood in the clearing in front of his small, round dwelling, and watched the half-nude, swaying procession of black forest women advance leeringly and mockingly from between the bifurcated boles of incredibly ancient trees, he lost all sense of immediate time and place. The universe existed for him no longer. He became a divine machine, a pronouncer of dooms, an emissary of the forest god. His eyes glazed, and his lean black body grew rigid. He ran his hands rapidly through his hair and spat on the ground. The procession of women swayed hideously in the sunlight and came dancing toward him over the damp ground. They were the queen's own retinue, and they had been painted and bedecked for the occasion. Their arms and legs were tattooed. White and blue rings encircled their wrists and ankles, and their breasts were covered by monstrous smudges of bluish paint. Their eyebrows had been shaved, and their lips were cracked and swollen, and a few wore plugs through their lips. One played upon a cracked violin, and several of the blackest and most ghastly made music of cymbal and bassoon. They danced and shouted and screamed and twisted themselves into devious shapes, and struck each other violently with long thongs made of rubber and flax. They were a jolly crew, but Umpatanazi was deep in religious contemplation, and saw them only as instruments, or perhaps he did not see them at all. They formed a circle about him, and began to gibber meaninglessly, and Musunui, who stood at a distance, turned away with white lips.
"But supposing you are responsible?"
Musunui saw the daughter of Umpatanazi standing before him, her thin lips writhing back gloriously from her white teeth. The lips of Umpatanazi's daughter were enticing, even when distorted by ecstatic cruelty, and Musunui thought that a man must be lucky indeed to possess such lips.
"I have prayed that responsibility shall fall upon me as a cloak," he said, patting the daughter of Umpatanazi upon the shoulder. "And why should I reproach myself? You are mad to think that I should reproach myself." She drew close to him and ran her long fingers through his beard. "You are dear, Musunui. It is horrible to have such a dreadful old man say to you it is not proper to put paint upon your lips. It is not according to the law for a priest's daughter to play upon the bassoon. He is a terrible old man, but he doesn't suspect, does he?"
"Of course not.
He has very little shrewdness. He does not even know that the king—" The daughter of Umpatanazi laid the second and third fingers of her right hand across Musunui's lips. "Look, even now he pronounces a doom."
Musunui looked out into the clearing, and his fingers tightened on the shoulders of Umpatanazi's daughter. "It is a hideous thing to witness, that doom. It comes straight from the forest devil, and your father is but an agent, and yet it is your father who pronounces a doom."
"It is silly of you, my dear, to believe in devils. The forest god exists only in the imagination of Musunui. My father is a man, and he makes dooms out of his silly old head. Musunui, you have no idea how much I have to put up with."
Out in the clearing, Umpatanazi threw back his head and bellowed out a terrible doom.
"Musunui,"
asked Umpatanazi's daughter, with hot shame looking out of her eyes and flushing red over her cheeks and throat.
"Musunui, will you describe the forest devil?"
Musunui swallowed a lump in his throat, and his cheeks blanched. "It is impossible to describe the unholy thing in detail. I should prefer to simply state that it is very tall, with one large eye in the center of its forehead, and its lips are swollen and cover the entire lower portion of its face. It is clad in white fur. It has a long neck, squared shoulders, and elongated lower limbs."
"Musunui, do you really believe such nonsense? And if you do, how can you explain it?"
"There has always been a forest devil, as long as the forest has been there. And no one knows when the forest came. Even your grandmother could not tell you that."
"But, Musunui, do you think that father believes?"
"Ah, I am depending upon that. He will never dare to disobey his doom. And as you suggest, he is a terrible old man." Umpatanazi was nearly through. His lips were livid and his eyes bulged. He swirled about on the tips of his toes like a top and droned and chanted, and the words that came from between his lips were ominous and in bad taste. "Let the king die. At night under the moon the king must prepare his bed of death. Let the king lie upon a mat of straw, and let him take his life with a sharp blade, a very sharp blade. Let the knife be sharp, for it must glisten in the moon, and the king must die. The forest devil is kind. The forest devil is generous, and he asks that the king die splendidly, in a manner befitting a king. Let the king offer no complaint, for it is good to die. The king has been a bright sun, and we have worshipped him as a god. But the time for our king's death is at hand, and what is glory but a pinch of dust in the nostrils? What is reverence, and what is tribute? The reverence that we pay to a king is but a drop of water glistening on wet leaves under the sun. The sun takes away the moisture from the leaves, as we withdraw our reverence from the king. And tribute is less than reverence, for it springs from fear, and fear is unworthy of us, and it is unworthy of a king. Let the king die!" The women who remained took up the chant, and danced wildly under the overhanging lianas, and the king was as good as doomed as anyone with sense could see.
"He is a terrible old man," said Impatanazi's daughter.
"I do not blame you a bit," replied Musunui, who stifled a titter of triumph with his hand. "It has turned out precisely as I had arranged it. You will understand later on why I very nearly died of fright a few minutes ago. I was afraid that he would call the king by name, and that would have spoiled everything."
"But now there is no danger?"
"Oh, there is very little danger. It's true he may not really believe in the forest devil at all, but—" The daughter of Impatanazi cut him short with a kiss.
"Once," she said, "I heard him say, 'There are more things,' and—"
Musunui laid his hand across her mouth. "I see you do not hate me." "I'm glad. I feared that you would not exactly take to my scheme, and yet there was no other way. He was too intolerant, and he would not even let me kiss you."
"But I should not advise you to kiss me now. You do not seem to have any sense. Can't you see that he has recovered from his doom and that he is watching us?"
Impatanazi had indeed recovered. The women had retreated into the forest, and the sun beat shockingly down upon his bare chest and arms. His eyes were bloodshot, and he kept passing his right hand back and forth before his eyes, as if brushing away cobwebs. He knew that he had pronounced an unusually dreadful doom, and he felt sick and weak. He staggered across the clearing and held out his arms to his daughter. She came close to him and nestled against his hairy chest.
"You are very tired,"
she said, and winked at Musunui. Musunui laid his hand softly upon the shoulders of Impatanazi. "It must have been a great strain, but it was necessary. When a king sits about and does nothing but read poetry, the state must protect itself. I hope that you remember your exact words. Let the king lie upon a mat of straw, and let him take his life with a sharp blade. As you know, the doom is irrevocable. And remember that it refers to none but the king. It is the king who must prepare his bed of death at night under the moon." Impatanazi's eyes flashed, and he struck Musunui across the face. "If you are wise, Musunui, you will say no more about it. You have made me pronounce a doom which I shall regret all my life." Musunui shook like a jellyfish on stilts. His eyes narrowed, and a monstrous lump came into his throat. "One little word," he thought. "One little word. But no, he wouldn't dare." The daughter of Impatanazi took her father by the hand and led him back into the hut. He was sobbing and gibbering and muttering threats against Musunui, and Musunui slunk away between the trees with a blasphemous fear in his soul. Impatanazi awoke from a dream of parakeets and moon-lipped orchids to a sense of physical peril. He got awkwardly to his feet and looked about him. The moon was gibbous, and it stood like a disheveled lemur in the center of the clearing, and glazed with its febrile white light and the sardonic smile on the face of Impatanazi's daughter. A strange music filled the air, and a dark amorphous form stalked splendidly across the doorway and made no sound under the stars. Impatanazi moved noiselessly back and forth before the opening which served as a door, and then he tripped hysterically across the hut on bare feet and sat down beside his daughter. He looked at her for a moment with startled eyes. Her hair ran in rusty torrents down to her knees, and Impatanazi suddenly realized that he had not guarded her sufficiently, and that Musunui could bear watching. He pinched his daughter's arm. She sat up and looked at him. Then she gave a little scream and started to get to her feet. But Impatanazi told her to be quiet, and that he confessed to her that he was afraid, dreadfully afraid. "It is something which doesn't fear the moon," he said. The daughter of Impatanazi looked at her father for a moment without comprehending. Then she screamed again. But she didn't really believe in the forest devil, in her heart of hearts. But the night seemed to her so awesomely quiet, and her father was unquestionably frightened. He got up again, and walked to the opening, and looked out into the night and studied the gibbous moon. The moon was not a pleasant thing to reflect upon as it stood lonely and corpse-like above the twisted, gnarled boles of incredibly ancient trees. But Impatanazi had lost all fear of the moon. It was the shadow before the doorway which frightened Impatanazi. Suddenly, Impatanazi perceived with his large frightened eyes the form which had cast the shadow across the doorway by the light of the gibbous moon. It crouched on its hands and knees, and its face was turned hideously toward Impatanazi. "Oh, it isn't a devil at all." Impatanazi's daughter was looking over her father's shoulder and tittering in the moonlight. "It isn't even a monster. It's only stupid little Bamuti. How lovely he looks in the moonlight. Poor little Bamuti with his shaven head and yellow eyes. Bamuti is jaundiced, and he shaves his head so that the women will speak to him. Naughty, naughty Bamuti. He is a very precious child. He is only 12, but he has whispered impertinences into the ears of the oldest crone in the queen's retinue. Nothing that goes on in the court escapes Bamuti. Come, child, step inside and let us hear what you have to say. But beware of lies, or Impatanazi will have your head with that of the king." Bamuti stood up in the moonlight, threw back his head, and stepped into the tent. He had traveled all night through the forest, and his handsome thighs and chest glistened with perspiration. He was clothed in a turkey-red loincloth, and he wore on his shaven head a soft felt hat. His chest was tattooed, and his arms were encircled by rings of ivory, painted green and yellow and black. He held himself erect and looked straight into the impatient eyes of Impatanazi. "The queen's women are good to me and love me. They often take me into their arms, and fondle me and kiss me. They are very beautiful, and at such times I am happy." He spoke simply and never removed his eyes from the impatient face of Impatanazi. "Well?" "The day before yesterday, the queen called me to her. 'You are very good-looking,' she said. Then she ordered me to make up a pretty speech out of my head and recite it to her. The idea fascinated me, and I sat down upon the floor and endeavored to think of something unusual to say to her. Then the king came in and found me there." "And, of course, you were punished." "I should have been, but you see I am very impulsive. The king seemed so utterly despicable. As you know, it is a really insignificant man, and ugly. He didn't even have the heart to be angry, and I pitied the queen, when a man does not even consider a woman worth fighting for. Well, I decided that the king was unworthy, and so I killed him. There was really very little choice in the matter. I pitied the queen, and when you catch the knife between the first and second ribs, there is scarcely any pain. He died beautifully. I held the long knife in my hand and fingered the blade, which was as smooth and fine and valiant a blade as any king could have decently hoped for. It was a splendid look which came into the king's eyes when he died, and I think that he was grateful. You do not know what a dreadful burden a king must bear. But you will. You will. For 3 days now you have been king. Everybody knew it but you. But we did not dare to tell you. Musanui pitied you. He came to me tonight with tears in his eyes. He must be told, he said. He didn't have the heart to tell you himself, so he sent me." Impatanazi was silent, for he was an old man and slow-witted, and he did not at first comprehend the monstrous villainy of Musanui. When Impatanazi understood, he went out into the clearing and pounded with his bare fists upon his chest and arms. Then he sat down upon the ground and tittered idiotically. His daughter came lazily through the door and comforted him with sneers. She stood above him, poised on her beautiful toes, and wrapped herself nonchalantly in shadows. Then she darted away between the boles of trees that seemed to mock and leer and writhe upward with volatile contortions. The trunks appeared to trucidate each other, and dark amorphous branches descended from above and swayed in the moonlight, and gradually assumed the appearance of arms and legs. The arms and legs of amazingly ancient men, and each arm and each leg seemed to terminate in a bulbous knot, and long streamers of reddish moss depended from them and fluffed in the wind. The spaces between the trees were tapestried with shadowy thickets, and at the base of the trees bluish fungi bloated in the moonlight and filled the air with a noisome stench. Here and there an orchid extended its lurid red lips and offered up a hideous libation to the spirit of the ancient forest. As Impotanazi crouched in misery and sobbed and gibbered, a million burning eyes watched him from behind gloomy thickets, and envied him the protection of the moonlight and the quiet desolation of the clearing. Impotanazi was a poet, and easily impressed, albeit he pretended to despise poetry, and the sentiency of the forest filled him with an irrational fear. He had known moments of skepticism when he had doubted the existence of the forest devil, but now he could no longer doubt. And then he thought of the treachery of his daughter and the diabolic machinations of Musanui, and his torment and anguish grew into a fever which flushed his face and darkened his eyes and dried up his tongue. But he was conscious that he had pronounced a doom, a miserable and disgraceful and maddening doom, and the forest devil would require a victim, and he had pronounced the doom against the king, and he himself was king. He repeated it over and over again to himself. I am king, I am king, I am king. And the words seemed to echo and re-echo through every chamber of his brain, and he fancied that his blood took up the weird refrain and shouted it out through the tips of his fingers to the maimed and grotesque and revolting spirit shapes that hovered mincingly about him, and required and demanded the fulfillment of a doom. But I don't really believe in the forest devil. He spoke aloud, and his voice sounded weak and strange and far away. He went back to the hut and looked at his daughter sadly out of tired, bloodshot eyes. Then he made up a little bundle and selected a tall, hard staff. He walked over and patted his daughter upon the head. I must go away, he said. Perhaps if I travel fast enough I can escape the doom. It has been done, you know, and the forest devil isn't really my enemy, and I'm not sure that he exists, but it is safer to travel. His daughter bit her lips and glared. Then she kissed him upon the cheek and took his head between her hands and smiled into his tired eyes. I do not blame you at all for wishing to save your head, she said. But when Impotanazi had turned his back upon her and had gone out through the narrow way into the weird early dawn, she stamped violently upon the floor and tore out her hair in handfuls. All next day Impotanazi traveled. At night, with nervous limbs and dim eyes, he sat down under a huge reddish palm. The darkness closed in upon him, and he could feel it passing over his head and streaming past his ears. He felt that the darkness was solid, substantial, and that he could reach out and seize great handfuls of it. He breathed with difficulty, and he fancied that the palm above his head was breathing in unison with him. Once he imagined that the plant had laughed. He got together a few sticks and made an insignificant fire. He sat with bowed head in the wretched light, moving his fingers over the fire to warm them, and casting frightened glances into the dark forest recesses before him, and at the swaying palm above his head. He toppled on his side and lay with one arm extended, the fingers of his right hand touching the glowing embers. He awoke with a shriek and sat up. The forest was moving. Everything was moving. The trees, the mosses beneath him, the gigantic spreading lianas, the interlacing creepers, moving to a dreadful and unsuspecting rhythm. A drumming and a droning, remote, uncanny, titanic, struck upon his ears, and unfathomable abysses seemed to open out before him. He had a momentary sensation of falling through unreverberate space, and then he was lifted up and left with legs dangling in mid-air. He was lifted up between the trees, which closed in upon him, and then he retreated, and at one moment he expected to be crushed to death, and at the next he found himself in the center of a great pit, made by the regrouping of the trees, yards and yards from him. Then the trees and vegetation about him began to glow with a fierce and shocking red light. The trees seemed afire, and red light streamed in rivers from their branches. He found himself suspended in a flaming forest, and at his feet little forest streamlets ran with a soft welcoming murmur. He kicked out with his arms and legs, and then he began to feel the heat, and to suffer from the ascending spirals of smoke, and he longed for the soft touch of his daughter and her cool, comforting words. Then he saw it. Terribly through the forest aisle it came, its huge bat-like head thrust forward, and its small eyes glittering with unspeakable malice. Straight toward Impotanazi it came, and its great loathsome body swayed in the night wind, and its fur turned crimson in the glare of the burning trees. It was a caricature of evil such as Aubrey Beardsley could not have conceived. It would have been beyond the imagination of Rops or of John Martin or of Goya. It was a flaming, flying sadism with tooth and talon to tear and to rend, and a hatred and blasphemy in its eyes such as none could look upon with cool vision and sane sense. It was Satan seen through the eyes of Baudelaire, or one of those terrible creatures described by Sir John Mandeville, which inhabit unexplored regions of Asia beyond the river Ganges. For a moment it circled high up, above Impotanazi's head, and then it began to flutter about him, reaching out with its hideous black beak. The top of its head was man-like, but black and hairless, and its small eyes were sunken, and it had the nose of a bat. A thin chirping sound came from between its swollen lips. From the center of its furry breast, 2 long appendages hung down, and they ended in black lobster-shaped claws which dragged ruthlessly across the forest floor. To the unsophisticated eyes of Impotanazi it represented the accumulated evil of generations upon generations of human beings who had lived and died and made no absolution. It was the malice of the ancient forest, united to the sins of multitudes, and he knew intuitively that he had offended it, and called it forth, and that it demanded a victim. When Impotanazi fully apprehended his infinite peril, he deliberately assumed an attitude of nervous defiance. He threw back his head, and stared into the grim, malevolent eyes of the thing his willfulness had called forth. For a moment the creature hesitated, and the flames from above and below enveloped it, and passed over it and through it. It opened its mouth and emitted a thin stream of noisome yellow gas. Then it spat, deliberately spat at him. He could smell its acrid breath, and a mephitic odor of corruption. An offensive, filthy, and indescribable smell assailed him, and made him choke and cough. The horrid names passed, and Impotanazi felt a momentary exaltation. The creature had infused a queer assurance into him by its proximity. It was wrapped now in a ball of red and blue flame, and it chirped loudly as it backed away. It commenced circling about again. The trees were closing up, shutting it off. It descended suddenly to within 3 yards of Impotanazi, and its dragging talons stiffened and shot upward and seized Impotanazi about the arm. The flames expired. Impotanazi's arm was twisted violently, and then literally torn off. A stream of blood gushed from a cavern of ragged and crimsoned walls, a cavern of mutilated tissue that flared horribly where Impotanazi's elbow should have been, and spattered Impotanazi's wet torso and perspiring thighs. Impotanazi felt himself falling through space. He closed his eyes and endeavored to quell the unnatural fear in his poor, tired brain. Musunui waited under the aloe palms. He squatted on his knees and fumbled nervously with a covered object which lay beside him on the ground. The object was the size of a large melon, and it was concealed beneath several layers of yellow leaves. Musunui seemed eminently proud to possess the object, and yet he displayed an admirable reticence and tact in his handling of it. Musunui waited under the aloe palms for Impotanazi's daughter. She came to him over the cool wet sward with gilded eyebrows and painted lips and ivory plugs in her nose and ears. She came singing, and she smiled gloriously when she beheld patient, tolerant Musunui with the covered object beside him on the ground. She came up to him and kissed him on the lips and ran her nimble fingers through his curly hair. "Dear, dear Musunui," she said. Musunui regarded her cynically. "It is very unfortunate," he observed.
Your father might have arranged a more convenient and less sensational demise. Why did he not stay and have it out with the forest devil?" The daughter of Impatanazi knelt and took the covered object into her hands. Slowly she unwound the yellow leaves. She was exceedingly happy, and she beamed upon kind, tired Musanui. The last wrapping fell away, and the face of Impatanazi, her father, stared mildly up at her. His lips were parted, and the kindness and nobility of his spirit glittered in his eyes. His face was chastened, ascetic, at peace with man. He bestowed a generous benediction upon Musanui and his painted daughter. End of section 7. Section 8 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desert Lich.
"He has killed his wife, master. He is below, and he has killed his wife. All night he walked back and forth, beating upon the gate, with his bare hands, master. With his bare hands. All night upon the gate with his hands. Pound, pound, pound. It was like the desert drums, master. You have heard them? All night and in the cold."
Yes, I had expected him. I put my head out of the window and looked down upon him. Poor fellow. He was standing there in the cold, shivering and cursing. And whose fault was it? I had sold him a good wife, an excellent wife. He demanded too much of women. It was not in them to wear veils forever. I had warned him. I had said to him, "See here, you buy of me a woman, and she will betray you. It is to be expected. Why do you not shrug? Why do you not philosophize, as do the English? Are not wives cheap? Is it well to have them faithful too long? Would not anybody tire of an over-faithful woman? Faugh! I will get you another one." But no, he must kill his wife. It was to be expected. I descended the stairs and let him in. "Why is it," I demanded, "that you come here in the cold and disturb me? It is early, and I have had no coffee. The fumes of coffee go to our heads. When we have coffee, we are happy. We smile. We furnish you with wives. That is the custom. But if you come here so early, what can you expect?" He was bitter. He stormed. His shirt was open, and I could see the long red hairs bristling on his chest. "You must come with me. I shall show you what I have done, and then you will be happy. Come, it is not long. My camel is waiting." What could I do? The wrath was in him, and I had given him an unfaithful wife, and was in a measure to blame. I gave directions and followed him. It was a pity. The camels had suffered too, and nuzzled my hand. I dissolved in sympathy. These fine beasts had suffered because a fool had murdered his wife. The sands whistled between our legs. There were drums all over the desert. I was so cold that my beard froze, but I was determined. I had made a bargain, and I would keep it. "You do not mind?" He was riding with his face turned toward Mecca. Poor fool. He was sentimental and believed in devils. A bleak, freezing moment. We crossed dunes. The wind whistled through our beards. The silence of the morning drew in upon us. My teeth began to chatter, but I bit my tongue and urged my camel forward. Even then repentance might have come. I am not a fool, and I have a conscience. It is not a pleasant thing to sell a man an unfaithful wife. Men have been buried in the sand for less. Once I saw a man's ear cut off for less. But what would you have? Assume that I decided to confess the fault mine. He would turn on me. I should have a knife in my side. It is not pleasant to anger a man who has red hairs on his chest. So I replied nothing, and we went on. The wind rose and lifted our saddles. It takes a tremendous wind to lift saddles. My lips began to freeze together. Would we never dismount? What a cave! How can men live in such places? Eerily above the sands it rose, white like a sepulchre. What madness drives men to bury themselves in such places? It rose high on each side and slanted down in the middle, a camel's back rising out of the sand, and as white as clean-picked bones. There were bones in front, long rows of smooth white bones. Human? Ah, yes, they were human. But no one wonders at it in the desert. For one thing, there are many lepers, and they die anywhere. Like leaves they fall, and who is there to pick them up?
For 6 years I have lived here." Poor fellow, I pitied him. To awake at night with your teeth on edge, to feel the cold in your bones, to know that you live in a tomb. And he had taken a wife to help him bear it. But is it any wonder that she rebelled? We slid down from our poor tired camels. We sidled across the sands. The wind licked furiously about the sepulchre. We stumbled over the bones. I groaned as a sharp point pricked through my sandals. "Will you not enter first?" He was bowing to me. I climbed up over the smooth white stone. The opening was but 3 feet in diameter, a tiny hole in the top of a white sepulchre. I felt around inside with my foot for a ladder, but there was nothing. Drop! Was it a trap? Should I let myself go and drop down, perhaps 10, perhaps 20, perhaps 100 feet? Desert sepulchres run deep. He was grinning like a malicious satyr, but if I hesitated, there was the knife. And after all, what is a drop of 50 feet? A broken leg, perhaps, but when one has sold a man an unfaithful wife, is it too great a payment? Did I not owe him that much? And it might give him pleasure. I felt my hands slipping on the smooth stone. I closed my eyes and let them slip. I fell like a freighted pomegranate. For a moment I felt the darkness closing in about me, passing through my beard and over my head. I felt the darkness, and then I became light about the heart. I was falling a great distance. I thought of many things. Why had I not sounded the baggage in advance? I should have asked her, "Do you like this chap? Is it reasonable that I should ask you to live in a sepulchre?" But then I did not know that the fool dwelt in a tomb. Why did I think of these things? Even as I fell, in less time than it takes a camel to sneeze, and then a great weight on my shoulders. I had landed upon my back. You may laugh, but it was horrible. My shoulders seemed on fire, fierce contractions under my shoulders and arms. I cried out with the pain. I was a fool, of course. Who could have heard me? It was dark, and I had fallen a great distance, all of 100 feet. Far above me I saw a miniature speck of light which wavered. Now it was here, now there. A tiny pinprick of light, and a voice that laughed. "Fool! Fool! Fool!" Was it the light that spoke? I passed my hand over my chest. I was dripping wet. The cold had disappeared. I was lying on a smooth, warm floor. Waves of intense heat passed over me. Somewhere nearby there was a fire, a furnace perhaps. It flickered occasionally across the darkness, lighting the vault. I tried to sit up, but a weight was on my shoulders. I lay panting. Then deep thoughts began to run in my brain. It was a holiday season. Men would come for wives, with crates of pomegranates, with curds, with ewe's milk, bartering, scheming, seeking wives. They were fierce, determined men. What if my boy should say, "You must depart, there are no wives here. The master has gone away, and there are no wives." Would they not storm? Would they not scale the wall and carry away my women? And they would never pay me. I know them too well, but perhaps one will have a kinder heart. Perhaps one will say, "Surely this man is not one to lose trade. If he is gone, there is mischief afoot. Some scoundrelly freelance may have murdered him. Hi there, boy, in whose company did your master depart?" If they but think to ask that. But they will never ask it. I know them too well. For hours, ages, I lay there. Above me the spark of light vanished. In the night I lay and groaned. But I saw things. Objects made themselves visible to me. And there was the red-green illumination from beyond that flashed across the chamber. A small chamber, 20 by 20 perhaps. And in the corner an object. It lay upon a rounded dais, and it repelled me. It possessed a blasphemous imperfection that I dared not openly acknowledge. It lacked the permanent quality of other objects. It had once boasted attributes. Certain attributes. Certain attributes. And now it was changing, becoming more unbearable before my eyes. I closed my eyes. I endeavored to shut out the object, but the outline of it forced itself beneath my eyelids. I could not blot out that long, thin form from my tired brain. I saw very clearly that I had been a fool to sell a man an unfaithful wife. And yet, what a method of revenge! And had the idiot no sense of decorum? To drop a man 100 feet in the sarcophagus of his wife? The next day I could move. It was difficult, but I got to my feet. The furnace had gone out, and a chill had taken me. My eyes were glued together, and the knuckles of my hands were beginning to turn black. A misery in my bones. I felt them crack as I moved across the floor. My eyes could now distinguish objects without the aid of the light from the furnace. Plague on the idiot's stupidity. He might have left me the darkness. It is these little things that hurt. A lack of common decency between enemies. It was not pleasant to look at her. The heat of the furnace had altered her monstrously. Now the cold might help, but things had gone atrociously far. I bit my knuckles and swore in my beard. There was a disdain in her face, a horrible, bitter grimace, and I quailed before the justice of it. And yet it was not meant for me. Coward. He dared not face the contempt in his wife's face. He had sought me out, and he had forced the disdain upon me. The cold increased. Something loathsome slid across the floor. A snake or a rat. What did it matter? The agony was all within me. My anger warmed me against the cold without. But I did not like the thought of unknown things gliding between my legs. I was tempted to climb upon the bier. What if I put his wife upon the floor? The rats would be pleased. It was well to propitiate the vermin. They were insatiable in their greed. What if I should? And yet I had not descended so far. It was foolish to imagine such extremities. A man does not so abandon a woman for fear of rats. I could still hope. I slid solemnly along the wall, feeling with my hands for a crevice, a crack, something definite to go upon. But nothing but damp mildew could I find. Nothing but mildew 100 feet below the desert. It came off in my hands, peeled layers of noisome greenish mildew. It was that and the rats which sent me back to the center of the room. I stood still in the center, trying to rub my eyes open. They were gummy and stuck together. I could see, but only vaguely, as one perceives things in a prism. The blood pounded in my head, but I could not keep the cold out of my legs and arms. Fool, fool, fool! Something above reiterated it. It beat in through my frozen ears. It ran through my blood, and that shouted out from the tips of my fingers. Fool, fool, fool! I might have known. To sell a man a piece of baggage for a wife. After all, the rats deserved her. Then the hunger came upon me. A longing for food, for plums, for raisins, pomegranates. To feel both hunger and cold. To stand in the dark with rats running between your legs, and to long for pomegranates. I saw my women pressing the sweet fruit between their hands. In the darkness I could discern long rows of goblets filled with pomegranate juice. The figure on the bier appeared to mock me. Fool, fool, fool! He was looking down upon me from above. I saw the tiny pinprick of light, and tore at my beard. The long hairs came out in my hand. Already the skin on my face was beginning to freeze. I felt my ears. They were stiff and brittle. Low currents of air ran along the floor. I could feel the chill breeze whistling about my legs. But these things were soon forgotten. And then came back the dreams of pomegranates. Row on row of goblets filled with pomegranate juice. I stretched forth my hand to seize one, to drain it, and I slyly anticipated the ecstasy of the warm, sweet liquid. Fool! The goblets vanished into thin air, and in my open mouth I tasted the necrophilic damp of a desert sepulchre. During the next night I was very quiet. I lay upon my back, dumbly delirious. But I knew better than to dream of pomegranates. I filled the darkness with elaborate boards, overflowing with butter cakes, bowls of rice, dates, camel's meat, spices, rich red wine. Was I not shrewd? Even in the darkness did I drain goblet after goblet of Abyssinian wine. In the morning I called upon Allah for the first time. Then I repented and blasphemed.
Walla, walla, walla. Even in the morning, in the grey cold, with slithery things crawling between my legs. I instinctively began to pity the woman on the bier. I crossed over and looked at her. Ah, she had changed. There is a fascination in ugliness. We long to cover it up, but it attracts us. How I longed to put a cloth over that face, and yet how morbidly fascinating that monstrous grimace that seemed to dissolve and change as I watched it. Never in my life had her face possessed such an attraction. But how satisfy a longing for pomegranates by studying a face? What a longing for food obsessed me. I began to dream of snaring the rats. If they would walk into a trap, what if I should lie down and remain very quiet? Perhaps the rats would venture out and run over me. During the night I had several times felt tiny nostrils nuzzling my hand, and once something cold and loathsome had dashed across my face. I lay down on the floor. It was a madness, for the chill was already in my bones. Already the gangrene had infected my armpits. I knew it too well, the dreadful, sickening pain. I knew also that my ears had turned black, that I should lose my ears. But a hunger fever was about me. I thought only of that. I was alone with my hunger. I did not move. I did not breathe. Only about me I watched the light, the tiny, white light that wavered and mocked. Fool, fool, fool! And there was the darkness and the stifling odors. Horrible warm currents of air brushed across my face, and then something wet and slimy. My hand shot out and grasped it. It was soft and plump to the touch. A gigantic rat, a rare prize. What a fool a man is to barter an unfaithful wife. Yes, it was soft, and I pressed it fiercely. I squeezed it as I would a pomegranate. I could feel it scratching and struggling. The vermin! I held it very close, sought to squeeze the air out of its detestable body. Then it bit me. The wet blood trickled over my palm. I let the rat go and sat up. Was it only in imagination that I carried my hand to my lips and sucked greedily upon it? I had no clear evidence that I had so acted. Only, why had I gladly released the rat? What thrill had seized upon me at the thought of the warm blood trickling over my hand? Fool, fool, fool! Above me the ceaseless iteration. It had become a part of my every thought. During the day I devoured my headdress. It was not pleasant, of course, but I got it down somehow. It had a sweet, starchy taste. It weaned me from my pomegranates, for a time. But there were other insatiate longings. I dreamed of camels. I saw long processions of camels. I stood in a desert place, a land of dead seasons that wander, and watched them come solemnly up over the rim of the desert and disappear into the burning sands. I stood with a huge knife in my hand, and as each camel passed by, I made a desperate lunge at his side with the knife. Great cuts would appear in the sides of the frightened animals, and I would put my lips to the lacerations and drink up gallon after gallon of fresh, warm blood. During the next night, my longing reached its culmination. I might have known. From the very first, his design had been that I should do what I was about to do. Have you the heart to blame me? My legs and arms were freezing. I could scarcely wriggle my fingers. Under my arms the pain was excruciating. My entire being cried out that I should do a vile thing to satisfy my craving for relief, for food, for pomegranates. I approached the body. I drew back the cloth which covered it. I shrieked inwardly, but I was determined. There was no alternative. The damp and agony of the sarcophagus were in my blood. My soul was green and sick with noisome mildew. My soul was like the walls of the sepulchre, nitre-encrusted and necrophilic. But even as I bent, there came a burst of merriment from above. The vault echoed with triumphant laughter, and the pinpoint of light grew.
Shafts of soft sunlight filtered through the darkness. In the center of the vault hung a rope. A rope! You did not mind? In my heart of hearts I pitied you. But it was necessary to affirm, to act. Your offense was great, but under the stars I pitied you. Is it not written, Thou shalt deal alone in women of sound heart? But let enmity cease between us. Bind the rope about your waist. My wife you may leave. Had you nibbled, I should have regretted. Quickly did I fasten the rope about me, and then up, up, up to sunlight, and pomegranates. My dear friend, never violate the Koran. End of section 8. Section 9 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Eye Above the Mantel. I cannot recall to mind the precise place where we met, or even why we met. Perhaps we were assembled merely by chance, or perhaps we dared not consciously acknowledge the purpose which had brought us together. We had drunk a great deal of exceedingly rare and costly wine, and all sense of proportion had left us. We blasphemed openly, and uttered prophecies and warnings which none but the gods have a right to utter. We also defied the little gods, and made fun of their tininess, which was unkind. It seems to me that we were all very young and students of a lore which had long since perished from the earth, even as the inspired and mystic writings of the Chaldees have sunk into oblivion with the forgotten centuries. I know that we interested ourselves in evolution, and speculated upon the creature which would someday take man's place upon this tiny planet of ours. That such a creature would come, we had not the slightest doubt, and we merely discussed the way of his coming. But there was one among us who took no part in our conversation, but who sat with folded arms and smiling face, listening in silence to all which fell from our lips. He was tall and pale, and yet I cannot for the life describe him, or even hint at the unheard-of characters which marked him as one apart, and which made us fear him with a fear which was more than human, a fear which the Sphinx must have felt when the gods of Egypt went shrieking across the Nile to mingle with the gods of Greece and the gods of Rome. Of his dress I remember nothing save that the tails of his coat were immoderately long, and seemed to sweep the floor. We feared him, and yet we dared not openly show our fear. Our gestures were violent and affected, and our voices low and constrained, and we looked at him constantly, and yet continued to talk of the Superman. We continued to talk of the Superman who would some day come and destroy the pallid and feeble thing called Vir. And we thought of this Superman as some great insect with long hairy arms and loathsome spider-like body, and we shuddered to think of that terrible day not far distant when the old lord of the earth should stand naked and defenseless before the new and send up impotent shrieks to the quiet stars. It was at this point that the stranger arose and laughed. I cannot think that such a laugh was known to the Egyptians or to the Medes, or to the Persians, or to any of the lesser peoples who now dwell within the region of darkness. It was a laugh such as is only heard in the small hours of the night, when the gods are careless, and no longer watch over the meditations and manifestations of man. And the stranger spoke, and his voice was the voice of a demon, but it was also the voice of an angel. And the stranger spoke, and his voice was unchaste, but it was holy. And I shuddered and drew my coat up over my ears that I might not hear the voice that seemed to tempt me away from myself, and the others did likewise, but the voice reached us through our clothes. As the eye is the window of the soul, so is the eye of this room, and the window to that which is to come. Upon hearing this, we looked at one another, and our faces assumed expressions at once sinister and indescribable. There was but one window in that small room, and it was high up over a mantel of gold and onyx, under a ceiling of white marble. And through it the pale light of the wan moon came in thin pencil-like rays. In a moment we had placed a chair against the wall. a red plush chair with arms of black ebony, and were mounting the mantel. But the mantel was narrow and could not hold all of us. And seeing this, we became angry and fought among ourselves, and quarreled for a place on the mantel. And finally we decided to draw lots, and let fate decide who should be the first to mount, and to gaze through that little window which admitted the pale light of the wan moon in thin pencil-like rays. And so one Amomenon produced a set of jet-black dice, and for 5 minutes we gambled there under the little window to see who should be the first to mount. And may the gods who watch over my destiny be praised, I won. And to me was reserved the privilege and the right of being the first of all the children of men, to look through that tiny window and to view all that lay beyond. And I mounted with glee, my heart beating within me, and my soul screaming with ecstasy. I mounted slowly, because the writhings of Plith, the Babylonian, the ancient and yellow scrolls of Plith, had taught me that haste injures the bodily organs and destroys the faculties of the mind. At length I reached the little window and gazed out. I had expected to see a quiet Manhattan street, with yellow and black automobiles sweeping noiselessly by, and gentle lamp-posts shedding melancholy beams upon the well-turned mustaches of pale passers-by, and over all the wan moon which had shed its pale rays into the little room below through the tiny window at which I was now gazing. But instead I beheld an endless waste, stretching out for miles and miles, a quiet, empty waste of gray sandstone, utterly bereft of every living thing. The singing of birds, the drone of insects, and the sighing of the wind against the trees, and against the houses of brick and the palaces of marble. All had ceased, because there were no birds, or insects, or wind, or palaces of marble and houses of brick. For miles and miles the waste stretched out and met the sky. And the sky was not blue but yellow, and shed a yellow light over the gray sandstone. The sky itself shed this light, because there was no sun or indication that there ever had been a sun. The light came from the sky, from every part of the sky. From out of infinite space came the light. And there were no birds or insects or wind or houses of brick and palaces of marble, but only the waste, endless, stretching away into infinity, crying out unto God. And a hideous sense of foreboding hung over me, and I groaned inwardly and was about to turn away from the window. But something arose in the distance. Something white and terrible arose in the distance. From all sides it arose. They arose, myriad white things, and they came forward in even formation. They came forward from the place where the earth met the sky, and they marched with the sure and even step of an invading army. And when they came near, and I beheld them, I screamed in dismay, for they were all white and tall, and were not like the men I knew. And then it dawned upon me with a fearful suddenness that these were not men at all, but were those of whom the Arabians wrote in letters of blood on secret tablets, which have gone the way of all secret tablets. And I stood with my eyes glued to the window and watched them advance. I soon noticed that they were not all of the same size, and the tallest commanded the less tall. I also noticed that they wore no clothes, but were covered with a kind of white fur, and that they were not ashamed of their nakedness. I also noticed that their teeth were black, and their eyes red and inflamed. And then they came very near, almost under the window, and I could hear them talk, and they spoke neither the tongue of Greece nor the tongue of Rome, neither the tongue of England nor the tongue of France, but held discourse in a strange tongue which I could not understand, and which I did not wish to understand. And they kept coming, and filled up the whole great expanse of gray sandstone, and became a titanic sea of ever-moving white. And now they filled every square inch of all that land, and there was room for no more. And still some continued to come, crawling over the heads and shoulders of the others. And when at length they came no more, the yellow heavens went colorless, and the stars and the pale moon, which had shed its feeble mercuric light through the low window at which I now stood, became visible. And then someone below spoke a command. It was uttered in a low voice, and it lacked authority, and yet I knew that it would be obeyed. I knew that the command would be obeyed because it came from below, and I was not mistaken, for lo, as I stood there, a path was cleared among the multitude of white beings who swayed to and fro under the colorless sky, and the pale moon, and the quiet stars. And the path was a shocking path, very narrow and uneven, and ever in danger of being closed up by the angry white things that had made it. And the path extended from the window to the place where the earth met the sky, and I kept my face pressed to the window watching the path. Of a sudden there arose on the horizon 4 white figures, but taller than any that had gone before, as tall as the Arabian goddess Aso, who rules over the hearts of all brave men. And these 4 figures came forward, and they carried with them a great thing of bronze and of iron, a great heavy thing of bronze and iron that resembled nothing so much as a cage. And when they came very near, I saw that it was a cage, and I cried out to the gods of Seth and Sarmenia to take forever from me my sight, that I might not behold the thing within that cage. For the thing within that cage was hideous to look upon, and was covered with foul yellow mud and dank Charonian vegetation, and it uttered little feeble cries which reminded me of the cries which Heth had uttered when he had been attacked by the lampreys in his master's garden, and had suffered his blood to be drawn off in 18 different directions at the same time. But the gods of Seth and Sarmenia heard me not, and my sight never left me, and I was forced to keep my eyes riveted upon the cage of iron and bronze, and the loathsome thing within. And while I watched, the white creatures began to torture their captive with little sticks of wood, little sharp sticks which they held in their hands. They poked him in the face, and hit him over the head and shoulders, and called him names which I knew were shocking because of the voice in which they were uttered. But strange to say, I felt sympathy only for myself, because the creature was too horrid to excite sympathy in either man or beast. And the moons and the stars looked down silently and said nothing. And the cries of the thing went up to the colorless heavens with no one to protest. How long I continued to watch them torture the thing I cannot tell, but it seems to me that for ages and ages, eons and eons, the cries rose up to the gods. And at length the light of the moon fell full upon the cage, and the thing within stood out in awful clearness. And now, as I write, my soul becomes delirious, and my heart volcanic, and my mind alone remains calm, for the thing within that cage, I am all consumed with fire. I cannot write it. I cannot. This wretched soul, but enough. I will tell all. The thing within that cage was a man, and that man was Kanos, my dear, my darling brother. Oh, God. The loathsome thing within, covered with dank Charonian vegetation, was flesh of my flesh, and bone of my bone. I tried to turn from the window. I sent up supplications to both the little gods and the big gods, and I even invoked the aid of the sinister and unchaste demon Roth, who dwells within the vile Dagon charnel house, and who is part ruler of Eld and no more. But my prayers were unanswered, and to me of all men was reserved the horrible fate of being forced to gaze upon the living disintegration of a loved one. And when at length it was over, and dear Kanos had gone his way into the endless void, the gods of Seth and Sarmenia, and of Rosath and Reynald, gave permission to leave the window. And with a shriek which I did not recognize as my own, I jumped down from the mantel and screamed to my companions to cover me with their cloaks and to shield me from myself. But my companions heard me not, for my companions, alas, were beyond hearing and seeing. My companions were beyond hearing and seeing, and they neither heard my cries nor noticed the agony of my soul. Stretched out pale and motionless, they lay in a neat row upon the cold floor of white marble. Stretched out stiff and silent they lay. And upon the lips of each there was a smile, and upon the breast of each a little red spot. A little, neat, round red spot upon the breast of each. And then with a fearful suddenness it all came to me, and I knew that the Egyptians and the Medes, and the Assyrians, and the Persians were all more cunning than we. All infinitely more cunning than we, because they had known and had permitted their civilizations to sink into decay, and had left to the Celt and the Saxon the terrible menace of the Superman. And now I saw him standing there, the new Lord of the universe, standing there quiet and sinister over the bodies of those whom he had slain. And then he suddenly seemed to perceive that I was no longer at the window, and he smiled with sweet smile and spoke in a voice which was tender and soft. "You are the last of your kind, and I pity you. Go, and live to revel in the glories of a civilization which is to come, a civilization such as you have never known. Go, I say, and wander among the graves of your race, and if you so desire, write the history of my coming." And I obeyed. End of section 9. Section 10 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Man Who Died Twice. When Hazlitt saw the stranger at his desk, his emotions were distinctly unpleasant. Upcher might have given me notice, he thought. He wouldn't have been so high-handed a few months ago. He gazed angrily about the office. No one seemed aware of his presence. The man who had taken his desk was dictating a letter, and the stenographer did not even raise her eyes. "It's damnable," said Hazlitt, and he spoke loud enough for the usurper to hear. But the latter continued to dictate. "The premium on policy 6284 has been so long overdue." Hazlitt stalked furiously across the office and stepped into a room blazing with light and clamorous with conversation. Upcher, the president, was in conference, but Hazlitt ignored the 3 directors who sat puffing contentedly on fat cigars and addressed himself directly to the man at the head of the table. "I've worked for you for 20 years, he shouted furiously, "and you needn't think you can dish me now. I've helped make this company. If necessary, I shall take legal steps." Mr. Upcher was stout and stern. His narrow skull and small eyes under heavy eyebrows suggested a very primitive type. He had stopped talking and was staring directly at Hazlitt. His gaze was icily indifferent, stony, remote. His calm was so unexpected that it frightened Hazlitt. The directors seemed perplexed. 2 of them had stopped smoking, and the third was passing his hand rapidly back and forth across his forehead. "I frightened them," thought Hazlitt. "They know the old man owes everything to me. I mustn't appear too submissive." "You can't dispose of me like this," he continued dogmatically. "I've never complained of the miserable salary you gave me, but you can't throw me into the street without notice." The president colored slightly. "Our business is very important," he began. Hazlitt cut him short with a wave of his hand. "My business is the only thing that matters now. I want you to know that I won't stand for your ruthless tactics. When a man has slaved as I have for 20 years, he deserves some consideration. I'm merely asking for justice. In heaven's name, why don't you say something? Do you want me to do all the talking?" Mr. Upcher wiped away with his coat sleeve the small beads of sweat that had accumulated above his collar. His gaze remained curiously impersonal, and when Hazlitt swore at him, he wet his lips and began. "Our business is very important." Hazlitt trembled at the repetition of the man's unctuous remark. He found himself reluctant to say more, but his anger continued to mount. He advanced threateningly to the head of the table and glared into the impassive eyes of his former employer. Finally, he broke out, "You're a damned scoundrel!" One of the directors coughed. A sickly grin spread itself across Mr. Upcher's stolid countenance. "Our business, as I was saying." Hazlitt raised his fist and struck the president of the Rich Bank Life Insurance Company squarely upon the jaw. It was an intolerably ridiculous thing to do, but Hazlitt was no longer capable of verbal persuasion, and he had decided that nothing less than a blow would be adequate. The grin disappeared from Mr. Upcher's face. He raised his right hand and passed it rapidly over his chin. A flash of anger appeared for a moment in his small, deep-set eyes. "Something I don't understand," he murmured. "It hurt like the devil. I don't know precisely what it means." "Don't you?" shouted Hazlitt. "You're lucky to get off with that. I've a good mind to hit you again." But he was frightened at his own violence, and he was unable to understand why the directors had not seized him. They seemed utterly unaware of anything out of the ordinary, and even Mr. Upchur did not seem greatly upset. He continued to rub his chin, but the old indifference had crept back into his eyes. "Our business is very important," he began. Hazlitt broke down and wept. He leaned against the wall while great sobs convulsed his body. Anger and abuse he could have faced, but Mr. Upchur's stony indifference robbed him of manhood. It was impossible to argue with a man who refused to be insulted. Hazlitt had reached the end of his rope. He was decisively beaten, but even his acknowledgment of defeat passed unnoticed. The directors were discussing policies and premiums and first mortgages, and Mr. Upchur advanced a few commonplace opinions while his right hand continued to caress his chin. "Policies that have been carried for more than 50 years, he was saying, are not subject to the new law. It is possible by the contemplated—" Hazlitt did not wait for him to finish. Sobbing hysterically, he passed into the outer office, and several minutes later he was descending in the elevator to the street. All moral courage had left him. He felt like a man who had returned from the grave. He was white to the lips, and when he stopped for a moment in the vestibule he was horrified at the way an old woman poked at him with her umbrella and actually pushed him aside. The glitter and chaos of Broadway at dusk did not soothe him. He walked despondently with his hands in his pockets and his eyes upon the ground. "I'll never get another job," he thought. "I'm a nervous wreck, and old Upchur will never recommend me. I don't know how I'll break the news to Helen." The thought of his wife appalled him. He knew she would despise him. "She'll think I'm a jellyfish," he groaned. "But I did all a man could. You can't buck up against a stone wall. I can see that old Upchur had it in for me from the start. I hope he chokes." He crossed the street at 73rd Street and started leisurely westward. It was growing dark, and he stopped for a moment to look at his watch. His hands trembled, and the timepiece almost fell to the sidewalk. With an oath, he replaced it in his vest. "Dinner will be cold," he muttered, "and Helen won't be in a pleasant mood. How on earth am I going to break the news to her?" When he reached his apartment, he was shivering. He sustained himself by tugging at the ends of his mustache and whistling apologetically. He was overcome with shame and fear, but something urged him not to put off ringing the bell. He pressed the buzzer firmly, but no reassuring click answered him. Yet, suddenly he found himself in his own apartment. "I certainly got in," he mumbled in an immeasurably frightened voice. "But I apparently didn't come through the door. Or did I? I don't think I'm quite well." He hung up his hat and umbrella and walked into the sitting room. His wife was perched on the arm of his Morris chair, and her back was turned towards him. She was in dressing gown and slippers, and her hair was down. She was whispering in a very low voice. "My dear, my darling, I hope you haven't worked too hard today. You must take care of your health for my sake. Poor Richard went off in 3 days with double pneumonia." Hazlitt stared. The woman on the chair was obviously not addressing him, and he thought for an instant that he had strayed into the wrong apartment and mistaken a stranger for his wife. But the familiar lines of her profile soon undeceived him, and he gasped. Then, in a blinding flash, he saw it all. His wife had betrayed him, and she was speaking to another man. Hazlitt quickly made up his mind that he would kill his wife. He advanced ominously to where she sat and stared at her with furious, bloodshot eyes. She shivered and glanced about her nervously. The stranger in the chair rose and stood with his back to the fireplace. Hazlitt saw that he was tall and lean and handsome. He seemed happy and was smiling. Hazlitt clenched his fist and glared fiercely at this intruder into his private home. "Something has come between us," said Hazlitt's wife in a curiously distant voice. "I feel it like a physical presence. You will perhaps think me very silly." The stranger shook his head. "I feel it too," he said. It's as if the ghost of an old love had come back to you. While you were sitting on the chair, I saw a change come over your face. I think you fear something."
"I'll make you both fear something," shouted Hazlitt. He struck his wife on the face with his open hand. She colored slightly and continued to address the stranger.
"It's as if he had come back. It is 6 months tonight since we buried him. He was a good husband, and I am not sure that I have reverenced his memory. Perhaps we were too hasty, Jack."
Hazlitt suppressed an absurd desire to scream. The blood was pounding in his ears, and he gazed from his wife to the stranger with stark horror. His wife's voice sent a flood of dreadful memories welling through his consciousness. He saw again the hospital ward where he had spent 3 days of terrible agony, gasping for breath and shrieking for water. A tall doctor with sallow, bloodless cheeks bent wearily above him and injected something into his arm. Then unconsciousness. A blessed oblivion wiping out the world and all its disturbing sights and sounds. Later he opened his eyes and caught his wife in the act of poisoning him. He saw her standing above him with a spoon and a bottle in her hand on which was a skull and crossbones. He endeavored to rise up, to cry out, but his voice failed him and he could not move his limbs. He saw that his wife was possessed of a devil, and primitive horror fastened on his tired brain. He made dreadful grimaces and squirmed about under the sheets, but his wife was relentless. She bent and forced the spoon between his teeth.
"I don't love you,"
she laughed shrilly.
"And you're better dead. I only hope you won't return to haunt me."
Hazlitt choked and fainted. He did not regain consciousness, but later he watched his body being prepared for burial, and amused himself by thinking that his wife would soon regret her vileness. "I shall show her what a ghost can do," he reflected grimly. "I shall pay her for this. She won't love me when I'm through with her." There had followed days of confusion. Hazlitt forgot that he was only a ghost, and he had walked into his old office and deliberately insulted Mr. Upshur. But now that his wife stood before him, memories came rushing back. He was a thin, emaciated ghost, but he could make himself felt. Nothing but vengeance remained to him, and he did not intend to forgive his wife. It was not in his nature to forgive. He would force a confession from her, and if necessary he would choke the breath from her abominable body. He advanced and seized her by the throat. He was pressing with all his might upon the delicate white throat of his wife. He was pressing with lean, bony fingers. His victim seemed sunk into a kind of stupor. Her eyes were half shut, and she was leaning against the wall. The stranger watched her with growing horror. When she began to cough, he ran into the kitchen and returned with a glass of water. When he handed it to her, she drained it at a gulp. It seemed to restore her slightly.
"I can't explain it," she murmured, "but I feel as if a band were encircling my throat. It is hot in here. Please open the windows."
The stranger obeyed. It occurred to Hazlitt that the man really loved his wife. "Worse luck to him," he growled, and his ghostly voice cracked with emotion. The woman was choking and gasping now, and gradually he forced her to her knees. "Confess," he commanded. "Tell this fool how you get rid of your husbands. Warn him in advance, and he will thank you and clear out. If you love him, you won't want him to suffer." Hazlitt's wife made no sign that she had heard him. "You're doing no good at all by acting like this," he shouted. "If you don't tell him everything now, I'll kill you. I'll make you a ghost." The tall stranger turned pale. He could not see or hear Hazlitt, but it was obvious that he suspected the presence of more than 2 people in the room. He took Hazlitt's wife firmly by the wrists and endeavored to raise her. "In heaven's name, what ails you?" he asked fearfully. "You act as if someone were hurting you. Is there nothing I can do?" There was something infinitely pathetic in the woman's helplessness. She was no longer able to speak, but her eyes cried out in pain. The stranger at length succeeded in aiding her. He got her to her feet, but Hazlitt refused to be discouraged. The stranger's opposition exasperated him, and he redoubled his efforts. But soon he realized that he could not choke her. He had expended all his strength, and still the woman breathed. A convulsion of baffled rage distorted his angular frame. He knew that he would be obliged to go away and leave the woman to her lover. A ghost is a futile thing at best, and cannot work vengeance. Hazlitt groaned. The woman beneath his hands took courage.
Her eyes sought those of the tall stranger.
"It is going away. It is leaving me," she whimpered. "I can breathe more easily now. It is you who have given me courage, my darling."
The stranger was bewildered and horrified. "I can't understand what's got into you," he murmured. "I don't see anything. You're becoming hysterical. Your nerves are all shattered to pieces." Hazlitt's wife shook her head, and color returned to her cheeks.
"It was awful, dearest. You cannot know how I suffered. You will perhaps think me insane, but I know he was back of it. Kiss me, darling. Help me to forget."
She threw her arms about the stranger's neck and kissed him passionately upon the lips. Hazlitt covered his eyes with his hand and turned away with horror. Despair clutched at his heart.
"A futile ghost," he groaned. "A futile, weak ghost. I couldn't punish a fly. Why in heaven's name am I earthbound?"
He was near the window now, and suddenly he looked out. A night of stars attracted him.
"I shall climb to heaven," he thought. "I shall go floating through the air and wander among the stars. I am decidedly out of place here."
It was a tired ghost that climbed out of the window and started to propel itself through the air. But unfortunately, a man must overcome gravitation to climb to the stars, and Hazlitt did not ascend. He was still earthbound. He picked himself up and looked about him. Men and women were passing rapidly up and down the street, but no one had apparently seen him fall. "I'm invisible, that's sure," he reflected. "Neither Upture nor the directors nor my wife saw me. But my wife felt me, and yet I'm not satisfied. I didn't accomplish what I set out to do. My wife is laughing up her sleeve at me now. My wife? She has probably married that ninny, and I hope she lives to regret it. She didn't even wait for the grass to cover my grave. I won't trust a woman again if I can help it." A woman walking on the street passed through him. "Horrible," he groaned. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Dog-Eared God. The Egyptian gods are shaped like beasts, but why they represent them in this way I had rather not mention. Herodotus. "What do you think of it?" asked Professor Dewey. The colossal height of the mummy case accentuated my friend's littleness. Somehow I don't know why the image should have presented itself. I thought of the opium-haunted De Quincey walking warily about the streets of London, a grotesque little midget in carpet slippers who carried a world within his head. Professor Dewey bore an amazing resemblance to De Quincey. His forehead was high and shrunken and covered with wrinkles, and the skin on his lean cheeks was stretched as taut as yellow parchment. His nose could scarcely be described as Roman. It was so excessively Hebraic that a strain of Jewish blood unquestionably formed a measure of his heritage. His smile, when he did smile, was grim and lifeless, and very few people would have been attracted to him. But beneath his almost repulsive exterior, the little chap had a good heart, and I found his companionship delightfully stimulating. Professor Dewey's hobby was Egyptology, and he imported large quantities of mummies annually, and, I am sorry to add, illegally. No prying customs officer ever laid his sternly official hand on one of Professor Dewey's acquisitions. No blue-eyed and impertinent government clerk ever questioned Professor Dewey as to the value of his queer and often repulsive property. The professor had made arrangements with a dozen sly and secretive skippers whose Levantine dealings were seldom above reproach. And as a result of his careful bargaining, he never lost a mummy or a scarab or a precious stone. In the course of a single year, 83 mummies had been successfully smuggled into his stately brownstone mansion on Riverside Drive. We stood in Professor Dewey's mummy room, a great hall carpeted with red velvet and lined with rather sinister black curtains. It seemed ridiculous to me that the professor should furnish this repository with the trappings of occult melodrama, but I've always been singularly incapable of fathoming my friend's amusing whims. Beneath his whimsicality and eccentricity, he was reasonably genuine, and it is unfair to expect a common sense or restraint from a man of genius. The mummy before us was unusually tall. It fairly towered in the yellowish gloom of the great room, and it bore unmistakable characteristics of great age. And it was oddly shaped. Its breast swelled out curiously, and its nose was gigantic. Indeed, the latter member almost protruded through the aromatic and evil-smelling wrappings. "An Egyptian Cyrano," I remarked, and permitted a grin to disturb my usually severe and solemn features. The professor often assured me that my features were severe, and being a very young man, I took pardonable pride in the fact. "How the ladies must have hated him," I added, seeing my friend scowl. "This is a serious matter," he said after a pause that seemed interminable. "Nothing like this has ever come out of Egypt. I do not like it." My friend's voice was distressingly hollow. It made me nervous, and I endeavored to quiet him. "There is nothing very unusual about this mummy," I replied. "Some very peculiar types undoubtedly existed among the Egyptians. I dare say they had their sideshows and circuses with the odd assortment of freaks that usually goes with such things. This poor fellow may have been a king's jester. It is really unfair to reproach him with his ugliness after all these years. I am sure his life was a very unhappy one." The professor's scowl grew in volume. "You must be serious," he retorted. "This mummy is very unusual. I am not a sensationalist, my dear boy, but I may say that my enemies would give a great deal to use this thing to discredit me. We must be very wary about publishing the results of our experiments." "Experiments?" I snatched at the word. I had a boyish and ridiculous eagerness for all varieties of research. "I have some experiments in mind that will demand a great deal of courage. If you do not feel equal to them, I shall want you to tell me so quite frankly. But first I must warn and prepare you and describe what we have to deal with." The professor lit an absurdly long panatella and puffed for several moments in silence. The smoke ascended spirally and formed a curious grayish nimbus above the mummy case. The mummy stood out in the depressing gloom like a sinister avenger of the 83 defenseless wretches that Professor Dewey had dissected and destroyed. When my friend spoke again, his voice had acquired a small measure of calm. He spoke slowly, punctuating his sentences with an occasional cough. "There are myths in the treasure house of mankind that were not originally based upon solid objective facts. I do not believe that the imagination of primitive peoples is capable of creating bogies out of thin air. We are too easily deluded by modern science, and altogether too apt to scoff at the legends of gods and goddesses that have come down to us. It is absurd to believe that the Egyptians created their monstrous bestial gods from mere observation of living animals. There is something so immense, so psychically terrible about the Egyptian gods, that it is difficult to believe them simply the product of normal human imagination. They are either the imaginings of some dreamer of wild and unheard of powers, an Edgar Poe among the Egyptians, or..." Professor Dewey paused without stating his alternative. I presume he wanted his heresy to sink in, for he waited several moments before continuing. "These crocodile gods, these cat-headed and bat-eared divinities are really more debased than anything to be found anywhere in the modern world. Even your barbarous blackfellow in Africa or Australia would be incapable of worshipping anything so vile. And yet, if we are to believe historians, the Egyptians had a high degree of ethical culture. They would not fashion such horrors willingly. I have often thought..." Again my friend hesitated, as if ashamed to put his theory into words. My eagerness apparently reassured him. "I have often thought that these monsters really existed. Why should we suppose that men are the only intelligent beings on this planet? There is so much evidence to the contrary, so very much evidence, that I feel justified in my theory. I do not think that I am a fool. My enemies," I fear my friend suffered from a persecution complex, "would give years of their lives to overhear this conversation, but they shall only hear of the results, if the results are not too revolting." Professor Dewey sank back on a chair as if exhausted. Beads of sweat stood out horribly on his high yellow forehead. His lips quivered. "George," he stammered, "we must put it to the test. We must sleep here tonight. Unless, of course, you fear to sleep in the room with that." "But what is that, really?" I asked, pointing with horror to the colossal mummy. My friend did not answer me directly, but his words were dreadfully disturbing. 20 or 30,000 years ago, the Egyptians buried their first kings. There were strange kings in the dawn world. 2. Professor Dewey was sleeping soundly, but something made me sit up. I am not sure whether I dreamed a sound or whether a sound had actually come from the corner of the room where the great mummy stood solemnly in its 50 wrappings. But whether the dismal noise had any basis in fact, it was a profoundly disturbing thing to hear at 3 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps you have listened to hounds baying at night across lonely moors, or perhaps you have heard in the tropics the horrid moans of small monkeys when they awake from their mindless sleep and see the stars watching them evilly. If you have heard such sounds, you may have a remote idea of how vile these audibly sinister exhibitions of evil and fright seem to a normal constituted man. The low whining that I heard, and it occasionally seemed to rise to an actual baying, did not frighten me, but had the chair that loomed unpleasantly before me out of the gloom suddenly entered into conversation with the sofa, or had the clock walked across the mantel, I should not have been more horrified. I sat up and waited. For several moments nothing happened, but then I heard a low scratching and scraping as if something were trying to get out of the closet. Claws of some sort were indubitably at work somewhere. Rats, I reflected, and I clung to the suggestion warmly. Of course there would be rats in a house given over to unhallowed and unsavory practices. The professor is fortunate to have rats to do the really dirty work, I mused. They save him the bother of burning the odds and ends. It must be damnably difficult to get rid of fingernails and hair and such things, unless one burns them. And of course the rats would save him that task. The professor is really very fortunate, dear jolly rats. Then I realized the fatuousness of my reflections and passed my hand rapidly back and forth across my face. My forehead was infernally warm. I was excited, feverish. It's probably a touch of influenza, I thought. I should never have slept in this cold room. I recalled that I had been sneezing and coughing most of the previous afternoon. The slightest touch of fever makes me delirious. In that respect, I am abnormally favored. I pulled the blankets about my neck and turned over. I think then that I slept, but I am convinced that what I saw later had some external significance. The thing was more than a mere dream, and certainly more than a hallucination. It was, I think, an actual body of memories projected across the room. When I saw it, I was sitting up, and I heard the clock outside strike 4. A white immensity spread before me, and for a moment, its whiteness blinded me. It was like a series of projections on the silver screen. The white substance was continually changing, now thinning, now thickening, and horrid, distorted forms moved about in it. The forms were amorphous, and I could not at first distinguish them clearly. They were not altogether human. They seemed to have the bodies of men, but the heads of animals. When the vision, or call it what you will, became clearer, I saw that the unmentionable creatures had formed into a solid phalanx, and that they were marching solemnly before me. They carried between them some unspeakable object which they made no effort to conceal. If the forms of the marchers were revolting, the form of the long distorted thing that they carried was infernal. It was covered with hair, but I never had seen anything like it under the stars. It had a sunken bat-like face and great dog-shaped ears, and its yellow teeth glittered ominously in the strange and natural light. The thing was obviously lifeless, and his cheeks were sunken and hollow. The watchers carried torches, which they waved exultantly as if almost glad that the thing had died. I had a curious sympathy for these others, but heaven knows they were vile enough. The torches gave off a weird blue light and even, I thought, a mephitic smell. And as I watched, new ones were lit, and the swaying, blasphemous procession moved forward more rapidly. And then the chanting and intoning commenced, and the dreadful hymns for the dead swelled and reverberated in the room until I put my hands before my ears to shut out the ancient and obscene chants. "A master out of the skies is dead," they wailed. "Deep, deep in the earth shall we bury our king. Long has he ruled us, and horrible the evil he did to us. But he was our king out of the skies, and we revere his memory. Horrible his black tongue that shot out fire. Horrible the maidens he devoured. Horrible the blood he drank. But he was a king. In the book of the dead it is written that he shall be judged by gods. By his peers he shall be judged. He shall appear as a snake, as a reptile before his peers, but by his ears they shall know him." Then the picture cleared terribly, and I saw that the procession trod hot reddish sands, and a great stone effigy loomed up behind him. It was a sphinx, but a more ancient sphinx than the one we know, and its eyes glowed banefully, and in a deep and perfectly round hole dug in the sand at the statue's base they had buried their king, and strewn gold dust upon him, and anointed his limbs with oil which they poured from jars of veined porphyry. Unmentionable were the rites they performed above him, and the last words of their loathsome high priest, who had the head of a lizard, were lethal words, and I shivered when I realized at whom they were directed. "For 30 centuries you shall sleep, but a little shameless creature with no hair to cover him shall drag you forth, because in his time he shall be as a god. But his evil day will not be long under the sun. He too shall return unto dust, and a very thin creature, with neither legs nor eyes, shall play havoc with his bones. It is written, 'Rest in peace and remember us who worshipped you.'" The vision grew vaguer, and the forms seemed to converge and merge into each other. Then gradually the darkness closed in, and I found myself staring with frightened eyes at Professor Dewey's monstrous acquisition. It loomed vaguely out of the blackness, and it seemed to be stirring and squirming about. I watched fascinated while the ancient wrappings fell away, and 2 long pink hands fumbled hectically with mildewed cerements. The hands were abnormally emaciated and covered with thin reddish hair. I endeavored to rise, but the eyes of the thing watched me evilly and ordered me to be silent. It seemed angry that I should question its spiritual supremacy. It had uncovered its eyes, but the great loathsome nose remained mercifully concealed by several layers of disintegrating wrappings. It was frightful to watch the thing's efforts to free itself. It wriggled and squirmed, and in its vileness it resembled a great fleshy worm endeavoring to escape from some deep sewer of earth. What followed will always remain confused in my memory. I seem to recall Professor Dewey upon his back with closed eyes, and something standing above him in the dim light like an immemorial avenger. I seem to glimpse a supremely ghastly exterior, 2 great ears protruding from a narrow and greenish skull, and a great nose like an elephant's trunk showing briefly in profile. Then fire, a deluge of colored fire, which shot out of the creature's nose and mouth, fire from hell, fire from beyond Arcturus. I saw the professor's eyes open, and I saw him stare at the thing for a moment in triumph. The exultation in his face was quickly replaced by agony and despair. He threw out his arms as if endeavoring to ward off an immediate doom. And while I watched, his face shriveled and blackened. "I was right," he shrieked.
The Egyptians did not worship men. God pity my poor soul.
I did not stay to comfort my stricken friend. I ran shrieking from the room and out of the house into the street. I looked up to see thick black smoke pouring from an upper window, but I turned in no alarm. I ran wildly across deserted squares and through winding alleys and finally found my way to a leering subway entrance. I fled insanely down the stairs and climbed over the turnstile without depositing a fare. Luckily, no one saw me. In a moment I was in a roaring train, my arms flung about a drunken beggar, and into his astonished ears I poured a tale that made him gasp and shake his head.
You young'uns allus get it somewhere, he grimaced. I wish I had your luck.
I have always found newspaper men exceedingly prosaic. The following cutting from a New York paper demonstrates my point. A fire in the Upper West Side caused a great deal of disturbance yesterday morning, when police reserves from 3 stations fought with firemen to keep excited passers-by from entering the burning building. For 2 hours, 30 or 40 hooded men endeavored to rescue the inmates and caused a great deal of disturbance. The police were unable to explain why utter strangers should take such an interest in one poor perishing wretch, since it was later ascertained that the house was occupied by an eccentric professor and misanthrope who was suspected of bootlegging operations. Patrolman Henley from the West 93rd Street Station claims that one of the would-be rescuers removed his hood for a brief moment and that his face was covered with fur and eaten away at the corners. Luckily for Patrolman Henley's reputation, he is known to suffer from migraine, and it is probable that what he imagined he saw had no basis in fact. The wildly excited attempts of strangers to enter the building completely frustrated operations, and the unfortunate inmate perished. For a moment he was seen at the window, and those who were standing on the sidewalk immediately underneath declared that his hair and beard were actually on fire. The upper portion of the building was completely destroyed. A number of curious bones were found in the room, including the skeleton of a gigantic dog. During the past week, 3 previous fires have been reported in the neighborhood, and the police are investigating rumors of a firebug. End of section 11. Section 12 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sea Thing. July 16th. We are caught in one of the great calms. There is water in the well, and our food is nearly gone. Everything is hid from view by the fog. I confess that I am a hopeless coward. The situation appalls me. What an expressive word is despair. I shall write it in large. Despair. Luckily, a flying fish came scudding over the rails this morning. July 17th. The fog is lifted, but there is no relief in sight, and the water in the well has risen several inches. The 7 of us worked on the pumps all night. Thompson seemed surly and inclined to rebel. He is a man to be envied. He still retains his egoism, and he fancies himself a very shrewd and important person. I hadn't the heart to be angry with him, poor devil. He doesn't know how near we are to the rocks. I speak figuratively, of course. We are at present in the open sea 1,000 miles from land, and our rudder has gone by the board. We drift aimlessly, a fine situation truly for the skipper of the Octopus. 3 months ago I had a full crew and full sails, and now... Cholera isn't pleasant. Damn it all, cholera is not pleasant. July 18th. I have given up all hope. By working desperately, we are able to keep the water in the well from rising, but our food has given out. We have pumped and cursed on empty stomachs for 15 hours. Bullen collapsed. He collapsed like the others. But thank God his face didn't turn black. We are done with the cholera now. I'll stake my reputation on that. My prompt disposal of the bodies nipped the cholera in the bud. In the bud, did I say? Ha! When a man loses 3/4 of his crew, he can't think straight. The cholera really ran its course. It couldn't have lasted much longer. I wish to heaven that it had taken the rest of us. July 19th. It was funny. Another flying fish came aboard today, and Tommy Wells made a dive for it. He dived after it head first with arms akimbo like a man just awakened from some crazy dream, and he slid along the planks. But he got the fish, He caught it between his 2 hands and bit into it and finally disposed of it, bones and all. "That was a devilish thing to do," said Thompson. Big Johnny Boltzig cursed horribly. I felt rather light in the head, but I didn't say anything. But I was a bit put out. We could have divided the flying fish up, but as I say, it was funny. July 20th. Our case is desperate. There isn't a breath of air stirring, and Boltzig has joined Bullen. They are both below, unable to move an arm between them, and Bullen is very near death. Curiously enough, though, the 5 of us are able to keep the water down, but we are tired. July 21st. We have one thing to be thankful for. The water has not risen an inch in 12 hours, and we didn't pump. We were too tired to pump. We lay about on the decks and cursed and made faces at the sky, and we never mentioned food. But Thompson's tongue stuck out queerly. "Put that rag in your mouth," I shouted. It was a coarse remark to make to a starving man, but I was suffering acutely. Why do I continue to write in this log? July 22nd. We are saved. Who could have anticipated such glorious good luck? A boatload of provisions and a jolly companion to cheer us up. He claims that he is the sole survivor of the Princess Clara. You have undoubtedly heard of the princess. A finer brig never put out from Frisco, and she's gone. A hurricane and a leak did for her. 6 or 7 got away in the long boat, but my friend, I call him that because he has saved us all, my friend threw them overboard. They died first, of course. Get that straight. They died from fright or from drinking salt water, and my friend didn't like the company of corpses, so he just naturally disposed of them. That's his story, and I accept it at its face value. I'm not a man to go poking about and asking questions. It's enough that he's brought us provisions and jolly companionship. We were growing very wary of each other, we 7. He calls himself Francis de la Vega. July 24th. De Vegi, we call him that, has been with us now for 3 days. He has the run of the ship, and I have given him the mate's cabin. The mate has no further need for a cabin, since he spends his night on the ocean floor. A splendid chap, the mate. He was the first to go, but I mustn't rake up old ashes. De Vegi is tall and amazingly lean, and I never saw a paler man. His face is drawn and haggard, and his eyes large, and they consume you. There's something devastating about his eyes. Sometimes they seem 100 years old. His forehead is high and as yellow and dry as parchment, and his nose is curved like a scimitar. Strangely enough, he reminds me of Poe's usher. I say strangely enough because the man has nothing but his appearance in common with the aristocratic neurotic of Poe's tale. He is boyish, gay, and utterly free from gloom. His manner is ingenuous and charming. He is all smiles and assurance, and he tells stories that are almost Rabelaisian in their frank, coarse humor. He possesses a remarkable knowledge of medicine, or perhaps I should say of healing, since he uses no drugs. But he has completely restored Bullen and Big Johnny Boltzig. The 8 of us make a jolly crew. He has given us new life, new confidence. His presence is a delight to us. There's one thing curious about him. His hands are cold and almost lifeless. There's no blood in them. I never before saw such hands on a human being, and the nails are astonishingly long. July 27th. De Vegi has kept more to himself. He remained locked in his cabin this morning and answered my anxious questions through the keyhole. But I was too busy to show surprise. There was a curious chill in the air which promised wind, and Thompson, Wells, and I worked desperately to get up the topgallants and strengthen the weather leeches. The rest were too tired to work, and I did not press them. I have no desire to reassert my authority just yet. The first sign of a breeze will increase the crew's morale, and then I hope to regain my old power of discipline. July 28th. I am worried about De Vegi. This morning he came on deck looking so drawn and haggard that I left the taffrail where I had been standing, with one hand grasping the weather vane, and crossed the deck to comfort him. His eyes looked appealingly into mine. "Couldn't sleep all night," he said. "The ship tosses so. The great calms certainly make a ship roll." "They do," I replied. "But you don't notice the roll so much on deck. If you wish, you may carry your bedding up and sleep with the boys on the planks. Don't be startled if a flying fish flops in your face." De Vegi smiled. "Thanks, he said. The idea appeals to me. I'll act on it tonight. July 29th. A breeze is surely coming soon. All of the signs point to it. I have been working frantically on a miserable substitute for a rudder. I think that I shall be able to steer fairly well in a pinch, but I hope the breeze doesn't come until we are better prepared. Devegi slept on the planks with the crew last night, and this morning he looks 10 years younger. His cheeks are flushed and full, and the greenish hollows have disappeared from under his eyes. But Thompson isn't well. He complains of pains in his chest, and once or twice he spat blood. He is abnormally pale. July 30th. Still no breeze. Thompson is sickened to death. He lies in his cabin and groans, and I can do nothing for him. His pallor is genuinely alarming. Even his lips are bloodless. He complains of noises in his ears, and Devegi has shown his first gleam of ill nature. I can do nothing for him, he says, and shrugs his shoulders. His eyes smolder when he speaks, and I discern for the first time a hard cruelty in the man. He is not what he pretends to be. July 31st. Thompson died this morning, and Devegi actually gloated over his death. What does it mean? Why such a sudden change in a man who owes everything to our generosity? It is true that his coming supplied us with food, but we snatched him from the very maws of the sea. That is ingratitude for you. Human beings are utterly despicable, and I have lost faith in them. Devegi does not differ from the rest. He gloats over the misfortunes of others. He actually smiled when I read the burial service and dropped poor Thompson into the sea. Imagine it. August 1st. There is still no wind. I should welcome any sort of breeze after what I felt today. There is something unnatural about this ship. Even the cook has noticed it. It ain't natural, he says, for a ship to smell like this. And that Diverges fellow's cabin, whew, not only stunk, but... I laid my hand over his mouth. You're an idiot, I shouted. Devegi's all right. I don't know what made him smile yesterday when I shipped off poor Thompson, but he isn't a bad sort. I lowered my voice. He never complains, and his companionship is jolly stimulating. The boys couldn't get along without him. You have a feeling that he knows more than 10 ordinary men when he opens his mouth to tell one of his amazing yarns. And that tale of the Spanish Inquisition that he frightened Boltzig with yesterday morning was so real, so vivid. I allus distrust him, said the perverse fool. I grimaced and remarked coolly that nothing could be more absurd than the prejudices of a lazy son of a sea cook. But I confess that the smell of Devegi's cabin did horrify me. I had entered it while Devegi was on deck, and the stench nearly laid me on my back. The place smelt like a hellish charnel house. The odor of decaying shellfish mingled with a peculiarly offensive and acrid smell that in some indefinable way suggested newly shed blood. There was no sign, however, of anything amiss in the cabin. I was so horrified that I left almost immediately, slamming the door with a bang. Tonight I shall drink heavily. Oh, I shall get gloriously drunk. I shall make a fool of myself, but what does it matter? August 2nd. Devegi has grown hard and cynical. He curses my men and refuses to speak to me. This morning, little Tommy Wells went below and lay down. He was as wide as a squid's belly. Something told me to examine him. I commanded him to strip, and I searched his entire body for signs of discoloration. I thought that possibly the cholera had taken a new form. Like influenza, cholera may manifest itself in curious and amazing ways. I had never read of cholera draining the blood from a man, but I wasn't taking any chances. Well, it wasn't cholera. It was a bite. Something had bitten him in the chest. A round, circular discoloration disfigured the center of his chest. And in the very middle were 2 sharp incisions, from which blood and pus trickled ominously. I didn't like it. Neither did Tommy. When he saw the wound, he sat up very stiff and straight and asked me if I knew any tropic insects capable of such devilry. There are no insects 1,000 miles from land, I shouted. Don't be such an incredible imbecile. Tommy looked at me reproachfully. Flies, he said. They're often found on board. You know that just as well as I do. This stinking hold would breed 'em as big as whales. It couldn't have been anything else. I didn't feel it at all. Didn't even know that I had a bite. There's something more than flies in this, Tommy. I said. The thing that bit you came out of the sea. Ever seen a lamprey's wound on a fish tummy? Did I ever see a man walking with his legs? Snapped Tommy. But how could a lamprey get me? I didn't sleep on the bottom of the sea. I slept on deck. And I was covered up. I suppose your lamprey climbed over the rail and walked about and finally decided that I would make a good juicy meal. Then I dare say he lifted the blankets and crawled under my shirt and fed until morning. He would be wise enough, of course, to get away and over the side before daybreak. Is that your theory, Captain? I was curiously impatient with the boy. His levity had somehow stung me. It's a better theory than your flies, I responded. Tommy smiled grimly and turned over in his bunk. August 3rd. Tonight I went down into the pit. Something walks at night in the ship. A pestilence that walketh at nightfall. I wonder if the Hebrew prophet saw what I felt. I awoke from a heavy sleep, and something that does not sleep was standing above my bed. The cabin was wrapped in a velvety blackness, and I could see nothing, not even a shadow. But I heard it gulp, and I smelt. The odor of decay was so strong that it stung my nostrils, and I heard the thing above me gulp. It didn't breathe or whisper or cry out, but it simply gulped. I tried to rise, but it laid its hand on my head and forced me back, and its hand was slimy like the hand of a frog. August 4th. An unaccountable incident occurred on deck today. I am obliged to believe that Devegi is insane. Red Walker was working on the braces, and his hand accidentally slipped. He cut himself badly. The blood ran down his arm, and we all feared that he had severed an artery. His underlip trembled, but he didn't complain or cry out. He simply walked with unsteady steps toward the forecastle while he sought to staunch the flow of blood with his uninjured hand. Devegi was standing above the lee scuppers, and the sight somehow startled him. He threw up his arms and ran straight for Red. Red saw him coming and stopped, puzzled and a little hopeful. He recalled Devegi's power of healing. In a moment, Devegi had seized upon the injured arm. He gripped it forcefully and put it under his shirt. He held Red Walker's wrist against his chest, and he seemed horribly excited. His eyes bulged, his cheeks turned gray, and balls of sweat accumulated on his forehead. Devegi was making a tremendous effort to achieve something, but we couldn't guess what. The situation was uncanny. I stepped forward to interfere, but when I reached them, they were free of each other, and Red was examining his arm with horror and amazement. "There's no blood in it," he groaned. "And my God, it's as cold as ice." Devegi scowled. "I didn't expect gratitude," he said dryly. "But you have no right to complain. I've fixed your wrist for you. It won't bleed again for some time." I could only stare. Is Devegi mad, or has he mastered some monstrous system of healing? August 5th. Red Walker is dead. I disposed of his body this morning. It was white and rigid, and I noticed an extraordinary discoloration above the wound on his wrist. From the elbow down, his arm was bright green. I cannot explain it. Blood poisoning, perhaps. But I do not like Devegi. I no longer trust him. His presence has become obnoxious to me. Something walked again tonight. It bent above my head, and I heard it gulp. August 6th. I am stunned, frightened. Who could have dreamed? Who could have expected? The thing is so incredible, so hideous, so utterly outside human experience. I found the book in the ship's library. It was one of 40 water-soaked volumes. It was a very ancient book, and the leaves were yellow and the cover eaten away at the corners. It was dated 1823, but that is not strange. Books 100 years old are not uncommon on clipper ships that should have been scuttled before the beginning of this century. I had poked among the absurd books out of curiosity, incidentally seeking something to read that would lift me above a gruesome world of sea and sky and walking pestilence. I turned the pages of the book rapidly and laughed at the ridiculous lore that graced its soiled yellow pages. It was a miscellany bearing the title A Winter's Evening. An incongruity of such a book among such surroundings amused and delighted me. And then I discovered the following passage, and I had no longer any desire to laugh. According to Father Feiju, in the month of June, 1674, some young men were walking by the seaside in Bilbon, when one of them, named Francis de la Vega, suddenly leaped into the sea and disappeared presently. About 5 years afterward, some fishermen in the environs of Cadiz perceived the figure of a man swimming, and sometimes plunging under the water. It is said that his body was entirely covered with scales. They also added that different parts of his body were hard as shagreen. Father Feiju adds many philosophic reflections on the existence of this phenomenon, and on the means by which a man may be enabled to live at the bottom of the sea. August 7th. This morning I showed Tommy Wells the miscellany. He read it slowly and his face actually turned yellow. His small blue eyes narrowed. "We must act at once," he said. Later. "We've made our plans. Tommy and I are to bunk together tonight. We have automatics and a sharp knife. The knife we feel will be necessary. This morning Tommy and I discussed vampirism. A stake or knife must be driven through the heart," said Tommy. "But a sea vampire, Tommy," I responded, is different." Tommy shrugged to conceal the horror and uncertainty in his tired brain. "We are resolved to do everything possible." August 8th. It is over. Poor Tommy is gone, but Devegi will trouble us no more. I am dazed, horrified, but I must write it all. It is a duty I owe to Tommy. He would want it on record. Tommy was always methodical, and he insisted on regulations. I must put it in the log to please Tommy. We were awake in our bunks when the door opened. We heard the door creak on its hinges. Something unutterable had entered the room. We could hear the thing gulp. Tommy gripped my arm and I got ready to strike a match. I waited until its soft, slimy approach became unbearable. I waited until it stood at the foot of my bunk, and until its green, glassy eyes were vaguely discernible in the almost total blackness. It was watching me, and I realized that it could see in the dark. I lit the match. My hand shook frightfully, but I carried the match to the tallow wick. And then it sprang. But it didn't spring at me. It went higher, and it got Tommy about the neck. I could hear him choke and gasp. In passing me, the thing had knocked the match from my fingers, and we were once more in total darkness. I had seen something long and green and slimy going upward, and I had heard Tommy's frightful scream, but I saw and heard nothing else for the space of 30 or 40 seconds. I was unable to move or think. I sat on the edge of my bunk, and my heart came up in my throat and flopped over. I was conscious of two objects struggling and gasping on the floor. I heard a gulping and a low moaning. And then the night was loud with Tommy's screams. He shrieked and shrieked and shrieked, and between the screams there came a torrent of jumbled nouns and adjectives. Green eyes! Ooze! Mouth! Wet! I finally got out another match and struck it. I kept my eyes averted and carried the match rapidly to the candle wick. I knew that if my eyes fastened upon the thing on the floor, I should drop the match. I waited until the wick flared, and then I looked. Something was on top of Tommy. It covered him, and seemed apparently about to absorb him. And its evil, distorted features and long-nailed hands I recognized a caricature of Devegi. But the evil in the man had sprouted. It had turned him into a jellyfish. Fishy monstrosity. His legs and arms actually gave. They were like nothing in this world under the sun and moon and stars. They lengthened and enveloped and choked Tommy. But the worst of all, the body of the thing was covered with greenish scales, and it had pink suckers on its chest. The suckers were lustily at work on poor Tommy. The suckers were draining Tommy dry. His screams kept getting louder and louder, and he muttered pathetic invocations and shameless blasphemies, and his scared eyes watched me. There was a challenge and a mute appeal in them. I thought of the revolver in my bunk. I turned and my fingers sought frantically for the weapon. At length I found it. I gripped the butt and leveled it. I leveled it at Tommy and the thing on the floor. I fired at Tommy and the thing. I had no intention of sparing Tommy. I knew that Tommy would not want that. The appeal in Tommy's suffering eyes was unmistakable. After that, objects refused to retain their identity in my sight. They coalesced and separated and came together again. The objects on the floor merged with the table and chairs and bunk ends. I have a vague recollection of carrying 2 bodies on deck and dumping them overboard. I remember that one body was long and slimy and strangely heavy. The other was amazingly light. Before I carried the long, heavy body on deck, I drove a knife through its heart. I think that the blood spurted out and spattered my arms and legs. But the memory of this occurrence is more vague than the shadow of a dream. Did the long green body groan when I stabbed it? And did a look of ineffable happiness and gratitude come into its eyes? Did the small body also speak to me before I carried it on deck? Did I later go into Veggie's cabin and breathe the fresh, clean air that blew through it? I cannot answer these questions, but I do not think that they require an answer. August 9th. A breeze! A breeze! The great calm is broken and all hands are busy forward. I thank God that by tonight we shall be headed toward Frisco.
End of section 12.
Section 13 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Tomb of Semenses. Strange indeed are the ways of the ancient gods. To me, a humble scribe and a lowly dreamer of dreams, they have granted an understanding of those melancholy signs and portents which foretell the end. Thus I know that, even as I write this, the mantle of Osiris descends upon the world. For now all of those marvelous things prophesied in the yellow scrolls of Semenses, which lie buried at Thebes near the catacombs of the pharaohs, have come to pass, and the moon is the color of blood, and the scintillating pole star retreats shrieking into the infinite blackness beyond the multi-hued suns. In the solemn gray cities of the West, in the charcoal-burning cities of the West, men walk the streets with slow and muffled steps, and with an incubus of silence upon their souls. And in the great white castles by the sea, kings and emperors sit among their handmaids, and attired in spotless robes, sip costly green wine from cups of alabaster, and seek forgetfulness in revelry and sin. But some at least are wise, and know that the end is near, that the sun is burning less brightly, and that a frightful cold creeps rapidly equatorward from the purple poles. Even now all of the soft, sweet, gentle noises and little sounds of this workday have ceased, and there remain only the ominous croaking of frogs on the edges of dank, brackish tarns, and the shocking laughter of the mad in the streets of London. Because of these things I write boldly, knowing full well that what I here inscribe with a quill pen on a sheet of faded papyrus shall never be read by any mortal man. I cannot remember when it was that I went into the land of yellow spectres to study the mummies in the catacombs of the pharaohs. I know that it was many years after the last of the great plagues, and that many strange things had come about among the living. I remember that gods in the form of men built great engines of brass and of iron which plowed their way over the land, and great ships of wood and of steel, and even of stone, which carried thousands of their kind over the ocean, over that terrible and endless sea whose immensity had paralyzed the faculties of Tsetses, the greatest of the unremembered pharaohs. I had a purpose in going into Egypt, and I talked vaguely of archaeology or of excavations, and of the Royal Society. But in truth I cared not for these things, but only for the visions which the dead evoked, only for the heathenish and unhallowed vision which the finely wound mummies evoked. For days and days I had wandered over the yellows, and within the shadows of the pyramids, dreaming the dreams of unremembered kings, and absorbing into my very being all of the solemn melancholy of a stately and glorious past. For days and days I had sat among the reliquaries of well-ordered civilizations which had flourished on the banks of the Nile, when my ancestors were wretched ape-men crawling through the rifts of Java. Civilizations which were no more when the first sun-baked bricks of unhappy Babylon were laid by a Semitic prince. And then one night, when the Egyptian moon seemed more menacing than usual, a demon took possession of me, and bade me do a terrible deed. I was to creep stealthily into the Tomb of Semenses, into the awful sepulchre of the great and mighty king who ruled over the children of Ammon in the loathsome years before the gods were created, and with a knife of gold I was to sever from the body the head of the most venerable of pharaohs. For Semenses lies stretched at full length upon a marble slab, and although he is enshrouded in 7 cerements, his head remains uncovered in the darkness. I listened to the holy scribes and eunuchs of Thebes discuss in awed whispers the glories of the sacred sepulchre, and heard them tell how 25 wives sit nightly by the side of the royal corpse, and stroke its long white hair, and whisper sweet secrets into its ear, and comfort it with their kisses. Of course I laughed at these things, seeing no reason why 25 wives should thus humor a mummy whose days of greatness were past. But when the holy scribes and eunuchs saw me blaspheming, they crossed themselves and bade me begone, and one even threatened me with his staff of ebony. With a shocking laugh I left them and prepared to enter the house of the dead. I first anointed myself with oil, that the spells of the succubi and vampires which haunt the deceased might not avail against me. Then I clothed myself in raiment befitting my station, and selected a staff of ivory with which to defend myself against the attacks of bats, whose duty it is to destroy all those who approach the pharaohs. I also placed upon the 3rd finger of my left hand the ring which I had received from Queen Asamia in my 5th incarnation, and which I had found again in my 20th. Thus fully prepared to defy every Egyptian god, I left Thebes and journeyed toward the tomb of Semenses the Great, wearer of the double crown, and favored of Ammon and Month. The tomb of Semenses is of reddish stone, and rises obliquely out of the sands. No one knows by whom it was built, or even why it was built. Perhaps it was once a charnel house, or perhaps the lesser gods assembled there to pray to the greater gods. It was never meant to hide the bones of a king, and the scribes and eunuchs say that the Ka of the dead pharaoh was furious when it found itself entombed in so unchaste a place. Indeed, its wrath was terrible to behold, and 8 of the 25 wives fainted, and 6 sought refuge behind the marble slab. The moon was high in the heavens when I reached the sinister vault. I carried a torch that I might gaze well upon the features of the dead king, and in my belt was the knife of gold with which I was to do my loathsome deed. I approached cautiously from out of the semi-darkness, and laid my hand nervously upon the ancient bolt which fastened the great stone door. Silently I removed it, and my heart beating wildly within me, I entered the hallowed tomb. Within there was a great darkness, and my torch shed but a feeble light. But by its dim rays I could distinguish long rows of fatuous sphinxes, and the sacred marbles, and a loathsome effigy of an alien god with a face so hideous I cannot describe it, and the charming altars which were erected there to all of the kind little local gods, to Eras and Hos and Sesbet. And I also saw altars dedicated to Munt and Mu and Nechbecht and Neith, and I saw tablets of bronze on which were inscribed the names of great gods, even Ammon and Isis and Hathor and Man and Osiris and Set. I could discern in the darkness the trays of gold bearing the Ka's food, which consisted of lampreys steeped in oil, and the robes of red velvet lined with ermine, which the dead monarchs double donned upon occasion. But search as I might, I could find no trace of Semenses, neither could I hear the sweet-toned voices of his 25 wives. And then as I stood there meditating upon my failure to discover the secrets of the most ancient of kings, the bats attacked me. They came out from behind the sacred marbles, and fell upon me from above. They were as large as Egyptian lions, and they fought like the ancestral cats of Hathor. They were large and brown with opaque wings, and they fought like demons, and they sunk their black teeth into my arms and legs, and although I struck at them madly with my staff of Persian ivory, they refused to be driven off. And then I thought of all the evil spells which Arabes, my tutor, had taught me when I was a golden-haired page in my father's castle, and I used them against the bats. But the creatures of darkness were not destroyed, and they buried their fangs yet deeper into my members. And then I called upon Yahweh, the God of the Jews, to deliver me from my unmerciful enemies, and Yahweh heard my prayers. The God of the Israelites heard my prayers, and he had begun to shake the sepulchre in his mighty wrath, when the bats withdrew of their own accord and retreated snarling behind the bronze dedicated to Ammon. Now, to this day I know not whether the bats feared Yahweh, or whether the strange creatures admired my courage and desired not to destroy a brave man. But I was none the less grateful for this miraculous deliverance, and falling upon my knees I gave thanks to this jealous alien god of an exotic race. And I have since held Yahweh in the greatest respect, although I worship other gods. And then, as I knelt upon the damp floor of that antique sepulchre, a strange and wondrous thing happened. The stones and effigies about me became luminous, and gloved with a soft silvery light, and a fierce square formed upon the wall back of the row of fatuous sphinxes. In astonishment and fear I rose to my feet, only to see the marble slab bearing the body of Semenses come slowly toward me from out of the flaming square. With a shriek I retreated until my back was against the opposite wall. There I sought to defend myself against the advancing bier by chanting old hymns stolen from mystic papyri of the greatest of the sun prophets, Siron Sassania, and by intoning the syllables of the funeral ode which Far Semenses had composed over the body of my benefactress and queen, the Princess Assamia. But the louder I chanted, the swifter the slab advanced, and I saw with horror that if I acted not, I should be crushed into shapeless pulp against the dark wall of the terrible vault. For a moment I hesitated, and then muttering a prayer which I had learned from Arabes, I drew the golden knife from my belt and hurled it at the hoary head of the ancient monarch. I cannot remember what happened after that, but it seems to me that I very nearly entered into the bosom of Osiris. I have memories of multicolored light, and the clanging, too, of brazen portcullises, and of sweet whispering and gentle sighs which seemed to belong to this period. Certainly I was lifted up and carried a great distance, and certainly eons and eons elapsed ere I recovered consciousness. When I finally awoke, it was to find myself in the open desert under the hot tropical sun, gazing up into the face of one whom I shall not describe, because I cannot. Never in all my dreams have I ever thought that there could be such a woman. I have said that I cannot describe her, and yet I can hint at the characters which made her more to me than all of the gold and treasuries of the charcoal-burning cities of the West, more than all of the priceless hoards in the solemn black cities of the West. Her hair was as yellow as the Egyptian sands, and it glowed like burnished gold. Her forehead was high and majestic as the forehead of the Princess Assamia. Her eyes were blue and liquescent as the enchanted fish pools of Eldenheim, and they sparkled with the brilliancy of the diamond. Her nose was of Grecian mold with all of the haughtiness of the Roman. Her lips were as full and rosy as the lips of the noble Hypatia. Her teeth were as white, as smooth, and as even as the sacred marbles, and her laugh was as silvery and melodious as the pagan piping of the great Pan. But from the first it was not love which drew me toward this strange nymph of the desert. Rather, it was the exaltation of the soul which I felt when gazing upon her unrivaled beauty. When I looked into her eyes, I seemed to see Rome at the height of her splendor and power. When I gazed upon her nose, I saw revealed the silent glories of Greece at her intellectual zenith. When I beheld her lips, it was as if I were beholding all of the solemn splendors of the Renaissance, all of the romance of Europe. And when I looked upon her forehead, I saw all of the teeming millions in the charcoal-burning cities of the West. In her I beheld the beginning and the end, the past and the present, the new and the old. She was life incarnate, and she represented all of the achievements of man. As I lay in the yellow sands, watching with ecstasy her every movement, she stroked my hair, which had grown to a fabulous length, and told me that she was the favorite wife of Semenses, and that her name was Redi, and that she had saved me from the wrath of the local gods. The mighty gods had not been vexed by my deed, because they were jealous of Semenses and desired to see him humbled. Would that I could banish from my consciousness all else but the memories of the days that I spent at the feet of Redi. would that I could forget all else but the visions of the magic hours I spent at the feet of the wife of Semenses. My days among the living are few, but not for the promise of eternal life would I sacrifice one of those glorious images of other times and places. To know the secrets of eons long vanished, to behold the magic of the Chaldees and the wizardry of the Medes, to listen to words of wisdom from the lips of gentle seers long since dead, to sit cross-legged before the wonder fires of the Persians, and to chant tribal lays forgotten in the dim vistas of yesteryear, to explore the heavens with the tiny bearded astrologers of Sira, and to trace the courses of stars which have become weary of burning, and which have left the known universe to wander aimlessly through the etherless infinity beyond the red and yellow suns, to call up the memories of 1,000 vanished scenes of royal splendor and unrivaled pomp. Ah, Rady, Rady, must I forever lose you? Must I forever forego these pleasures of a poet's soul? It was on the 7th night after my entry into the Tomb of Semenses that the thing happened. I thought that I loved the beautiful Rady. Mad that I was, I fancied that it was not the dreams which her beauty evoked which enchanted me, but rather was it the love of man for woman. I imagined that it was not exaltation of the soul, but exaltation of the heart, which I felt at the sight of this wondrous creature. And so when the moon was high in the heavens, and when the Sphinx had nodded and fallen into deep slumber, I arose from the yellow sands, and took in my arms the wife of Semenses. I arose from the yellow sands, and clasped to my bosom the gentle Rady, and then I drew back trembling and shuddering and aghast, for the thing within my arms. Can I ever bring myself to write it? The thing within my arms was a withered mummy, and upon its shrunken breast was the mark of the first dynasty, and upon its forehead the sacred seal of Semenses. Yes, the thing within my arms was an ancient corpse, preserved with spice and wound with a pale green cerecloth, and upon its antique breast there were the mysterious markings of the first dynasty, and upon its forehead the unholy signature of the most ancient of kings. Oh, Amon, I have suffered much, but the memory of this affliction has withered my soul, and I shall never dream again. I left Egypt, and returned to the solemn black cities of the West. I am glad that the end is near, that the sun is burning less brightly, and that a frightful cold creeps rapidly equatorward from the purple poles. I am glad that the scintillating pole star retreats shrieking into the infinite blackness beyond the multi-hued suns, because I long to enter into the bosom of Osiris. I long to enter into the bosom of Osiris and to forget. End of section 13. Section 14 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Red Fetish. Bill Cullen shaded his eyes with his hand and stared at the empty skyline. His arms, as he stood in the glittering light, showed scraggy and emaciated, and his features were pinched and black. There had been strong winds blowing and enormous seas thundering on the beach, and the ferocity of the elements had accentuated his helplessness. He turned to his companion with a gesture of despair. "Look," he said, "you know as well as I do that it is physically impossible for us to hang on without water. What do you say to a swim?" Bill's companion groaned and shook his head. He was a frightened, nervous little man with pointed fox-like ears, and people who knew him were prone to brand him a coward. His name, Wellington Van Wyck, did not raise him in the estimation of his friends. Bill studied regretfully the thing that Van Wyck had become. It was not the lack of water that gave him discomfort. His sorrow lay in the fact that Van Wyck did not possess a capacity for blind enthusiasm. "It's only 6 miles," he urged.
There are cannibals on that island, replied Van Wyck. It's down on the chart.
Van Wyck was a little wild, and he imagined that cannibals tore themselves to pieces over their ceremonies. Bill knew that cannibals were decent and clean and orderly, but there was no explaining that to Van Wyck. He dealt with him in another fashion. "You're as weak and flabby and spineless as a jellyfish with rheumatism," said Bill. "You're so unsavory that the cannibals wouldn't eat you. Why don't you kill yourself now and be done with it? 'Twould be a good way to economize on food." Van Wyck scowled and sat down upon the beach. His eyes narrowed.
"We are safer here," he said.
His lips were swollen and cracked, and he spoke in a thin, small voice. He assured Bill that he could survive without luxuries. He said that 2 men could go 3 days on 1 pint of water, and that in 3 or 4 days anything might happen. Nothing did happen. The 3 days went by like great white birds at sea, and the merciless glare of the sun made life a perfect misery. Bill looked grim. He squatted on the sands and watched the pale blue water foaming and bubbling in the lagoon, and his eyes glittered. Once he turned to Van Wyck and laughed. "It has green eyes," he said. "I saw it watching us on the beach. It plays with the moon, and its tentacles are long and gelatinous." Seawater affects some men like hashish. That morning Bill had crawled to the lagoon on his hands and knees and swallowed more salt than was good for him. Van Wyck had warned him that it wasn't done, but Bill was of the disbelieving sort. Bill's clothes were in tatters, and he found no satisfaction in contemplating the leanness of his wrists and ankles. Whenever he held up his wrists for inspection, they shook so violently that he let himself be guided by sentiment and wept. His ankles were no wider than broomsticks, and when he tried to walk he could hear them crack. He didn't want to turn them, so he sat down and talked to Van Wyck. He made an effort to be agreeable. "I'll concede that the cannibals may eat us," he said. "There is always that risk, but I don't see why they should. And it's only a 6-mile swim. If we stay here, I can't trust myself." Van Wyck recoiled, and his underlip trembled. Bill laid a merciful hand upon his emaciated shoulder. "There isn't anything that I want to keep from you," he said. "I'll tell you the truth. For 3 days, I've been planning to kill you. I lay awake last night and watched you. I thought, this thirst, this dreadful thirst, he would put an end to it." Van Wyck shivered, and tears ran down his face and dampened his brittle red beard. His small blue eyes dilated with horror. Hot shame flushed red over his throat and ears.
"But you wouldn't really eat me," he moaned.
"I don't know," replied Bill. "That's why I suggest the swim. It's 6 miles, and we're atrociously weak, but anything to keep from thinking of that." Bill knew that Van Wyck understood and sympathized. Van Wyck had a knife which he kept hidden, but in his sleep he frequently took it out and felt the edge of it. Bill had been very much horrified, and he had not pretended to misunderstand the expression on Van Wyck's face. There was something brazen in Van Wyck's affrightment when he discovered that 2 could play the same sinister game. The sun was setting, and a few gray wisps of clouds were fleeing like flakes of snow across the blue sky. A single gull careened and dipped far out in the tumbling black immensity of ocean. A great silence had fallen upon the atoll, and the stubborn struggle between the 2 men drew to an issue before the first wild rush of stars. Van Wyck felt unsafe in the presence of Bill Cullen, and he made no effort to conceal his fear.
"Let's get away from here as quickly as possible," he pleaded. "You were right. 6 or 7 miles isn't a long swim. If we strip, we can make it."
Bill extended his hand. It was like a dead thing, but Van Wyck seized it and wrung it warmly. His voice quivered.
"It isn't a long swim, old fellow," he repeated.
Bill made a grimace. "It might rain," he said.
"It won't rain,"
responded Van Wyck. That settled it. They spent the evening getting ready. They hid their anguish in a bustle of preparation. Bill scurried about and secured 3 clams. The unfortunate bivalves were devoured with immoderate ferocity. Even their stiff, rubber-like necks afforded grist for the mill of Van Wyck's teeth. It grieved Bill to see the shells go to waste. They sat down and congratulated themselves for the first time in a week. The clams seemed to make their situation less hopeless, but they did not on that account decide to remain on the island. Their thirst was abnormal and monstrous. It was not a thing to be talked about. They managed to get some sleep, but they awoke with their throats on fire. The game that they had played was over, but they avoided the thought of their new plan as much as possible, since they did not want the possibility of fatal consequences to look them in the face. A chill in the atmosphere generally preceded the customary heat of the day, and the coldness now seemed unusually severe. They got together a few sticks and built a fire. The sun had not yet risen, but the island was immersed in the ghostly gray light of early dawning. They saw everything vividly. The boulders on the beach seemed alive. A light wind furred the still gray sea with tiny ripples.
"We mustn't waste time,"
said Van Wyck. It was obvious that his dread of Bill had grown in the night. Bill's threat had taken complete possession of his shriveled, selfish little brain. His teeth chattered over the fire, and he planned 1,000 assaults on the man beside him. His fingers clutched frantically at the knife which he kept hidden, but he lacked the stomach for malicious manslaughter. He feared that his cowardice might betray him into a false or dangerous move, and he endeavored to conquer his hysteria with loud boasts.
"It was all poppycock, our worrying about the cannibals," he announced. "The thing for us to do is to put on a bold front. They'll make gods of us."
In the present condition of his mind, these words produced a curious effect on Bill. He waved his arms wildly and swore at the sky. "Yes," he shouted, "they'll do that. But sometimes they're not satisfied with a living man. They're headhunters, you know. They have a way of removing the skull from a man's head and drying it up and worshipping it. They have a predilection for red hair and beards. When they find both on one head, they go wild." Bill looked directly at Van Wyck. The latter could scarcely stand. He was swaying hysterically back and forth and running his fingers through his bristling red beard.
Perhaps I could shave it off before we start," he wailed.
"With what?" demanded Bill.
"With the clamshells,"
cried Van Wyck, dejectedly seeking to grasp some straw that would save his head. "I refuse to permit it," said Bill. "It's time we started. It wouldn't be pleasant to swim in the full glare of the sun." They stripped and rolled their clothes into neat round balls. Somehow it did not seem right to abandon them helter-skelter on the beach. They had a vague idea that they might return for them. They deposited them gingerly beneath the one cocoa palm, and walking solemnly to the water's edge, they scowled into the clouded mirror of the sea before them. The water was like ice, and Bill shivered and stood on one foot.
"Walk right in," said Van Wyck. "The cannibals expect us."
His smile was ghastly and indescribable. The blue veins stood out on his scrawny neck, and his forehead was covered with globules of perspiration. Bill was the first to go into deep water. Van Wyck stood with the icy current swirling about his ankles and watched him wade out until he stood waist-deep. Bill turned and looked back reproachfully. "You're coming, aren't you?" Bill's disdain and distrust of Van Wyck were forgotten in a momentary need for companionship. As Van Wyck stood with the cold water numbing his toes, he had an irrational desire to turn back and run wildly up the beach, and to stay on the island until thirst finished him off. The risk of the swim seemed suddenly displeasing to him. A mist passed rapidly before his eyes. He ran his fingers through his hair and gulped. But when he saw the pitiful, hurt expression on Bill's face, he put aside unworthy thoughts.
"I'm coming, Bill," he said.
He walked forward until the water eddied and swirled about his chin. His face was hideously drawn, and his eyes bulged, but a forlorn ray of sunlight filtered through the clouds and played about his head, bringing out its latent manliness. "It's deep out there," said Bill. They both lurched forward. The sudden loss of footing accentuated Bill's weakness, and he went under. He felt that his arms and legs were incapable of sustaining him, and he wondered if Van Wyck would try to save him. He came up and struck out, his mouth full of water. The salt burned his throat, and he swallowed. The water went into his stomach. He shivered. The sun beat mercilessly down upon his naked body. He swam boldly with a brief sense of triumph. He had conquered his physical weakness. He knew that his strength might not last, but the thought that he had not depended upon Van Wyck gave him secret satisfaction. He could see Van Wyck's red head on the water several yards ahead of him. The little wretch had evidently made good use of his legs and arms. "Slow up, Van Wyck," he shouted.
"I don't dare to,"
Van Wyck called back.
"If I stop, I might sink. And think how deep it is."
Bill resented Van Wyck's reminder. "If you don't ease up," he shouted, "you'll surely go down. This isn't an athletic contest."
"It is,"
cried Van Wyck.
"It's the greatest ever, even if there are headhunters at the goal. I advise you to talk to me. It keeps me from thinking. If I think, I shall go down."
But Bill did not feel like talking. The water was cold, and he had no stomach for repartee. He felt the chill of the depths beneath his nude limbs. He swallowed great quantities of seawater. He knew that he might suffer eventually, but he did not care. He wanted to reach the island. He had never shared Van Wyck's dread of cannibals, and the thought of the island, with its crystal-clear springs and refreshing fruits, was a precious balm to him. He wondered if Van Wyck would survive him. The latter was swimming with frightful rapidity, leaving him definitely in the lurch. Bill envied and pitied his little companion. Van Wyck might survive to view the island with its green welcome frondage, but would he ever reach it? Bill had an uncomfortable suspicion that he might sink. His initial courage threatened to give out. A mounting hysteria surged through his brain. He closed his eyes and tried not to think. There was nothing before him but a limitless stretch of malachite sea. He was fascinated and horrified by his isolation. A cold, brilliant sun blinded his eyes and dried up the sap of life in him. The water seemed to thicken, and he had great difficulty in moving his arms and legs. Bill never knew how he reached the island. For a starving, emaciated man to swim 7 miles is tremendous, and deserves some reward. Like most valiant men, Bill was conscious of his own worth. When he sighted the island, he said nothing, but he thought, "This is only just. I have paid the price, and I deserve this." He had also caught up with Van Wyck. The awful glare and the despairing eyes that Van Wyck turned upon him told of a fatigue immeasurable, and a desire for water that had passed the bounds of sanity. Van Wyck's eyes were living pools of liquid fire. His voice was hoarse and rasping, and he turned over and over in the water, and twice his head went under. They were horribly near when they sighted the cannibals. Van Wyck saw them first. He was puffing and wailing, and he had been swimming on his back, and when he turned over and sighted them, his face took on the aspect of an open wound. His mouth became an awful gash in a grotesque, streaked horror of countenance.
"Bill," he
called hoarsely,
"it's worse than we thought. There are hundreds of them."
Fixing his frightened and horrified eyes on the shore, Bill trod water and became suddenly very angry. The scene before him burned itself on his brain and robbed him of his victory. He felt that the fates had taken an indecent advantage of him. His anger mounted and flushed his neck and throat. "Damn their black hides," he muttered. A clamor and a stench arose from the rocks. The cannibals seemed to be recovering from a drinking bout. They writhed in the sun like wounded snakes. Bill counted 60 or 70. Their bodies were hideously tattooed, and they wore monstrous shell rings through their ears and noses. The women joined with the men in dancing and spitting venom. The hubbub was deafening. Ages of savagery and blood had shaped them into capering devils. They were all the more terrible because they had seen other white men. Bill did not expect much from them. He confessed a frank horror at the situation. "If only we had something to give 'em," he groaned. Van Wyck had somehow expected Bill to rally and come to his support. He needed a moral prop, and he noted with horror that Bill had lost his solid, comforting manner. Van Wyck's lips were so dry that he could scarcely get his tongue to shape words of rebuff.
"I don't like it,"
he finally blurted out.
"They certainly mean business. You might swim in and test him."
"Don't be an ass," roared Bill.
"All right, then, but if one of us doesn't swim in, both of us are goners. And since I've never talked with savages, I'm hardly the man. You have a way with you. You could pacify a Java ape-man. Get him laughing. Tell him a funny story."
Bill protested venomously. "Those cannibals aren't children," he groaned.
You can't spoof them. This is serious business, Van Wyck."
Van Wyck refused to be convinced, and he would have gone on urging Bill to commit suicide to save his own precious skin if something had not made all conversation ridiculous. They both saw it at the same time. They looked at each other and said nothing. Then Van Wyck began frantically swimming towards the rocks. The fin divided the water into two glassy walls. As it passed along, it turned the dark surface to shining quicksilver. Bill had barely grasped the meaning of it when something touched his ankles, and he knew that the water was infested. He gave a sudden defiant shriek. But the sharks did not molest him. They made straight for Van Wyck. They approached in vicious circles, and Bill saw the whites of their stomachs through the dark green water. The mouth of the largest opened and closed, and then there followed a clashing of teeth that sounded like the clanging to of ironclad portcullises. Once the horrible gray back of the fish showed above the surface and glittered lethally in the sun, and Bill knew that Van Wyck was done for. Van Wyck was almost near enough to the rocks to climb them, and he might reasonably have pushed the shark off with his foot, but Bill knew that he wouldn't. Bill knew that Van Wyck was as good as eaten, and he thought, "That shark will hardly be content with Van Wyck alone." A dozen fins intersected on the surface, and occasionally one of the ravenous monsters would jump clear of the water in its eagerness to taste satisfying human flesh. The sight got in under Bill's skin and hurt. He closed his eyes and endeavored to think of the grinning, leering savages on the rocks. The sharks made frantic dashes at Van Wyck and came away with something in their mouths. They would rush forward, their great jaws would snap, and there would be less and less of Van Wyck. Bill was unable to keep his eyes shut. He tried to cover them with his hands, but then he would go under and get an extra mouthful of salt water. He came up gasping and saw that the sea was streaked with crimson. As the sharks darted away from Van Wyck, they left dark red trails behind them. Bill heard Van Wyck's screams distinctly, although the latter had reached a point where screams seemed futile. They became less and less coherent. Perhaps Van Wyck realized the absurdity of protest. Perhaps he realized that all things eventually work together for the best. Certainly the cannibals would have treated him worse. It is not pleasant to be boiled in oil or hacked to pieces with little knives. Bill saw the last of Van Wyck disappear in the maw of an enormous shark. The water turned a deeper red, and for a moment the sky and sea, and even the naked, gesticulating savages, seemed bathed in a crimson aura. It may have been an optical illusion, since Bill's eyes had ceased to function with clarity. Bill knew that the sharks would look about a bit after finishing Van Wyck, and the thought gave him no satisfaction. "You're next on the list," he told himself. But somehow the sharks seemed satisfied with poor Van Wyck. Perhaps they found Van Wyck so unsavory that they did not care to risk tackling another of the same breed. They circled about for a few minutes after the last of Van Wyck had disappeared, and then they passed solemnly eastward, their fins glistening in the brilliant sunlight. Meanwhile, Bill trod water and shuddered when he thought of Van Wyck, but he didn't let himself think of Van Wyck much after that. Van Wyck, he argued, was no longer in need of sympathy. "It is the living who have to suffer," he thought. It was patent that he could enjoy no security in waters infested with man-eating sharks. He shouted with delight when he discovered that the cannibals had disappeared from the rocks. He was forcefully tempted to swim in and take advantage of his amazing good fortune, but he thought better of that when he calmly considered the nature of cannibals. They were probably waiting behind the rocks for him to swim in, and he didn't dare to be boiled in oil when there were sharks to make a quicker, cleaner job of it. He decided to attempt to round the island. His ability to keep afloat amazed and frightened him. He had evidently drawn upon some reserve strength that nature had hitherto willfully concealed. Destiny had played him a new hand. He secretly congratulated himself, although he continued to curse fate for the cannibals. He got around the island somehow. The current set to at the northern end, and he had some difficulty in surmounting the backwash of black tidal water, but he finally reached a beach so clean and white and refreshing that he shouted with boyish eagerness and gratification. He swam in without reckoning consequences, for in his exultation he had forgotten or overlooked the cannibals. He would build a fire and warm himself, and he would eat nothing but fruit. It needed but a momentary inspection to convince him that the island contained an excess of fruit. And there was water. A tiny streamlet came out from the woods between the boles of fabulously ancient trees and ran down the smooth white beach. Bill swam in and clambered up the beach. He sat down under a hatu tree, an absurd horror of bones and wet clinging sand. He was a living scarecrow come out of the sea with the wisdom and wariness of ancient ocean upon him. He could scarcely open and close his thick black lips. His sun-baked skin was drawn painfully taut over his protruding ribs. A steady surf was crashing on the beach, and he paused while he listened to the roar of the breakers. He reposed for a time, then he got up, and a peal of wild laughter came from between his swollen lips. He had won out. He had hoodwinked the cannibals and sharks. In that blazing crystal world of sunlight and water, he came to life again. The sun dried him. He gulped up gallons of water from the tiny streamlet. It was fresh and clear. He was genuinely elated. The wind swept in from the sea in great steady gusts, and the flapping breeze whistled through his hair and under his armpits. He shouted and danced in sheer joy. The cannibals, he assured himself, were on the other side of the island. It was a large island, and he could hide. The chances against him, he thought, were negligible. He decided to look about for a hiding place. He knew that in the vast forest of tangled vegetation he would have no difficulty in achieving utter concealment. He could hoard up fruits and coconuts and live unmolested for days. But when he turned, he saw something peering from between the boles of the distorted antique trees that made him change his mind. He stood still in the center of the beach and stared, and presently he saw black hideous figures come forward into the clearing. Others appeared crawling toward him on their hands and knees. He realized then the absurdity of attempting any sort of concealment. He stood stark still while the cannibals advanced toward him across the smooth white sands. He began to envy Van Wyck. He knew too much about savages. He had that in his imagination to blame for the little hell that he endured. How could he guess that they did not want revenge? A savage considers everything an insult. He knew that he should not have landed upon their infernal island. He wanted to apologize to them and to make them understand. He had no desire to lord it over them, and he admitted to himself that he had deliberately injured their sense of dignity. At first he thought that they intended to make short work of him. They looked sinister. There were 36 of them in the guard of honor that advanced toward him across the beach, and he did not like their faces. Their faces were black and swollen and ugly and incredibly tattooed, and their cheeks were smeared with green and blue paint. One of them paraded a discarded Panama hat. Bill could not imagine where he had obtained the hat. The wretch had probably repaid the owner by boiling him in oil. It was quite the thing 20 years ago to burn traders and missionaries in oil, although the custom has been outgrown among respectable savages. But the hat looked at least 20 years old, and one of the devils smoked a corncob pipe. They were tall, solemn-looking cusses, and Bill did not pretend to like them. But when they got close to him, they formed a circle, shutting him off from the sea, and he felt then that everything was worse than he had anticipated. When cannibals begin forming into rings, it is customary to give up hope. They were grinning hideously, and Bill could count the number of teeth in the rings which they wore about their necks. Some of the leanest and tallest wore 30 or 40 teeth, and Bill knew that a savage never wears more than one tooth from a single head. It is not considered decent, and each tooth means... But Bill never wept over spilt milk. He felt that his own head was in imminent danger, and the knowledge annoyed and frightened him. But he did not dare let on that he feared them, and he stood up very stiff and straight, and scowled into their narrow bloodshot eyes. They seemed to resent his hostility. It seemed to hurt them, and Bill was amazed at the hint of reproach in their glances. A cannibal is something of a gentleman, and he would not deliberately hurt a man's feelings for the world. And Bill's resentment somehow seemed an insult to their hospitality. Bill understood how they felt, and he realized that he had behaved like a boor, but his teeth were knocking together like billiard balls, and a stern front was necessary. But he could not look his captors in the face. They came close to him, and then one of them stepped forward and patted him on the back. He spoke, and Bill understood him. Bill knew nearly all of the Bantu languages, and the savage spoke a corruption of several. "We thank our brother for the very fine gift," he said. "We are indeed grateful." Although Bill could not understand what the Black Devil said, a reply was utterly beyond him. The grammatical construction of Bantu overwhelmed him. Bill kept his mouth shut and stared, pretending not to understand. The spokesman turned and beckoned. A tall, lean youth with protruding teeth came quickly forward. Save for a slight hint of pity in his small eyes, his face bore no expression. He held in his right hand a large round object which Bill did not immediately recognize. The spokesman nodded and took the object by its hair. He stroked it effusively, calling upon it to protect and succor him and Warren in peace. He begged that the object's pity and benevolence would extend to the whole tribe. He praised the object in terms that would have embarrassed any living man. Then he turned to Bill and made a very low bow. "It came ashore before you," he said, "and we are most grateful." Bill opened his eyes wide with horror. He sought to express his agony in words, but no sound came from between his black, swollen lips. A sudden shriek would perhaps have saved him, and Bill tried hard to make a sound in his throat, but his horror lay too heavily upon him. He made a wild, horrid gesture with his right arm, and collapsed in a heap upon the sand. 3 months later, Bill was taken off by a trading sloop. He blabbered idiotically about the right of a head to decent burial, and made uncomplimentary allusions to the wearing of teeth. He evidently sought to stir up anger against the cannibals, but the traders ignored his insinuations, since he was obviously mad, and since the cannibals had worshipped him and given him the run of the island. The memory of Van Wyck's encrimsoned head had addled his wits. End of section 14. Section 15 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Men who walk upon the air. Yellow water filled the ditches by the roadside. Yellow clouds drifted lazily through tranquil webs of darkness and obscured far glimmering stars. Horror and misery stared out of sodden eyes, and the night was filled with voices. Men with packs made vivid, grotesque gestures against the yellow sky and swore in their beards. Men ambled over stony paths and climbed hills and passed with disgust through shadowy orchards and gray deserted vineyards. Francois Villon fingered his stained cowl and sighed. The thing above his head moaned and gibbered in the wind, and occasionally the chains upon its poor maimed wrists and ankles clinked like jolly glasses raised to toast a well-fed abbot or a stout, beneficent knight. The night wind whistled through its flapping garments as it swung pathetically to and fro, and Villon pitied it. Villon pitied all outcast, shameful things. He had wasted his lean years in an orgy of pity and exaltation and song. Unfortunately, he had lost his teeth, and he had no hair to warm his chastened head. But still he pitied. Through the vineyards of Picardy he strolled in his splendid misery and shame, and he stopped and wept when he met men who could no longer exchange happy memories, or slap unresisting backs, or laugh over deliciously calculated jests. High up in the cool, damp air they swung, and no one ever spoke to them. Villon wiped the corners of his shapeless, dissipated mouth, and stared indignantly at the yellow sky. The feet of the thing on the gibbet swept rapidly across his world of clouds and owls and trees, and made no sound under the stars. Then the chains clinked out a curt command, and the gibbet held itself erect, and replied with a barbaric rattle. Villon knew that on still cold nights gibbets become restless and chafe under their heavy burdens and move about, seeking warmth and companionship. They have been known to stroll at midnight through lonely vineyards, and legends of walking gibbets were rife in Picardy. Villon coughed and shivered, and suddenly he thought, "It is very cold, and that poor man has no covering for his feet." Something fumbled nervously with the edge of his ragged cowl. He turned and stared into inconceivable blue eyes with wide horror. The eyes were mild and soft, and tears had gathered in the corners of them. "A wonderful profile," thought Villon. "Beautifully proportioned, too, and hair like fields of waving summer corn. And Flora or Archipiade or Heloisa did not possess such eyes." While he reflected thus, she took him by the hand and dragged him ruthlessly across the road. "I have a favor of great magnitude to beg of you," she said. Villon scowled, but he was secretly elated, and he observed how gracefully the small yellow curls clung to the nape of her neck, and how buoyantly she held herself as she walked over the hard frozen ground. He followed her indoors and watched her spread a table and make a fire. Then she turned to him. Pity and misery and terror looked together at him out of her vividly unconventional eyes. "He is my husband, and there is no one else to whom I can appeal. Of course, you will get him down. I ask only that. I want you to climb up and cut him down. It will be difficult, of course, with the wind whistling about your ears and the horrible birds." She blushed and dropped her eyes. Villon nodded. "I understand," he said. "And as you suggest, it will be exceedingly disagreeable. But when I think of his poor frozen feet, I am prepared to sacrifice both my comfort and peace of mind." "And I shall give you a good dinner," she added shyly, feeling perhaps that she owed him some inducement. "Very well," said Villon. "I shall do it." It had not occurred to Villon that she might invite him to dinner. Now that he thought of it, he was atrociously hungry. For 3 days he had tramped through the vineyards, scribbling ballads to Guinevere the mythical, and Guillemette the upholsteress, and Jenny the hatter, and to his cronies Master Jehan Cornu and the Seigneur de Grigny, to notaries and abbesses, and to Merlin, but not to whet his appetite had he derived therefrom, and he had munched disconsolately at insufficient cheese, and tasted of immature wine, and once he had crawled on his hands and knees to a pool by the roadside to cool his thirst with water that stank. It would be good to sit at a merry provincial board, and with such a companion the time would pass right jollily. "Sit by the fire," she commanded, "while I cook the meat. Do you like rice and sugar? And would you care for some champagne of the vintage of 1216? "I am not at all difficult to please," said Villon, as he slid into a chair and removed his boots. The fire was warm and luxurious. Villon spread out his feet and warmed his great cumbersome toes by shoving them into the glowing coals and withdrawing them before the heat could painfully or seriously blister them. Then he stretched his fingers above the coals and whistled a Parisian tune. The wife of the man on the gibbet unwrapped a dozen white loaves and heated some broth in a bronze kettle, and rolled several small casks of wine into the center of the room. The table was spread with embroidered yellow linen, filigreed on the edges with designs of falcons and hydra-headed dogs wrought in gold and silver wire. Upon the gorgeous cloth she laid large wooden spoons, copper cups and knives, and tiny containers replete with various seasoning. Vermilion, pepper, spice, oil of cloves, nutmeg. The dinner heralded itself by enticing and glorious odors. Villon sat up and drew into his nostrils the rich, variegated smells of roast geese, fried snails, and scrambled ostrich eggs. Villon displayed upon the whole an admirable restraint. Only once did he lose countenance. A loud hissing sound arose from behind his chair, and Villon shook like an aspen leaf in an October gale. "What is that?" he demanded, considerably put out. "Only mussels from Marseille. I am putting them into hot water. Don't you like them?" Villon sighed and relaxed. The fire became less hot, and he permitted his toes the luxury of a longer interval of repose between the blinking coals. He was fairly famished, and when she invited him to the board he fell to with relish. He ate furiously, immoderately, and with passion. He swallowed, stuffed, and crammed. He discarded spoons and knives, and took between his soiled fingers great chunks of firm white meat. His manners were deplorable, but his enthusiasm deserved commendation. "Now," she said when he had finished, "you must go out and cut him down.
I ask only that. It is so cold that his feet will freeze."
But Villon had forgotten the man upon the gibbet. His hostess was charming. Theoretically, he had noticed it before, but he suddenly discovered that she was made of flesh and blood, and the champagne had unfortunately gone to his head. "Perhaps you do not know that I am a poet," said Villon, holding on to his chair for support.
"I should never have guessed it."
"But I am, really, and in Paris I am famous, in spite of an unfortunate accident."
"An accident?"
"I killed a booby, but it doesn't really matter, and I'm a Master of Arts at the University of Paris, and I belong by birth to an exceedingly aristocratic family."
"But that has nothing to do with my husband, whose feet will surely freeze if you do not go out and cut him down."
"Naturally, but it is not pleasant to go out in the cold, with the wind whistling about your ears and the birds."
"What more do you wish?"
"Well, you might spare me one little kiss. No one would ever know. Your husband is scarcely in a position to care, and a kiss is never taken seriously outside of Paris." Villon's hostess seemed a little angry, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Villon preferred this, since he disliked both high-pitched and docile women. The quiet, angry variety pleased him. He knew that his proposal was odious to her, but he reflected that a hopeless desire frankly expressed was better than innumerable beatings about the bush. She might refuse his request, but he would not have failed through a cowardly reticence. The thought of his courage nerved him, and he released his hold upon the chair. Then he discovered that he was hopelessly drunk. He seemed so pitiful as he swung back and forth above the table with his crimson cowl rent in twain and covered with stains, that his considerable and adorable hostess could not contemplate him with anger.
"If I kiss you just once," she asked, "will you go out and cut him down?"
Villon nodded dejectedly and confessed that he would do anything within reason to please her.
"Very well," she said. "You may kiss me."
Villon wondered if perchance he had fallen asleep, and he tweaked his nose to assure himself that he did not dream. He had scarcely expected a victory so complete. It seemed unreasonable. Nevertheless, he prepared to take advantage of the opportunity offered him. He smoothed his mustache and endeavored to cover up the rents in his cowl. So rapid a conquest is really very flattering, he reflected. She stood in the center of the room, and she did not move away when he came up to her and took her into his arms.
"Remember," she said, "you are only to kiss me once."
Villon nodded and sighed. "That is a misfortune," he said, and kissed her with delectable impudence. She made no attempt to push him away, and he kissed her eyes and her hair. Then he quailed and released her. Something horrible had taken place in the soul of the woman before him. The skin on her face had gone suddenly bloodless, and her eyes did not blink at him but simply stared. Her mouth hung agape, and her shoulders rose up until her head seemed lost between him. She threw out her arms as if warding off some unthinkable spiritual presence, and retreated toward the corner of the room. Villon stepped forward, and then all at once a sense of profound physical fatigue overwhelmed him. He stood horribly still in the center of the room and gazed at his hostess reproachfully as shriek after shriek came from between her colorless lips.
"He's at the window," she screamed. "Don't you see him? And he's holding up his poor frozen hands, and little streams of blood are running out his eyes down his frozen cheeks. He saw you kiss me, and now he's come. He's come."
Villon turned slowly and gazed stupidly at the window. It was a small diamond-paned window set high up in the wall, and Villon saw nothing but darkness and vague disturbing shadows that occasionally passed to and fro in back of the shimmering blue glass. "You are very idiotic," said Villon, "to disturb yourself over shadows." He knew that women often behaved unaccountably, but he could not explain the change in the woman in the corner. A moment before she had been in his arms and had not objected to his innumerable caresses, but now she lay huddled in the corner, shivering and wailing, which put quite a different complexion upon the affair. "One never knows," thought Villon, "what they will take it into their heads to think or do." Villon wished that he had not accepted the invitation of his erratic hostess, and he cast anxious glances toward the door. The words that came from between her lips did not carry moral conviction, and Villon preferred not to test her allegations in the light of reason. He preferred to ignore them, which was wise. But he was really quaking from toe to chin, and when he heard a voice without calling him loudly and urgently by name, he sought to establish friendly relations with the woman in the corner. She might conceivably be able to intercede for him. "You know that my intentions were honorable," he said, and this might have led to further talk and discussion, but someone pounded heavily upon the door. "Don't let him in!" shrieked the woman in the corner, and tears ran down her sallow face, and her wide, unblinking blue eyes glittered with unspeakable terror. Villon's actions failed to reassure her, and when she had exhausted a repertoire of conventional emotions, she collapsed in a heap upon the floor. Villon devoted his entire attention to the door. It was an enormous door, fashioned of stout oak, and it was heavily studded with great bronze nails, and it might have resisted Satan, but Villon felt that the bolt was feeble, and the suspense was killing him. The door bulged inward and shook visibly, and Villon resolved to seize the occasion by its tail. He stepped quickly to the door and unbolted it. A gust of wind swept into the room and whistled up the chimney. And there in the doorway stood what Villon had feared. It had come down from the gibbet, and it stood trembling with wrath, and waving its blood-clotted skeleton arms against a glimmering square of yellow sky. For a moment it wavered uncertainly in the doorway, and then it raised its right foot and stepped over the sill and into the room. The chains on its wrists and ankles clanked as it advanced leeringly over the smooth floor. Its hollow eyes glittered, and phosphorescently illumined a face that was eaten away at the corners. Its mouth gaped, and a portion of the lower jaw had fallen away, and its teeth projected through a surface layer of mottled and striated and nauseously flabby skin. Villon screamed when he saw its flaring eyes and the tiny rivulets of blood that oozed from beneath its lids and ran out of the corners of its poor mouth. He covered his eyes with his hands and endeavored to shut out the noisome sight. But the thing from the gibbet was a screeching reality, and Villon was so intent upon trying to turn it into the stuff of dreams that he aided his imagination to his own hurt. He saw it imaginatively, which was imprudent. He was probably unable to seize upon any straw that might have saved him, and he got to explaining the situation in a manner that was ridiculously trite. It was the champagne, he told himself, and he assured himself that the best thing he could do would be to ignore the thing that had come down from the gibbet. Perhaps that is the reason why he stood still and did nothing when the thing came up to him and breathed heavily into his pinched, frightened face. But the thing was quite blind, in spite of its coruscating eyes, and it somehow failed to get wind of Villon, and it stood shivering and moaning and showing all of its yellow teeth, and Villon was conspicuously upset. Villon stared frowningly for a moment, and thought how much the thing reminded him of the woman in the corner. Married women, thought Villon, noticeably resemble their husbands. For himself, he began to wonder why he had ever desired to kiss her. He had, for no definite reason, impaired his dignity. He was so deeply moved when he thought of his humiliation that he entirely forgot the insane hybrid creature that had stumbled into the room. He could not help feeling that the cards were against him. His several fates had played him a scurvy trick, had rubbed it in disconcertingly thick. With something like a grimace, he sat down upon the floor. The thing went tearing past him and collided against the opposite wall. It collapsed with a terrific rattle and lay still for a few seconds, breathing heavily. Then it got awkwardly to its feet and prepared to search the room. It made a disastrous circuit of the walls, groping blindly. It could not speak, but it hissed and whistled, and Villon was sorry, for in spite of his affected indifference, he was strenuously objected to half-articulate vituperation. The thing was facetiously cursing him, and Villon's spleen rose eloquently. He got to his feet and stepped forward, and affirmed to the creature's face that, while he conceded its hallucinatory nature, he was ill-prepared to overlook even imaginary insults. But the thing continued to search the room, and finally it stumbled upon the woman in the corner. It bent, evidently in a state of profound agitation, and its thin, bony fingers fastened upon the woman's left wrist. Then it drew itself erect and started across the floor, dragging the woman brutally with it. Villon's drunken and speculative anger was succeeded by white-hot terror, but he valiantly endeavored to intercept the thing he could not subdue. Unfortunately, the initiative displayed by Villon proved curiously worthless. When he stood in the creature's path and endeavored to wave it back, it simply spat at him, and then it extended a long bony arm and struck him across the face with the flat of its hand. Villon reeled back, and the knowledge that he had deserved the blow sobered him. He made no further attempt to retard the creature's progress, and he did not even object when the thing from the gibbet pummeled the woman from the corner until she awoke and screamed. And screamed. He did nothing when the loathsome thing released its grip upon the woman's arm and seized upon her long yellow hair, and when it dragged her out through the door into a night of clouds and owls and trees, Villon simply stared and groaned and fell back against the wall. Later on he found his way out into the cool night, and discovered to his delight that every little wind awoke and sang. Owls were hooting on the twisted, cankerous arms of hopelessly distorted trees, and the boles of the great oaks resembled men walking. The night was filled with futile whispering, and men swore roundly and ambled through grey orchards and lonely vineyards. Villon fingered his stained cowl and sighed. Above his head, two grey amorphous forms swung merrily in the night wind. The wind tore through their flapping garments, and they made no sound under the stars. Only the chains clanked on their poor maimed wrists and ankles, and Villon noticed that one figure held the other closely. He turned on his heels and walked in the opposite direction. "Oh, the pity of it," he murmured. "Oh, the pity of it." End of section 15. Section 16 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Thought Materializer. "It's utterly incredible," said Stephen Perkins. "Do you mean to say that if I simply put on this absurd contrivance, all of my thoughts, everything I can casually imagine, will become sufficiently real to affect my body?" Randall smiled. "You will need a convincing demonstration." "But do you mean that?" Perkins persisted. "Precisely. With the assistance of this remarkable device, your body will actually suffer or enjoy all of the experiences that you merely imagine. For instance, if you will mentally convey yourself to the seashore and imagine with the requisite élan that the sun is beating furiously down on your exposed back, you will become really sunburned." Horace Randall spoke with conviction. He held in his left hand the disputed contrivance, a curious metallic belt-like affair equipped with electrodes and dangling wires, and designed to encircle the body immediately above the heart. He had been struggling valiantly to remove his friend's coat. "Please let me try it on you," he pleaded. "I've toiled unremittingly over it for weeks, and it's positively unique. You should be literally glowing with scientific fervor. There isn't the slightest danger, I assure you. I'll tell you what to imagine. I won't let you visualize anything really lethal. You see, I must find out how well the thing works, and I can't try it on myself and take abundant notes at the same time." Stephen Perkins sighed tragically and permitted Randall to fasten the contrivance about his lean body. He waited with considerable trepidation for his friend to adjust the wires and other accessories, for a steel ribbon 1/2 inch in width to crawl upwards like a knife from its sheath until it rested at the base of his brain, and 2 thin wires to encircle his forehead. Then he asked a significant question. "How does it work?" "I presume," said Randall solemnly, "you mean what power do I utilize? Electricity for one thing, Stephen, and cosmic rays, and the elusive ether. This machine absorbs— I can't think of a more appropriate word— actually absorbs the vibrations which your brain emits when you think. You must pardon me for expressing it so laconically, but you wouldn't comprehend the abstruse technicalities.
It absorbs the vibrations and transmits them to your body intensified. It intensifies the vibrations of thought to such an extent that thoughts become living realities, capable of working in actual physical transmogrification in the tissues of the body. Stephen Perkins looked genuinely frightened. But suppose the changes are permanent?
They are not, I assure you, said Randall. All of the effects wear off in a few hours, and I promise you that I won't permit you to think of anything that would produce any really dangerous changes in the more vital organs of your body. We will experiment with mere skin-deep sensations at first. You will imagine, for instance, that a cold wind is blowing upon you, and we will observe the inevitable goose pimples, etc. Shall I turn it on?
Stephen Perkins hesitated. Are you sure?
Oh, absolutely. There isn't the slightest danger. But you must exclude from your mind all dangerous images. Do not visualize anything really malicious or sinister.
Precisely what images shall I avoid?
Anything capable of causing acute bodily pain. Do not visualize things that stab and tear and rend and kill. But if merely momentary dangerous images appear to you, the risk involved will be infinitesimal. It is only when you dwell on dangerous images intently over intervals of several minutes that the machine can transform them, or rather the vibrations produced by them, into a dangerous bodily influence.
I see. I must avoid thinking of sharks, let's say.
Precisely, or tigers, or anything with teeth, and you mustn't imagine yourself in an automobile accident or in an airplane.
Very well. I think you may turn it on. Randall nodded gravely and unscrewed a tiny metal disc near the base of the belt. There ensued a low and eerie whistling sound. This continued for several minutes, and eventually subsided into a steady, monotonous drone. The electric lights in the room grew perceptibly dimmer, and a curious misty film formed upon the mirror above the mantel.
"Any ill effects?"
inquired Randall anxiously. "I haven't noticed any yet," said Perkins. "I'm trying not to think of anything that might—"
"Good, I approve of that. Just relax and maintain a receptive mind. I will suggest images to you."
Randall paused and ruminated for a moment.
"I have it," he exclaimed. "We'll burn your thumb. Only slightly, however. Imagine, please, that you light a cigarette and become so heartily immersed in conversation that you, unfortunately, forget to blow out the match. You hold it in your fingers until it burns you slightly, blackens the skin on the tip of your finger."
Perkins closed his eyes, and for a moment sat very still. Then he jumped and gave a little choking cough. "Damn near burnt my finger off," he muttered. "Proves potency of imagination." Randall was exultant.
"It wasn't all imagination," he exclaimed. "If you look at your finger."
Slowly Perkins raised his finger and surveyed it in amazement. "Great Scott, you're right," he conceded. "It's burnt rather severely. I'm not sure we ought to continue."
"Of course we'll continue," affirmed Randall cheerfully. "We've just begun to experiment. I want to prove beyond a doubt that the machine caused your burnt finger. Platitudinously speaking, the mind is even more potent than the Freudians picturesquely imagine, and I desire to prove that it wasn't mere suggestion that caused that burning. Listen intently now. You are sitting in a cold bath, an ice-cold bath. Understand?"
Reluctantly, Perkins shut his eyes and visualized himself in a frigid bath. In a moment he was perceptibly shivering. "It's dreadful," he remonstrated. "I want to get out."
"Very well. You may step out now."
Imaginatively, Perkins stepped from the bath. "Fire's preferable," he murmured. "I can't stand ice-water baths."
Randall laughed. "Very well. I won't send you to join Commander Burt. I thought momentarily of doing so, but we'll pack you off to Bengal instead."
He was running his hand over Perkins' exposed arm.
"Cold and moist," he affirmed. "You unquestionably entered a cold bath."
The telephone at his elbow was ringing insistently. Taking down the receiver, he pressed it impatiently to his ear and spoke tersely.
"Hello, hello. What's that? Someone for me on the other phone downstairs? Oh, all right. I'll be down in a moment."
I'm expecting an important call," he explained to his friend. "I'll leave the machine turned on because I won't be away but a moment, and if I turn it off now, a great deal of expensively generated energy will go to waste. Sit in that chair by the window and don't think of anything dangerous. I'll be back in 3 minutes."
Perkins nodded gloomily and crossed to the window. It was a humid afternoon in August, and he felt dreadfully tired. Even the cold bath had not sufficed to dispel his gloomy lassitude. Sinking wearily down in Randall Morris's chair, he shut his eyes. The monotonous drone of traffic from the street beyond drifted into him, merging with the lulling drone of the machine encircling his body. It was a foolish, ridiculous experiment any way one looked at it, and it was inevitable that he should experience an overwhelming sense of weariness and disgust. "He said he'd send me to the tropics," he murmured. "I don't know that I should care to go on a day like this." Thinking had become an actual exertion, a process almost involving pain. He would simply relax, as his friend has suggested, and doze. Why not? It was very comfortable in the chair by the window. The sun streamed through the glass, penetrating his closed eyelids, and bathed his world in a rosy glow. Bengal. His friend had mentioned Bengal. India. India did, in a sense, suit his mood. He saw himself walking languidly through a steamy jungle with a gun under his arm and the sun in his eyes. A sense of mystery and adventure deepened about him. He walked on and on. Behind every shrub and bush and tree lurked mystery. Little monkeys chatted in the high branches and hurled berries at his head. Parrots screamed and mocked him. It was absurd, of course, that he should go adventuring in such a childlike manner. He was not a schoolboy. And yet, somehow, his surroundings intoxicated him. He had always dreamed of Bengal, and now here he was actually walking through it. Was he dreaming now? It occurred to him suddenly that he might be dreaming. He experienced that sense of unreality that is so frequently present in dreams, the knowledge that one is dreaming and will presently awake. The landscape through which he walked was distorted and unreal. The trees were twisted and cankerous and immoderately tall. There were ominous cup-like depressions in the moist soil beneath his feet, vaguely suggestive and familiar impressions. The spoor of some enormous and hellish beast? Was it conceivable that some unnameable thing had stalked on before him? He found himself almost rejoicing in the thought. His fingers glided exultantly over the barrel of his rifle. Perhaps he could overtake it and bring it down. He would search for it boldly and send bullets crashing into its great lumbering body. He visualized the crack of his rifle, the clearing smoke, and the great beast lying stark and lifeless at his feet. Joyfully he squared his shoulders. This was hazard. This was existence as he had always visioned it. And yet, when it actually appeared to him, when it emerged from a clump of sinister vegetation not 5 yards from him, he experienced a sudden sense of overwhelming revulsion, of deadly, paralyzing fear. It was a tiger, and yet it was not a tiger. It was larger than any tiger he had ever seen, and it was night black, and its eyes glowed with an unspeakable malignancy. Slowly it advanced toward him, its shoulders humped, its bared yellow teeth drooling saliva. Perkins experienced that terrible sensation so familiar to all who dream of not being able to move. His feet seemed cemented to the ground. Try as he might, he could not raise his right leg. Then, in desperation, his thoughts returned to the gun in his hand. But somehow he couldn't raise the gun. Valiantly he strove to move his arms, but they persistently refused to respond to his exertions. He was as securely bound as though tangible cords encircled his wrists and ankles, and the beast was now very close to him. Horace Randall was discussing his invention over the telephone when he heard the first shriek. It did not immediately occur to him that the distressing sound proceeded from his own apartment upstairs, and, although it vaguely alarmed him, he was so intent upon explaining the character of his invention to the fabulously wealthy gentleman at the other end of the wire that he did not give the matter his prompt attention. Yes, he affirmed. I assure you that the machine does really absorb and intensify the thought vibrations of the subconscious mind. It works most effectively when the patient is asleep.
No dream, no Lethean fantasy is too appalling or monstrous for it to translate into an objective reality. Indeed, the most ghastly of the shadowy terrors evoked during sleep by the introverted type of mentality may become, with its aid, virtually embodied, capable of working infinite physical havoc. Of course, it cannot leave the body in which it originates. It can work havoc only upon the man or woman who is wearing the belt. Dangerous? Of course my invention is dangerous. Sinister, if you wish. But it is not designed for popular distribution. It is for the impartial investigator, the purely disinterested psychologist. Think of the infinite uses it could be put to by a Jung or a... He left the sentence unfinished and the receiver dangling on its wire. He had heard. Good God, what had he not heard? Pandemonium had broken loose upstairs. Shriek followed shriek in terrifying, mind-stunning succession. Randall started forward with fear on his face, and in a moment was ascending the stairs 3 steps at a time. The shrieks had prepared him for something disconcerting, but when he entered his room and saw what had actually occurred, his brain reeled, and for a moment panic seemed about to claim him. He staggered and nearly fell, and was obliged to cling to a chair for support. He watched with agonizing intensity the stricken man on the floor drag himself forward. Then, with a heroic effort, Randall recovered his wits and hastily turned off the control of the infernal device. Perkins' clothes had been stripped from his body, and his legs were bruised and lacerated. But his face had not been clawed, and he was able to utter a few words before he collapsed. "Please take the belt off," he pleaded. "I don't want to die with that thing on. Something worse might come at the last moment, although I can't imagine anything worse. It clawed and clawed and clawed. I couldn't escape from it. It sat on me and breathed in my face and clawed at me with its... It breathed on me. Do you hear?" To Perkins, apparently the clawing had been almost an incidental torture, of less consequence than the fact that the thing had come so hideously close. "It wasn't a tiger," he moaned. "It was something unspeakable, something obscene that I imagined. It was black and it breathed on me." Randall assisted his stricken friend into a chair and hastily unstrapped the devilish machine that he had devised.
I didn't know that you would think of anything like that,"
he groaned contritely.
"How could I have anticipated such a thing?"
Perkins smiled wanly.
"It's all right, Horace. I don't blame you. Only, please send for a doctor."
I will, exclaimed Randall. "And I'm sure you're not injured as badly as you imagine. Terribly scratched up, I concede, but we'll get you on your feet. We will indeed."
It is to Randall's credit that he fulfilled his promise. He summoned his physician immediately, and it was due to the prompt aid administered by that gentleman, and his own assiduity as a nurse and psychic counselor — he kept assuring his friend that his injuries were singularly trivial — that Perkins was up and about in less than a fortnight. But the belt was never placed on the market. It was not even offered to a small group of purely disinterested psychologists, not even to Freud and Jung. It was simply reduced by Randall himself to a small pile of very inconsequential ashes. But for months thereafter he was haunted by what he knew to be the potentialities of the thing he had destroyed.
"Suppose,"
he confided to Perkins when the latter had sufficiently recovered to listen calmly to him,
"I tried it on some animal. There is no reason in the world why it wouldn't work just as well on an animal, and... My friend, did it ever occur to you that animals must occasionally have unusual dreams? We know, for instance, that dogs dream very vividly. But even the lower forms of life may have certain visual powers. It is impossible to dogmatize about such things. Now just suppose, for the sake of argument, I'd strap that machine on a snake."
"I refuse to suppose anything of the kind," retorted Perkins. "It is a hideous, ghastly contrivance, and I'm glad you destroyed it." Randall sighed.
Yes, I dare say I acted wisely. And yet, I wish I did know more about the dreams of snakes.
End of section 16. Section 17 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. A visitor from Egypt. On a dismal, rainy afternoon in August, a tall, very thin gentleman tapped timidly on the frosted glass window of the curator's office in a certain New England museum. He wore a dark blue chinchilla overcoat, olive green Homburg hat with high tapering crown, yellow gloves, and spats. A blue silk muffler with white dots encircled his neck and entirely concealed the lower portion of his face and virtually all of his nose. Only a small expanse of pink and very wrinkled flesh was visible above the muffler and below his forehead. But as this exposed portion of his physiognomy contained his eyes, it was as arresting as it was meager. So arresting indeed was it that it commanded instant respect, and the attendants who were granted liberal weekly emoluments for merely putting yards of red tape between the main entrance and the narrow corridor that led to the curator's office waived all of their habitual and asinine inquiries and conducted the muffled gentleman straight to what a Victorian novelist would have called the sacred precincts. Having tapped, the gentleman waited. He waited patiently, but something in his manner suggested that he was extremely nervous and perturbed, and decidedly on edge to talk to the curator. And yet, when the door of the office at last swung open, and the curator peered out fastidiously from behind gold-rimmed spectacles, he merely coughed and extended a visiting card. The card was conservatively fashionable in size and exquisitely engraved, and as soon as the curator perused it, his countenance underwent an extraordinary alteration. He was ordinarily a supremely reticent individual with long pale face and lugubrious condescending eyes, but he suddenly became preposterously friendly and greeted his visitor with an effusiveness that was almost hysterical. He seized his visitor's somewhat flabby-gloved hand and gave it a Babbitt-esque squeeze. He nodded and bowed and smirked and seemed almost beside himself with gratification.
"If only I had known, Sir Richard, that you were in America. The papers were unusually silent. Outrageously silent, you know. I cannot imagine how you managed to elude the reporters. They are usually so persistent, so indecently curious. I really cannot imagine how you achieved it." "I did not wish to talk to idiotic old women, to lecture before matels, to have my photo reproduced in your absurd papers."
Sir Richard's voice was oddly high-pitched, almost effeminate, and it quivered with the intensity of his emotion.
"I detest publicity, and I regret that I am not utterly unknown in this region." "I quite understand, Sir Richard," murmured the curator soothingly. "You naturally desire leisure for research, for discussion. You are not interested in what the vulgar would say or think about you. A commendable and eminently scholarly attitude to take, Sir Richard. A splendid attitude. I quite understand and sympathize. We Americans have to be polite to the press occasionally, but you have no idea how it cramps our style, if I may use an expressive but exceedingly coarse colloquialism. It really does, Sir Richard. You have no idea, but do come in. Come in by all means. We are honored immeasurably by the visit of so eminent a scholar."
Sir Richard bowed stiffly and preceded the curator into the office. He selected the most comfortable of the 5 leather-backed chairs that encircled the curator's desk and sank into it with a faintly audible sigh. He neither removed his hat nor withdrew the muffler from his pinkish visage. The curator selected a seat on the opposite side of the table, and politely extended a box of Havana panatellas.
"Extremely mild," he murmured. "Won't you try one, Sir Richard?"
Sir Richard shook his head. "I have never smoked," he said, and coughed. There ensued a silence. Then Sir Richard apologized for the muffler. "I had an unfortunate accident on the ship," he explained. "I stumbled in one of the deck games and cut my face rather badly. It's in a positively unrepresentable condition. I know you'll pardon me if I don't remove this muffler." The curator gasped.
"How horrible, Sir Richard! I can sympathize, believe me. I hope it will not leave a scar. One should have the most expert advice in such matters. I hope. Sir Richard, have you consulted a specialist, may I ask?
Sir Richard nodded.
The wounds are not deep, nothing serious, I assure you. And now, Mr. Busby, I should like to discuss with you the mission that has brought me to Boston. Are the pre-dynastic remains from Luxor on exhibition?
The curator was a trifle disconcerted. He had placed the Luxor remains on exhibition that very morning, but he had not as yet arranged them to his satisfaction, and he would have preferred that his distinguished guest should view them at a later date. But he very clearly perceived that Sir Richard was so intensely interested that nothing that he could say would induce him to wait, and he was proud of the remains and flattered that England's ablest Egyptologist should have come to the city expressly to see them. So he nodded amiably and confessed that the bones were on exhibition, and he added that he would be delighted and honored if Sir Richard would view them.
They are truly marvelous, he explained. The pure Egyptian type. Dolichocephalic, with relatively primitive features. And they date, Sir Richard, they date from at least 8,000 BC.
Are the bones tinted?
Oh, I should say so, Sir Richard. They are wonderfully tinted, and the original colors have scarcely faded at all. Blue and red, Sir Richard, with red predominating.
A most absurd custom,
murmured Sir Richard. Mr. Busby smiled.
I have always considered it pathetic, Sir Richard. Infinitely amusing, but pathetic. They thought that by painting the bones they could preserve the vitality of the corruptible body. Corruption putting on incorruption, as it were.
It was blasphemous.
Sir Richard had risen from his chair. His face above the muffler was curiously white, and there was a hard metallic glitter in his small dark eyes.
They sought to cheat Osiris. They had no conception of hyper-physical realities.
The curator stared curiously.
Precisely what do you mean, Sir Richard?
Sir Richard started a trifle at the question, as though he were awakening from some strange nightmare, and his emotion ebbed as rapidly as it had arisen. The glitter died out of his eyes, and he sank listlessly back in his chair.
I was merely amused by your comment, as though by merely painting their mummies they could restore the circulation of the blood.
But that, as you know, Sir Richard, would occur in the other world. It was one of the most distinctive prerogatives of Osiris. He alone could restore the dead.
Yes, I know,
murmured Sir Richard.
They counted a good deal on Osiris. It is curious that it never occurred to them that the god might be offended by their presumptions.
You are forgetting the Book of the Dead, Sir Richard. The promises in that are very definite, and it is an inconceivably ancient book. I am strongly convinced that it was in existence in 10,000 BC. You have read my brochure on the subject?
Sir Richard nodded.
A very scholarly work, but I believe that the Book of the Dead as we know it was a forgery.
Sir Richard!
Parts of it are undoubtedly pre-dynastic, but I believe that the Judgment of the Dead, which defines the judicial prerogatives of Osiris, was inserted by some meddling priest as late as the historical period. It is a deliberate attempt to modify the relentless character of Egypt's supreme deity. Osiris does not judge, he takes.
He takes, Sir Richard?
Precisely. Do you imagine anyone can ever cheat death? Do you imagine that, Mr. Busby? Do you imagine for one moment that Osiris would restore to life the fools that return to him?
Mr. Busby colored. It was difficult to believe that Sir Richard was really in earnest.
Then you honestly believe that the character of Osiris as we know it is
a myth? Yes, a deliberate and childish evasion. No man can ever comprehend the character of Osiris. He is the dark god, but he treasures his own.
Mr. Busby was genuinely startled by the tone of ferocity in which the last remark was uttered.
What did you say, Sir Richard?
Nothing.
Sir Richard had risen and was standing before a small revolving bookcase in the center of the room.
Nothing, Mr. Busby, but your taste in fiction interests me extremely. I had no idea you read young Finchley.
Mr. Busby blushed and looked genuinely distressed.
"I don't ordinarily," he said. "I despise fiction ordinarily, and young Finchley's romances are unutterably silly. He isn't even a passable scholar, but that book has... well, there are a few good things in it. I was reading it this morning on the train and put it with the other books temporarily because I had no other place to put it. You understand, Sir Richard. We all have our little foibles. A work of fiction now and then is sometimes, well, suggestive, and H.E. Finchley is rather suggestive occasionally."
"He is indeed. His Egyptian redactions are imaginative masterpieces."
"You amaze me, Sir Richard. Imagination in a scholar is to be deplored. But of course, as I said, H.E. Finchley is not a scholar, and his work is occasionally illuminating if one doesn't take it too seriously."
"He knows his Egypt."
"Sir Richard, I can't believe you really approve of him, a mere fictionist."
Sir Richard had removed the book and opened it casually.
"May I ask, Mr. Busby, if you are familiar with Chapter 13, the Transfiguration of Osiris?"
"Bless me, Sir Richard, I am not. I skipped that portion. Such purely grotesque rubbish repelled me."
"Did it, Mr. Busby? But the repellent is usually arresting. Just listen to this. It is beyond dispute that Osiris made his worshippers dream strange things of him, and that he possessed their bodies and souls forever. There is a devilish wrath against mankind with which Osiris was for death's sake inspired. In the cool of the evening he walked among men, and upon his head was the crown of Upper Egypt, and his cheeks were inflated with a wind that slew. His face was veiled so that no man could see it. But assuredly it was an old face, very old and dead and dry, for the world was young when tall Osiris died."
Sir Richard snapped the book shut and replaced it in the shelf.
"What do you think of that, Mr. Busby?"
he inquired.
"Rot,"
murmured the curator.
"Sheer, unadulterated rot."
Of course. Mr. Busby, did it ever occur to you that a god may live, figuratively, a dog's life?"
"Eh?"
"Gods are transfigured, you know. They go up in smoke, as it were. In smoke and flame. They become pure flame, pure spirit, creatures with no visible body."
Dear Sir Richard, that had not occurred to me."
The curator laughed and nudged Sir Richard's arm.
"Beastly sense of humor,"
he murmured to himself.
"The man is unutterably silly."
"It would be dreadful, for example," continued Sir Richard, "if the god had no control over his transfiguration, if the change occurred frequently and unexpectedly, if he shared, as it were, the ghastly fare of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde."
Sir Richard was advancing toward the door. He moved with a curious shuffling gait, and his shoes scraped peculiarly upon the floor. Mr. Busby was instantly at his elbow.
"What is the matter, Sir Richard? What has happened?"
"Nothing."
Sir Richard's voice rose in hysterical denial.
"Nothing. Where is the lavatory, Mr. Busby?"
"Down one flight of stairs on your left as you leave the corridor," muttered Mr. Busby. Are you ill?"
"It is nothing,"
murmured Sir Richard.
"I must have a drink of water, that is all. The injury has affected my throat. When it becomes too dry, it pains dreadfully."
"Good heavens," murmured the curator. "I can send for water, Sir Richard, I can indeed. I beg you not to disturb yourself."
No, I insist that you do not. I shall return immediately. Please do not send for anything."
Before the curator could renew his protestations, Sir Richard had passed through the door and disappeared down the corridor. Mr. Busby shrugged his shoulders and returned to his desk.
"A most extraordinary person," he muttered. "Erudite and original, but queer. Decidedly queer. Still, it is pleasant to reflect that he has read my brochure. A scholar of his distinction might very pardonably have overlooked it. He called it a scholarly work. A scholarly work. Very gratifying, I'm sure."
Mr. Busby clipped and lit a cigar.
"Of course he is wrong about the Book of the Dead," he mused. "Osiris was a most benevolent god. It is true that the Egyptians feared him, but only because he was supposed to judge the dead. There was nothing essentially evil or cruel about him. Sir Richard is quite wrong about that. It is curious that a man so eminent could go so sensationally astray. I can use no other phrase. Sensationally astray. I really believe that my arguments impressed him, though. I could see that he was impressed.
The curator's pleasant reflections were coarsely and unexpectedly interrupted by a shout in the corridor.
"Get them extinguishers down! Quick, you—"
The curator gasped and rose hastily to his feet. Profanity violated all the rules of the museum, and he had always firmly insisted that the rules should be obeyed. Striding quickly to the door, he threw it open and stared incredulously down the corridor.
"What was that?" he cried. "Did anyone call?"
He heard the hurried steps and the sound of someone shouting, and then an attendant appeared at the end of the corridor.
"Come quickly, sir!" he exclaimed. "There's fire and smoke coming out of the basement."
Mr. Busby groaned. What a dreadful thing to happen when he had such a distinguished guest. He raced down the corridor and seized the attendant angrily by the arm.
"Did Sir Richard get out?" he demanded. "Answer me, is Sir Richard down there now?"
"Who?"
gasped the attendant.
"The gentleman who went down a few minutes ago, you idiot. A tall gentleman wearing a blue coat."
I don't know, sir. I didn't see nobody come up."
"Good God!" Mr. Busby was frantic. "We must get him out immediately. I believe that he was ill. He's probably fainted."
He strode to the end of the corridor and stared down the smoke-filled staircase leading to the lavatory. Immediately beneath him, 3 attendants were cautiously advancing. Wet handkerchiefs, bound securely about their faces, protected them from the acrid fumes, and each held at arm's length a cylindrical fire extinguisher. As they descended the stairs, they squirted the liquid contents of the extinguishers into the rapidly rising spirals of lethal blue smoke.
"It was much worse a minute ago," exclaimed the attendant at Mr. Busby's elbow. "The smoke was thicker and had a most awful smell, like them dinosaur eggs smelt when you first unpacked 'em last spring, sir."
The attendants had now reached the base of the staircase and were peering cautiously into the lavatory. For a moment they peered in silence, and then one of them shouted up at Mr. Busby.
"The smoke's dreadfully dense here, sir. We can't see any flames. Shall we go in, sir?"
"Yes, do!"
Mr. Busby's voice was tragically shrill.
"Do all you can, please."
The attendants disappeared into the lavatory, and the curator waited with an agonized and expectant air. His heart was wrung at the thought of the fate which had in all probability overtaken his distinguished guest, but he could not think of anything further to do. Sinister forebodings crowded into his mind, but he was powerless to act. Then it was that the shrieks commenced. From whatever cause arising, they were truly ghastly, but they began so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that at first the curator could form no theory as to what had caused them. They issued so horribly and suddenly from the lavatory, echoing and re-echoing through the empty corridors, that the curator could only stare and gasp. But when they became fairly coherent, when the screams of affright turned to appeals for mercy, for pity, and when the language in which they found grim expression changed too, becoming familiar to the curator but incomprehensible to the man beside him, a dreadful incident occurred which the latter has never been able to consign to a merciful mnemonic oblivion. The curator fell upon his knees, literally went down upon his knees at the head of the staircase, and raised both arms in an unmistakable gesture of supplication. And then from his ashen lips there poured a torrent of grotesque gibberish.
"Sin Osiris! Sin Osiris! Sin Osiris! 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 Fool!"
A muffled form emerged from the lavatory and ponderously ascended the stairs.
"Fool! You have sinned irretrievably."
The voice was guttural, harsh, remote, and seemed to come from an immeasurable distance.
Sir Richard! Sir Richard!"
The curator got stumblingly to his feet and staggered toward the ascending figure.
"Protect me, Sir Richard. There's something unspeakable down there. For a moment I thought... Sir Richard, did you see it? Did you hear anything? Those shrieks?"
But Sir Richard did not reply. He did not even look at the curator. He brushed past the unfortunate man as though he were a mere meddling fool, and grimly began to climb the stairs that led to the Hall of Egyptian Antiquities. He ascended so rapidly that the curator could not catch up with him, and before the frightened man had reached the halfway landing, his steps were resounding on the tiled floor above.
"Wait, Sir Richard!" shrieked Busby. "Wait, please! I am sure that you can explain everything. I am afraid. Please wait for me."
A spasm of coughing seized him, and at that moment there ensued a most dreadful crash. Fragments of broken glass tinkled suggestively upon the stone floor, and awoke ominous echoes in the corridor, and up and down the winding stairway. Mr. Busby clung to the banisters and moaned. His face was purplish and distorted with fear, and beads of sweat glistened on his high forehead. For a moment he remained thus cowering and whimpering on the staircase. Then, miraculously, his courage returned. He ascended the last flight 3 steps at a time and dashed wildly forward. An intolerable thought had abruptly been born in the poor bewildered brain of Mr. Busby. It had suddenly occurred to him that Sir Richard was an impostor, a murderous madman intent only upon destruction, and that his collections were in immediate danger. Whatever Mr. Busby's human deficiencies, in his professional capacity he was conscientious and aggressive to an almost abnormal degree, and the crash had been unmistakable and susceptible of only one explanation. Mr. Busby completely forgot his fear in his concern for his precious collections. Sir Richard had smashed one of the cases, and was extracting its contents. There was little doubt in Mr. Busby's mind as to which of the cases Sir Richard had smashed.
"The Luxor remains can never be duplicated," he moaned. "I have been horribly duped."
Suddenly he stopped and stared. At the very entrance to the hall lay an assortment of garments which he instantly recognized. There was the blue chinchilla coat and the alpine Homburg, with its high tapering crown, and the blue silk muffler that had concealed so effectively the face of his visitor. And on the very top of the heap lay a pair of yellow suede gloves.
"Good God,"
murmured Mr. Busby.
"The man has shed all of his clothes."
He stood there for a moment, staring in utter bewilderment, and then with long, hysterical strides he advanced into the hall.
"A hopeless maniac," he muttered under his breath. "A sheer raving lunatic. Why did I not—"
Then abruptly he ceased to reproach himself. He forgot entirely his folly, the heap of clothes, and the smashed case. Everything that had up to that moment occupied his mind was instantly extruded, and he shriveled and shrank with fear. Never had the unwilling gaze of Mr. Busby encountered such a sight. Mr. Busby's visitor was bending over the shattered case, and only his back was visible. But it was not an ordinary back. In a lucid, unemotional moment, Mr. Busby would have called it a nasty, malignant back. But in juxtaposition with the crown that topped it, there is no Aryan polysyllable suggestive enough to describe it. For the crown was very tall and ponderous with jewels, and unspeakably luminous, and it accentuated the vileness of the back. It was a greenback. Sapless was the word that ran through Mr. Busby's mind as he stood and stared at it. And it was wrinkled, too. Horribly wrinkled, all crisscrossed with centuried grooves. Mr. Busby did not even notice his visitor's neck, which glistened and was as thin as a bean-pole, nor the small, round, scaly head that bobbed and nodded ominously. He saw only the hideous back, and the unbelievably awesome crown. The crown shed a fiery radiance upon the reddish tiles of the dim, vast hall, and the starkly nude body twisted and turned and writhed shockingly. Black horror clutched at Mr. Busby's throat, and his lips trembled as though he were about to cry out. But he spoke no word. He had staggered back against the wall and was making curious, futile gestures with his arms, as though he sought to embrace the darkness, to wrap the darkness and the hall about him, to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, and invisible to the thing that was bending over the case. But apparently he soon found, to his infinite dismay, that the thing was aware of his presence. And as it turned slowly toward him, he made no further attempt to obliterate himself, but went down on his knees and screamed and screamed and screamed. Silently, the figure advanced toward him. It seemed to glide rather than to walk, and in its terribly lean arms it held a queer assortment of brilliant scarlet bones, and it cackled loathsomely as it advanced. And then it was that Mr. Busby's sanity departed utterly. He groveled and gibbered, and dragged himself along the floor like a man in the grip of an instantaneous catalepsy. And all the while he murmured incoherently about how spotless he was, and would Osiris spare him, and how he longed to reconcile himself with Osiris. But the figure, when it got to him, merely stooped and breathed on him. 3 times it breathed on his ashen face, and one could almost see the face shrivel and blacken beneath its warm breath. For some time it remained in a stooping posture, glaring glassily, and when it arose, Mr. Busby made no effort to detain it. Holding the scarlet bones very firmly in its horribly thin arms, it glided rapidly away in the direction of the stars. The attendants did not see it descend. No one ever saw it again. And when the coroner arrived in response to the tardy summons of an attendant, examined Mr. Busby's body, the conclusion was unavoidable that the curator had been dead for a long, long time. End of section 17. Section 18 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Death Waters. We were seated in the pilot house of the Habakkuk, a queer little tug which carries daily passengers from New York steamers south along the coast of Honduras, from Trujillo to the Caratasca Lagoon. We were a chatty, odd group. Shabby promoters elbowed enthusiastic young naturalists, botanists from Olanchito, and entomologists from beyond Jamalteca, and tired, disillusioned surveyors from the plateau. The air was thick with unwholesome bluish smoke from fantastic pipes which formed curious nimbuses about the heads of the older men. No one had a reputation to lose, and conversation was genial and unaffected. One of the veterans stood in the center of the cabin and pounded with his fists upon a small wooden table. His face was the color of ripe corn, and from time to time he nodded at his companion. His companion did not return his salutations. The face of his companion was covered, and he lay upon the floor in an oblong box 6 feet long. No word of complaint issued from the box, and yet, whenever the veteran brought his eyes to bear upon the fastened lid, tears of pity ran rapidly down his cheeks and dampened his reddish beard. But he acknowledged to himself that the tears were blatantly sentimental, and not quite in good taste. Everyone else in the cabin ignored the existence of the man in the box, perhaps intentionally. A man's popularity depends largely upon his attitude. The attitude of the man in the box was not pleasing, since he had been dead for precisely 4 days. The veteran choked out his words fiercely between ominous coughs. "My dear friends, you must be sensible of my embarrassment. It is my opinion that I am not an orator, and it is impossible for me to make you understand. I can explain, but you will never understand. There were millions of them, and they came after him. They attacked me only when I defended him. But it was hard to see him collapse and turn black. The skin on his face shriveled up before he could speak. He never left me a last word. It is very hard when one is a devoted friend. And yet his perversity was absurd. He brought it upon himself. I warned him. The man has a warm temper, I said. You must be careful. You must humor him. It is not good to provoke a man without morality, without standards, without taste. A little thing would have been sufficient, a small compromise. But Byrne lacked a sense of humor. He paid horribly. He died on his feet with the nasty thing stabbing him, and he never emitted a shriek, only a guggling sob." The veteran looked reproachfully at the 6-foot box and the ceiling. I don't blame you for thinking me queer, but how do you explain this? And this?" he added, rolling up his sleeve and baring a scrawny brown arm. We pressed forward and surrounded him. We were eager and amused, and a sleepy Indian in the corner ran his fingers through his fragile black beard and tittered. The veteran's arm was covered with tiny yellow scars. The skin had evidently been punctured repeatedly by some pin-like instrument. Each scar was surrounded by a miniature halo of inflamed tissue. "Can any of you explain 'em?" he asked. He drummed on the taut skin. He was a tired, nervous little man, his faded blue eyes and eyebrows that met above the arch of his nose. He had an amusing habit of screwing up the corners of his mouth whenever he spoke. One of the young men took him solemnly aside and whispered something in his ear. The man with the punctured arm laughed. "Righto," he said. The young man closed his eyes and shuddered. You shouldn't be alive." The youth had great difficulty in getting his lips to shape the words properly. It isn't a bit of all right, you know. One bite's nearly always fatal, and you have dozens of them." "Precisely." Our man of the scars screwed up his lips and looked piercingly at us all. Some faces fell or blanched before him, but most of the young men returned a questioning gaze. "You know that the culebra de sangre is more certain than the toboba, more deadly than the rattler, more vicious than the corali. Well, I've been bitten 10 times by the culebras, 5 times by rattlers, and thrice by our innocent little friend the boba. I took great pains to verify these facts by studying the wounds, for each snake inflicts a slightly different one. Then how is it that I am still alive? My dear friends, you must believe me when I say that I do not know. Perhaps the poisons neutralize each other. Perhaps the venom of culebra de sangre is an antidote for that of the rattler, or vice versa. But it is enough that I stand here and talk to you. It is enough that I find within me the strength of youth, but my heart is dead." His last comment seemed melodramatic and unnecessary, and we suddenly realized that the veteran was not an artist. He lacked a sense of dramatic values. We turned wearily aside and puffed vigorously on our long pipes. It is difficult to forgive these little defects of technique. The veteran seemed sufficiently conscious of our reproach, but he kept right on, and his voice was low and muffled, and it was difficult to follow the turnings and twistings of his disconcerting narrative. I remember distinctly that he bored us at first and spoke at great length about things that did not interest us at all, but suddenly his voice became gritty, like the raucous blundering of an amateur with a viol, and we pressed closer about him. "I would have you bear this constantly in mind. We were alone in the center of that lake with no human being except a huge black savage within a radius of 10 miles. It was risky business, of course, but Byrne was devilishly set on making a chemical analysis of the water just above the source of our spring. He was amazingly enthusiastic. I didn't care to parade my emotions in the presence of the black man, and I longed to subdue the glitter in Byrne's eye. Enthusiasm grates upon a savage, and I could see that the black was decidedly piqued. Byrne stood up in the stern and raved. I endeavored to make him sit down. From a tone of suppressed excitement, his voice rose to a shout. "It's the finest water in Honduras. There's a fortune in it. It means—" I cut him short with a cold, reproachful look that must have hurt him. He winced under it and sat down. I was level-headed enough to avoid unnecessary enthusiasms. Well, there we were, 2 old men who had come all the way from New York for the privilege of sitting in the sun in the center of a black miasmal lake and examining water that would have shocked a professional scavenger. But Byrne was unusually shrewd in a detestable business-like way, and he knew very well that the value of water doesn't reside in its taste. He had carefully pointed out to me that whenever water is taken from the center of a lake directly over a well, it can be bottled and sold under attractive labels without the slightest risk. I admired Byrne's sagacity, but I didn't like the way the cannibal in the front was looking at the sky. I don't mean to suggest that he actually was a cannibal or anything monstrous or abnormal, but I distrusted his damnable mannerisms. He sat hunched in the bow with his back towards me, with his hands on his knees and his eyes turned toward the shore. He was naked to the waist, and his dark, oily skin glistened with perspiration. There was something tremendously impressive about the rigidity of his animal-like body, and I didn't like the lethal growth of crisp black hair on his chest and arms. The upper portion of his body was hideously tattooed. I wish I could make you perceive the deadly horror of the man. I couldn't look at him without an inevitable shudder, and I felt that I could never really know him, never break through his crust of reserve, never fathom the murky depths of his abominable soul. I knew that he had a soul, but every decent instinct in me revolted at the thought of coming into contact with it. And yet I realized with jubilation that the soul of the monster was buried very deep, and that it would scarcely show itself upon slight provocation. And we had done nothing to call it forth. We had acted reasonably decent. But Byrne lacked tact. He wasn't properly schooled in flattery and the polite usages of rational society. He somehow got the queer notion into his head that the water should be tasted then and there. He was naturally averse to tasting it himself, and he knew that I couldn't stomach spring water of any sort. But he had a weird idea that perhaps the water contained a septic poison, and he was determined to settle his doubts on the spot. He scooped up a cupful of the detestable stuff and carried it to his nose. Then he gave it to me to smell. I was properly horrified. The water was yellowish and alive with animalcules, but the horror of it did not reside in its appearance. Hot shame flushed scarlet over Byrne's face. I was brought sharply and agonizingly to a sense of spiritual guilt. We can't bottle that. It wouldn't be sportsmanship. It wouldn't be...
Of course we can bottle it. People like that sort of thing. The smell will be a splendid advertising asset. Who ever heard of medicinal spring water without an excessive smell? It's a great feather in our cap. Didn't you suppose that a smell was absolutely necessary? But let us have no buts. That water has made our fortune. It is only necessary now to discover its taste.
He laughed and pointed to the black man in the bow. I shook my head. But what can you do when a man is determined? And after all, why should I defend a savage? I simply sat and stared while Byrne handed the cup to our black companion. The black sat up very stiff and straight, and a puzzled, hurt expression crept into his dark eyes. He looked fixedly at Byrne and at the cup, and then he looked away towards the sky. The muscles in his face began to contract horribly. I didn't like it, and I motioned to Byrne to withdraw the cup. But Byrne was determined that the black should drink. The stubbornness of a northern man in equatorial latitudes is often shocking. I've always avoided that pose, but Byrne never failed to do the conventional thing under given circumstances. He virtually bifurcated the savage with his eyes, and did it without a trace of condescension.
I'm not going to sit here and hold this. I want you to taste the water and tell me precisely what you think of it. Tell me whether you like the way it tastes, and after you've tasted it, if you feel somewhat out of sorts and a bit dizzy, it is only necessary for you to describe your feelings. I don't want to force it upon you, but you can't sit there and refuse to take part in this, experiment.
The black removed his eyes from the sky and gazed scornfully into Byrne's face.
No, I don't want this water. I didn't come out here to drink water.
Perhaps you've never seen the clash of two racially different wills, each as set and as primitive and as humorless as the other. A silent contest went on between Byrne and that black imp, and the latter's face kept getting more sinister and hostile, and I watched the muscles contracting and the eyes narrowing, and I began to feel sorry for Byrne. But even I hadn't fathomed Byrne's power of will. He dominated the savage through sheer psychic superiority. The black man didn't cower, but you could see that he knew he was fighting against fate. He knew that he had to drink the water. The fact had been settled when Byrne had first extended the cup, and his rebellion was pure resentment at the cruelty of Byrne in forcing the water upon him. I shall never forget the way he seized the cup and drained off the water. It was sickening to watch his teeth chatter, and his eyes bulge as the water slid between his swollen lips. Great spasms seemed to run up and down his back, and I fancied that I could discern a velvety play of rebellious muscles throughout the whole length of his perspiring torso. Then he handed the cup back without a word and began to look again at the sky. Byrne waited for a moment or two, and then he commenced to question the black in a way which I did not think very tactful. But Byrne imagined that his spiritual supremacy had been firmly established. I could have pointed out to him, But I cry over spilt milk. I can see Byrne now, knee-deep in questions, with his eyes scintillating and his cheeks flushing red.
I made you drink that water because I wanted to know. It is very important that I should know. Have you ever tasted a bad egg? Did it taste like that? Did it have a salty flavor, and did it burn you when you swallowed it?
The black sat immobile and refused to answer. There is no understanding the psychology of a black man in the center of a black lake. I felt that the perversity of nature had entered into the wretch, and I urged Byrne to ease up. But Byrne kept right on, and then finally, it happened. The black stood up in the boat and shrieked again. You cannot imagine the unearthly bestiality of the cries that proceeded out of his revolting throat. They were not human cries at all, and they might have come from a gorilla under torture. I could only sit and stare and listen, and I became as flabby as an arachnid on stilts. I felt at that moment nothing but unutterable fright, mixed with contempt for Byrne and his deliberate tempting of, not fate exactly, but the inexcusable phenomena of cannibalistic hysteria. I longed to get up and shriek louder than the savage in order to humiliate and shame him into silence. I thought at first, as the screams went echoing across the lake, that the black would upset the canoe. He was standing in the bow and swaying from side to side, and with every lurch the canoe would ship some water. One cry followed another in maddening succession, and each cry was more sinister and virulent and unnatural, and I observed that the devil's body was drawn up as taut as an electric wire. Then Byrne began to tug at his shoulders in a frantic effort to make him sit down. It was a hideous sight to see them struggling and swaying in the bow, and I even began to pity the black. Byrne hung on viciously, and I suddenly became aware that he was pummeling his antagonist fiercely on the back and under the arms.
"Sit down, or you'll wreck us! Good heavens, to create such a rumpus, and for a triviality!"
The canoe was filling rapidly, and I expected her to capsize at any moment. I didn't relish the thought of swimming through a noisome cesspool, and I glared incontinently at Byrne. Poor chap. Had I known, I should have been more tolerant. Byrne deserved censure, but he paid horribly. The black devil sat down quite suddenly and looked at the sky. All of his rebellion seemed to leave him. There was a genial, almost enthusiastic expression upon his loathsome face. He leered beneficently and patted Byrne on the shoulder. His familiarity shocked me, and I could see that it annoyed Byrne. The black's voice was peculiarly calm. "I didn't mean anything now. It's just the weather, I guess. I liked the water. I can't see why you shouldn't bottle it and sell it. It's good water. I have often wondered why no one ever thought of bottling it before. The people who come out here are rather stupid, I guess." Byrne looked at me rather sheepishly. The savage possessed intelligence and taste. His English was reasonably correct, and his manners were those of a gentleman. He had indeed acted outlandishly and given us good reason to distrust him, but Byrne's tactics had been scurrilous and deserving of rebuke. Byrne had sensed enough to acknowledge his error. He grumbled a bit, but in conciliatory mood, and he asked the black to row to shore with a geniality that I thought admirable. Byrne put his hand over the side and let it trail in the water. I lit a cigarette and watched the greenish tide swirl and eddy beneath us. It was some time before I glimpsed the first of the little obscenities. I tried to warn Byrne, but he suddenly drew his hand up with a shriek, and I knew that he would understand.
"Something bit me,"
he said. I fancied that the black scowled and bent lower over his oars. "Look at the water," I replied. Byrne dropped his eyes, rather reluctantly, I thought. Then he blanched.
"Snakes! Water snakes! Good Lord, water snakes!"
He repeated it again and again.
"Water snakes! There are thousands! Water snakes!"
"These are quite harmless, but I never saw anything like this before." And I was indeed shocked. Imagine an unexpected upheaving of a million nasty little pink river snakes, from dank depths and without rhyme or reason. They swam about the boat and stuck their ugly little heads in the air and hissed and shot out hideous tongues. I leaned over the boat and looked down into the greenish water. The river was alive with myriads of swaying pink bodies which writhed in volatile contortions and made the water foam and bubble. Then I saw that several had coiled themselves over the side of the canoe and were dropping down inside. I felt instinctively that the black devil had something to do with it. Such indignities were unthinkable. I stood up in the boat and stormed. The black lifted his sleepy eyes and grinned broadly, but I saw that he was making directly for the shore. The snakes were crawling all about the boat, and they were attacking Burns' legs, and their hissing sickened me. But I knew the species, a harmless and pretentious one. Still, the thought of taking them up by the tails and throwing them overboard was repugnant to me, and yet I knew that the noisome things horrified Burn. He shrieked with the pain of their aggressive little bites and swore immoderately. When I assured him that they were innocuous, he eyed me reproachfully and continued to mash them with the heels of his boots. He ground their loathsome heads into a pulp, and blood ran out their tiny mouths and fairly flooded the bottom of the boat. But more kept dropping over the sides, and Burn had his hands full, and the black rowed fiercely towards the shore and said nothing. But he smiled, which made me long to strangle him. But I didn't care to offend him, for his methods of retaliation were apt to be unsavory. We finally reached the shore. Burn jumped out with a shout and waded through several feet of black, sluggish mud. Then he turned about on the shore and looked back over the water. The whole surface was covered with swimming pink bodies, and they crisscrossed and interlaced on the top of the tides, and when the lurid sunlight fell upon them they resembled unctuous, charnel worms seething and boiling in some colossal vat. I got out somehow and joined Burn. We were furious when we saw the black push off and make for the opposite shore. Burn was upset and nearly delirious, and he assured me that the snakes were poisonous. "Don't be a fool," I said. "None of the water snakes hereabouts are poisonous. If you had any sense—" "But why should they have attacked me? They crawled up and bit me. Why should they have done that? They were scions of Satan. That black ensorcelled them. He called them and they came." I knew that Burn was developing a monomania, and I sought to divert him. "You have nothing to fear. Had we rattlers or culebras de sangre to deal with, but water snakes, bah!" Then I saw that the black was standing up in the canoe and waving his arms and shrieking exultantly. I turned about and looked up toward the crest of the hill in back of us. It was a savage hill, and it rose wild and bleak before us, and over the crest of it there poured an army of slithering things, and it is impossible for me to describe them in detail. I didn't want Burn to turn about. I sought to keep him interested in the lake, and in the black devil who was standing up in the canoe and shouting. I pointed out to him that the black had made himself ridiculous, and I slapped him soundly on the back, and we congratulated each other on our superiority. But eventually I had to face them, the things that were crawling upon us from over the somber gray crest of the hill. I turned, and I looked at the deep blue sky, and the great clouds rolling over the summit, and then my eyes went a little lower, and I saw them again, and knew that they were crawling slowly towards us, and that there was no avoiding them. And I gently took Burn by the arm and turned him about, and pointed silently. There were tears in my eyes and a curious heaviness in my legs and arms, but Burn bore it like a gentleman. He didn't even express surprise, although I could clearly perceive that his soul had been mortally wounded and was sick unto death, and I saw shame and a monstrous fear staring out at me of Burn's bloodshot eyes, and I pitied Burn, but I knew what we had to do. The day was drawing to a close amidst lovely earth mists which hung over the hill, and blue veils made the water gorgeous and hid the canoe and the gesticulating savage. I longed to sit calmly down there by the water and to dream, but I knew that we had something to do. Near the edge of the water we found a gleaming yellow growth of shrubs and of stout vegetation, and we made stout clubs and strong cutting whips, and the army of reptiles continued to advance, and they filled me with a sense of infinite sadness and regret and pity for Burn. We stood very still and waited, and the mass of seething corruption rolled down the hill until it reached the level, rocky lake shore, and then it oozed obnoxiously towards us, and we cried out when we counted the number of rattlers and culebras and bobas. But when we saw the other snakes we did not cry at all, for the centers of speech froze up in us, and we were very unhappy. My dear friends, you cannot imagine, you cannot conceive of our unhappiness. There were charnel reptiles with green flattened heads and glazed eyes which I did not attempt to identify, and there were legions of horned lizards with blistered black tongues, and little venomous toads that hopped nervously about and made odd weird noises in their throats, and we knew that they were lethal and to be avoided. But we met them face to face, and Byrne fought with genuine nobility. But the odds were overwhelming, and I saw him go down, panting, suffocated, annihilated. They crawled up his legs, and they bit him in the back and sides and on the face, and I saw his face blacken before my eyes. I saw his lips writhe back from his teeth, and his eyes glaze, and the skin on his face pucker and shrivel. And I fought to keep them from him, and my club was never idle. I flattened innumerable heads that were round, and I rounded heads that were flat, and I made sickening crimson pellets out of quivering gelatinous tissue. My dear friends, they went away at last and left him there, and the blue calm of the hills seemed inexplicable under the circumstances, but I was thankful for the coolness and quiet and the deepening shadows. I sat down with peace in my soul and waited. I looked at the tiny punctures on my arms and I smiled. I was reasonably happy. But, my dear friends, I did not die. The realization that I was not to die amazed me. It was several hours before I could be certain, and then I did a shocking thing. I took my beard firmly between my two hands and pulled out the hair in great tufts. The pain sobered me. I tramped for 2 days with the body. It was the decent, the proper thing to do. I waited in Trujillo for the fashioning of the coffin, and I personally supervised its construction. I wanted everything done properly in the grand manner. I have very few regrets, but my soul is dead. There was an infinite misery in the veteran's eye. His voice grew raucous, and he stopped talking. We noticed that he shivered a little as he turned up his collar and went out through the cabin door into a night of stars. We pressed our faces against the glass of the one window, and saw him standing before the rail, with the rain and moonlight glistening upon his beard, and the salty spray striking against his incredibly chastened face. End of section 18. Section 19 of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities. Early Frank Belknap Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Black Druid. Mr. Stephen Benefield entered the library and hung his black Chesterfield overcoat on the rack which the trustees had grudgingly provided for the accommodation of inclement and cold weather accessories. There were several other overcoats on the rack. Mr. Benefield paused to count them. He was a methodical and observing man, and passed to the reference desk. When the librarian approached him, he nodded amiably. "I wish to peruse, please, Lucian Brown's The Cromlech-Gelos. It is number 326S-A. I looked it up yesterday in the catalogue." The librarian scowled and went in search of the book. When she returned with it, Mr. Benefield took it firmly between his lean-gloved hands and turned the pages until he found the passage he was seeking. Rutilius Nematianus affirmed that the Druids invested all contiguous objects with their peculiar evil, so that anyone who touches so much as the hem of their robes was in deadly danger of becoming a partaker of their fallen divinity. Closing the book, Mr. Benefield smiled and passed it back over the desk. "That is the passage I was looking for," he explained. "I do not believe I shall need a copy of it. I thought it might be a very long passage, but it is so brief that I can remember enough of it to paraphrase it, without the aid of a written copy. Thank you very much. I am Stephen Benefield, an archaeologist. I use such passages in my books."
"They say his books are becoming frightfully obscure," cogitated the librarian as she returned the Cromlech-Gelos to its prescribed niche. "I don't wonder. How can a man who takes Lucian Brown seriously write comprehensively?"
Mr. Benefield made his way solemnly back to the coat-rack and stared for a moment in chagrin at the empty hook whereon he had hung his Chesterfield. "I am sure that I hung my coat on that rack," he ruminated. "And where is it now?" Feeling decidedly anxious, he began hastily to recount the coats on the rack. There were still 5 garments remaining, and his anxiety did not diminish until he had completed his enumeration. Someone had deliberately and illegitimately lifted Mr. Benefield's Chesterfield from its original hook and hung it on the opposite side of the rack. He recognized it immediately by its gray silk lining and velvet collar. Taking it indignantly down, he put it on and left the building. All the way to the IRT, which was to convey Mr. Benefield to his home in the Bronx, he kept muttering to himself, "Right had anyone to tinker with my overcoat." Descending the subway stairs, he deposited a worn nickel in the inevitable turnstile and boarded a train labeled 180th Street, Bronx Park. The car was disagreeably crowded, but Mr. Benefield darted toward and successfully captured a seat near the door, which a gargantuan Italian had just previously vacated. Sinking into it with relief, he crossed his legs and stared contemptuously at the passengers opposite him. "Vulgar and stupid people," he muttered to himself. "What do they know of art and science and the splendor of antiquity?" Mr. Benefield's mind was quite well informed in regard to antiquity. He had visited Egypt and explored all of the ruins that are to be found in that magnificent and grievously exploited land. He was familiar with Tibet and its glamorous mountain monasteries. He had poked into forbidden volumes in the libraries of central China and climbed the Andes to stare at the colossal stone monuments left by the pre-Incas for the edification of mere superior Nordics. And incidentally, he had spent 7 years at Yale and emerged with a Ph.D. and a conviction that archaeology was a sacred science, and that there were more things in it than are dreamed of in our vulgar philosophies. But unfortunately, Mr. Benefield was now unhappily married and financially harassed, and was no longer able to devote himself as exclusively as he might have wished to his favorite science. In fact, his personality had become distorted through suppression. He still took his archaeological researches seriously, which was commendable, but for several months now he had been interesting himself in less savory pursuits which intelligent men in the 3rd decade of the 20th century do not ordinarily approve of, and his academic colleagues had ceased to regard him with unqualified respect. Indeed, several of Mr. Benefield's recent utterances, the statement that he believed in vampires, for instance, and that Haitian voodooism was not a thing to be lightly sniffed at, had even alienated a considerable number of his imaginative friends. Mr. Benefield had actually become, in his less lucid moments, a kind of eclectic theosophist. He did not care for the didactic and sugary mysticism of Madame Blavatsky, and he despised the modern exponents of her cult, but he shared the mystical credulity of the poet Maeterlinck and the medieval, albeit not precisely the religious bias, of such contemporary reactionaries as Chesterton and Belloc. In brief, he believed that life is a mysterious business, and that we know very little about it. Certain fragments of the Aurignacian Venuses, which he had diligently collected in the rock caverns of the Pyrenees, had confirmed him in this hypothesis. But now, as he sat in the subway en route to the Bronx, he was not thinking of Aurignacian Venuses. He was not even thinking of the Gelos, of the dolmens that occupy so many fascinating pages in Lucian Brown's scholarly brochure. His mind was wholly taken up with the people opposite him. They were returning his stares with an avidness that somehow horrified him. They were looking at him as though they were convulsed with curiosity, almost as though their eyes were being drawn from their heads in his direction by some power exterior to them. It is true that Mr. Benefield was, in some respects, an odd-looking man. His hair was absurdly long, and it descended upon his forehead in a circular, antiquated bang. His hat was 2 sizes too small for his immoderately large head, a brachycephalic head, although he boasted 20 generations of Saxon forebears, and his socks, which his wife had purchased for him, were of heavy wool, and unsupported by garters, they bulged above his shoes like the elephantine folds on the torso of an Abyssinian eunuch. But these idiosyncrasies were not in themselves sufficient to account for the horrified expressions on the faces of his fellow passengers. Mr. Benefield wondered if by any chance he had neglected to shave before leaving home that morning. His beard was unusually prolific, and one day's neglect was sufficient to render it a faintly conspicuous object. Not so conspicuous, indeed, as the fallen hose or antiquated bang, but Mr. Benefield was supremely unconscious of his general ludicrousness. It was merely his beard that worried him, and to make certain that he had really shaved, his memory failed to record the act, he raised his right hand and passed it slowly over his chin. His chin was wet and dripping. Mr. Benefield snatched his hand away and stared at it in horror. Upon his palm lay a moist, black, inexplicable smudge, a gelatinous smudge. He coughed uneasily. He had no recollection of having passed under a dirty drain, but under something of the sort he must, of necessity, have walked. "From one of the tall buildings," he muttered under his breath. "It rained yesterday, and the wind has blown the filthy water out of the drain onto my face. I must be a ludicrous spectacle indeed. No wonder they are staring at me." His dignity would not permit him to remain in his seat after this distressing discovery. Rising hastily, he passed to the rear of the car and concealed himself in a corner of the vestibule. There were only 2 other persons in the vestibule, a child of 7 and its elderly nurse. The child saw Mr. Benefield first. It stared for a moment in abject terror. Then it buried its frightened face in the folds of its guardian's coat.
"Black bogeyman!" she screamed. "I want to get off!"
Instantly the nurse raised her face. For a second she gazed at Mr. Benefield in sheer incredulity. Then distress deepened to terror in her eyes, and with a scream she seized the child by the arm and retreated into the car. Fortunately for Mr. Benefield, the car at that moment arrived at his station, and he was able to elude the onrush of curious passengers that promptly ensued. Dashing wildly across the platform, he ascended the stairs to the street and hurled himself into the adjacent darkness. The darkness was soothing. It was Gilead to his impaired pride. He strode through it in silence, literally wrapped in it, his mind for a moment enjoying the quietude that precedes a storm. He hadn't dared to touch his face again. He hadn't dared, but in a moment he would dare. The darkness was rapidly restoring his confidence, and in a moment he would dare anything. He was conscious of a dim power stirring within him, but at the same time he experienced an overwhelming sense of discomfiture, of constriction. His clothes, he felt, were stifling him. It was absurd that he should be stifled by that hideous, stiff thing that encircled his neck. What was it called? Ah, yes, a collar. He had almost forgotten the name of it. But remembering suddenly, he ripped it off and threw it upon the pavement. Then he felt his face again. It was slimy, blubbery. His hands slid over it. "Good God!" he gasped, and began to run. He must reach home as quickly as possible and wash from his face the unspeakable filth that had descended upon it. He ran for fully 5 minutes and arrived at the door of his lodging completely out of breath. As he fumbled hectically for his keys, he experienced an overwhelming sense of horror and of shame, which was paradoxically mingled with a wild and turbulent rebelliousness. It was as though he had suddenly, in some hideous and unnatural manner, broken the mold of humanity in which we have been cast. It was almost as though, couldn't express it precisely, as though he had become a sharer of some esoteric and limitless divinity, and might experience every mundane emotion simultaneously, as though all the pleasures and all the agonies in the human lifespan might be his in a single instant, and also pleasures and pains that have no counterparts in the world we know. And then Mr. Benefield saw a face in the glass panel before him that defiled the exterior of the door. Instantly his whole being became flooded with an unearthly, paralyzing fear, with a consuming and overpowering revulsion. The soft, fleshy feel of his face had vaguely suggested the abnormal, but this... It wasn't... Dear God, it wasn't even anything human that stared back at him. Not human. Not human. It didn't even remotely resemble a human face. It was covered with thick, dark hair, and where its mouth should have been... Mr. Benefield recoiled before the awful horror of the thing. His brain had gone cold. He could not swallow. Slowly, dumbly, he raised his hands and gazed at them. It was as he had feared. The The claws were very long. Quickly he unsheathed them in the heavy folds of flesh on his moist black palms. Almost a stab of terror crossed his face as he made the acknowledgment in that moment of torture and doubt. Almost he preferred the face. The face had eyes. At least eyes. His eyes. But could he swear to that? Even now, as he stared hysterically into them, they seemed to melt and merge with that awful face. Familiar thoughts were forming in a brain that was no longer wholly his. He knew that the brain was no longer in its entirety his brain, because with the phrases he recognized were mingled obscene and outlandish syllables derived from some hellish idiom that was sufficiently Gaelic in its sibilance to be perhaps very vaguely comprehensible to him, or if not actually comprehensible, at least damnably suggestive. Ushti doine, kia doine. The overcoat, it isn't yours. He wore it. De I, sentat. Rutilius Namontianus. He knew, they do not die. The coat, for God's dear sake, take it off, don't you understand? Doine ushti. He, the druid, Avate, in the library, in America, yes, they do not die. With a tremendous effort of will, Mr. Benefield seized the lapels of his overcoat and sought to take it off. But in the glass the thing did not approve. Its eyes shone with a malign lust, and from the cavern in its dark face black saliva dripped. Gush, ur. Almost Mr. Benefield succumbed to its obscene plea. Almost he craved to wallow in rapture unspeakable in the unclean sty where... But no, it was unthinkable. A voice roared within him. It's damned Celtic superstition. The Romans drove the little people into the hills. With steel and flame they slew their dark gods. They spat upon the Vates and the bards. The Saxons and the Normans spat too. And you? Their blood is in you. Slay, laugh. You are a scion of the invisible races. No Vate can withstand you. Slay their priests. There came to him then a sudden sense of power. It was as though all his forebears, Romans, Saxons, Normans, Danes, had suddenly come to life within him and were urging him forward, shrieking into his ears, Fight, fight, for Caesar, for Arthur, for clean gods and brave, for valor and mercy in your very soul. With a shout so tremendous that it seemed scarcely even by derivation Benefieldian, he tore off his outer garment and hurled it furiously from him. Iedum quate insu norvis, retro via rependa est, he cried. You cringing Celtic obscenity. He hurled the malediction directly at what he thought had become himself. But when he looked again, when he peered with angry, defiant eyes at the image in the glass, he discovered that it had lost all its loathsomeness, whereupon his fury evaporated, as well it might, for the reflection of the original Mr. Benefield was scarcely an anger-provoking object, and the original Mr. Benefield it was now that stared back at him. Mingled with the relief which he overwhelmingly experienced at this discovery was an unaccountable sensation of lassitude. He began apparently to exist in a kind of trance. Getting out his keys, he opened the door and passed almost unconsciously through the vestibule and up 2 flights of stairs to his room. He wondered vaguely if his wife would reproach him for coming home so late. If she knew... But no, he would not tell her. The experience was already receding in his mind. Even now he doubted it, and in time it would perhaps be forgotten even by himself. And he was so very tired. The fragmentary vestige of his reason that remained on its throne warned him that it would never do to argue with his wife or attempt to explain anything to her. Only sleep could restore his shattered psyche, and he must contrive somehow to get into his bed unobserved. It was a curious world, a very inexplicable and curious world, and if people were as intelligent as certain misguided fools believed, they would not ask questions about, well, druids, or, for that matter, about anything. They would accept everything as proved, QED, and simply go to sleep, like contented, well-nourished cats. Unfortunately, Mr. Benefield was not permitted to sleep uninterruptedly until 10 o'clock, his usual hour for rising on the following morning. At 8 minutes to 9 he was awakened by his wife, who exclaimed, "That silly old creature across the hall, Mrs. Harmon, just got me up to tell me a crazy story. She had been idiotically frightened, and she says there was a burglar in the house at about 11 o'clock last night." "A burglar?" inquired Mr. Benefield sleepily. "How dreadful." "Yes, dreadful, and very queer, if true. What do you think the man did?" "I can't hazard a guess." Mr. Benefield's emotional self was still deeply immersed in sleep, i.e., in his subconscious, and he spoke with cool intellectual detachment. "He was tall and very thin, and he climbed in by the parlor window. Mrs. Harmon was dozing in a chair near the center of the room, and she saw him. She didn't dare scream for fear he would shoot her. She simply sat and watched him, trying not to breathe. He went right through the parlor and out into the hall, and a moment later she heard him close the front door. He came in the window and went out the door." "Wasn't that unusual for a burglar?" murmured Mr. Benefield.
"Mrs. Harmon thought so, and as soon as he shut the door she dashed toward it and peered through the curtains at him. What do you think? The man had left his overcoat on the porch, and he was bending over to recover it when Mrs. Harmon peered out at him. While she watched him, he put it on. His back was turned toward her, but she said his head looked very queer. Nasty, she said. It gave her the shivers. He wore an English bowler hat, which covered most of it, but his ears, she said, stood out, and they were very black and pointed."
"Pointed?" echoed Mr. Benefield. He was fully awake now, and experiencing an acute and lively horror.
"Actually pointed, or so she claims. And then, she said, he descended the stairs and went shuffling off down the street. She went out on the porch and watched him until he turned the corner, and then she said she had to go in because there was such a horrid, fearsome odor, like you smell at the zoo and monkey houses, she said. Then she frowned and shook her head. But it wasn't a monkey smell exactly. It was more like snakes."
Mr. Benefield groaned and clutched valiantly at a straw. "I think," he affirmed, "that Mrs. Harmon's nervous energy is unfortunately discharged through the efferent channels of those sensory-motor arcs which comprise what neurologists would call the focus of cortical awareness. She visions things which are scarcely present to the senses."
"She imagines things, you mean?"
"Yes, my dear, that expresses it quite succinctly. She imagines things. Now, please do not wake me for another hour." Mr. Benefield turned upon his side and went resolutely to sleep. But in the dream that immediately ensued he encountered the very thing that he had hoped to avoid, and was obliged, perforce, to pay subconscious tribute to the veracity of Mrs. Harmon. "God's death!" he shouted as he tracked it to its lair in a hellish wood. "Does a knight of Malta fear such as you?" End of section 19, and end of Unutterable Horrors and Loathsome Entities, early Frank Belknap Long. Read by Ben Tucker.